Chapter 101 Withdrawing a Crane 45 Ice Escape, Ice Age. Xenia's hands quickly unearthed several seals, and the cold air came from around Xenu spread to the surroundings. Uran, who fled in a panic, was frozen by the cold, and the fire was extinguished by the cold. Under Xenia's control, only Uran was sealed by ice. Konoha's ninja was not affected. Before, Xenu couldn't control it, but now Xenu's mastery of being done improved more than one level. Xenu can be said to be the strongest ice escape ninja ever in the ninja world. In front of the escape is the younger brother, Xiaonan. Does it feel a bit cold? Xenu asked Xiaonan. Xiaonan nodded, her face flushed a little. There is ice at the foot. At this moment, it seems to be standing in the snow and ice. Xenu opened the eternal kaleidoscope to write round eyes L and then used the pupil technique Amaterasu. A black flame ignited on the surface of 8460. Then Xenu used the additional earth life control. Avoid the spread of the sun's black inflammation. It won't be cold anymore, Xenu said to Xiaonan. Is the flame also black? Xiaonan was very surprised at Amaterasu, and he was the number one. I saw a black flame this time. Isn't that? Xenu didn't make a move anymore. The entire camp was frozen by Xenu. As long as it was Uran in the camp, no one can escape. Unfortunately, there is no Hanzo. Hanzo should have ran away before he came back. It's probably the old guy who smelled the crisis. The entire camp is frozen, and it hasn't been accidentally injured. A teammate can't do without the cooperation of Kagura's eyes. If Hoshiba doesn't have the Super Sense secret technique of Kagura Minion, it is estimated that Konoha's ninja will be frozen together by Hoshiba. On the other side of the battlefield, 3 generations of Fennying looked at the ice-covered Konoha camp, feeling extremely shocked. Retreat. 3 generations of Fukage did not hesitate to order Sand Shinobu to retreat. And after receiving the order, Sand Shinobu immediately withdrew. Damn old woman. I must catch her this time. Kushina and Mikoto, come over and help. After Tsunade repulsed the puppet of the Grandma of Chio, he shouted to Kuzina and Miza. Kushina and Miza, who were killing the Sandy ninja, immediately abandoned the enemy in their hands and ran to Tsunade to help. However, even they shot together, I still let Chio run away. But the puppets of her Nisoilas are really fragmented this time. Run away? The puppet master is really disgusting. Tsunade threw his fist uncomfortably on top of the puppet that had become apart, manipulating the puppet in front, hiding behind himself. Tsunade is very annoying. But the puppet master fights on the puppet, so he naturally hides behind. Chio's own strength is not weak, but Chio is still a puppet master. Tsunade go up and fight Tsunade. Sand ninja retreats. Konoha's ninja did not go after him. Haki Tsukumo hurried back with Konoha ninja camp. It's really exaggerated ninjutsu. I can't imagine that this was released by an 11-year-old kid. How many chakras does that kid Xenu have? Jai also looked at the entire camp that had been frozen. Obviously was shocked. Yeah, what are you looking at, Shimaru? Jai also asked Dashimaru next to him. The gaze inside the snake looked at Omomorichijuru. At this time, Yaishu is still controlled by the Shellunion, and the 3 gooey Shellunion in his eyes has not dissipated. Zaorlunion. Was Shu controlled by the Shellunion? Daishiwan frowned. On the battlefield of San Shinobu, there is no Uchiha family. It's wrong. There is Uchiha Mikoto. Osamu almost forgot Uchiha Mikoto, who was with Uzumaki Hoshiba and them. Could it be that Uchiha Mikoto controlled a guard chicken? To be honest, Taishimaru didn't believe it. Oshimaru didn't think that Uchiha Miza had this ability. If it was changed to Uzumaki Hoshiba, it would be almost the same. But how can the Vortex Star Feathers have a writing wheel? This big guy is under control. I'll try to see if it can be sealed, Kushina said while looking at Chizuru. But just ask for it. When casting the seal of the 4 elephants, Tsunade stretched out his hand to hold Xin still don't dry. In case one print won't work, it will break Xinius control. Who will deal with it? 9. Xinai closed his hands angrily. Not even the psychic beast of Sanjiao Fish can deal with it. It's even more useless to deal with Yaoi Shu. Kazuo Morizaru ignored Tsunade, Kunsina, Mikoto and others for the time being, and returned to the camp to find Hoshiba and Conan who were roasting black flames. Tsunade is very strange. But compared to the strange Tsunade, Kushina and Mikoto already know what kind of flame this is. Mesa thinks of family. The recorded legendary Amaterasu was actually used by Xingyu to heat it up, and there was an indescribable weirdness in his heart. Xingyu pulled Xiaonan to stand, and then extinguished the Tanzao Haiyan. Suna retreated? Well, Shinobu has retreated. Isio Morizaru outside the camp. Please go and deal with it don't make any accidents. Tsunade nodded. Then he said to Xinu, good. When Xingyu was about to go out to deal with the Shu crane, Tsukumo Hagai approached Xinu, can you cancel ninjutsu? Commander Hajiki, joking with me, are you? How can the released ninjutsu be cancelled? Xinu couldn't help but said silently, can't the ice melt? The materials are also frozen. If I can't do it now, I will have more control over being done in the future. Maybe it can be done. Hoshiba replied to Tsukumo Hajiki that he really couldn't do it. That's a little troublesome. Tsukumo Hagai has a headache. Hoshiba's ice escape is very hard. Tsukumo Hagai cut it with a white tooth and a short blade, but it didn't cut it away. If you let the ice melt by itself, how long does it take to transform? Hagigi Tsukumo asked. After all, ninjutsu was released by Hoshiba. He should know. The country of rain is always rainy, there is no sun at all, and it may not completely melt in half a month. Even if it is exposed to the sun, too does not melt so easily. What's more, the country of rain where the sun cannot be seen. It's not enough to use the fire escape to melt. At most, it takes a little effort. Xingyu said to Haki Shumo. Q1 This can only be done. Tsukumo Hagai left. He was about to find someone to melt the ice with Huo done. Then he took out the supplies. Xingyu went directly to look for a Shu crane. Looked at a Shu crane. Xingyu was not going to seal a Shu crane back this time. On the contrary, Xingyu directly pulled out a Shu crane completely, pulled out of the body of a human pillar. As for the distribution of blessings to the old monk, after Xingyu pulled the guarding crane away, naturally he couldn't survive. Even the human column force of the Maelstrom clan was pulled away from the tail beast. There was only a dead end, not to mention the blessing of the old monk. After the inner-tailed guard crane was pulled out, it was also out of Xinius control. At this time, one guarded crane stared at Xinu angrily. The reason is naturally that the person's Yulai Daifu died. Isio Morizaru had a good impression of Zulai, who was Fenfu, and he did not hate Elle so much, so he was angry because of Fenfu's death. Chapter 102 Controlling the Shu Crane Fighting the Sand Ninja 55 The big civet cat, the second Shu, was staring at Xinu angrily, but it only dared to stare at Elle angrily and didn't dare to make a move. I helped you escape the cage. Shouldn't you thank me? Xinu looked at the angry big civet cat and said, with a word. The beast Elle in the dream wakes up and Shu comes back to his senses, as if he is free. The original anger disappeared, although there was some recognition with the old monk Fenfu, and he felt that his philosophy was similar to that of the old man in the 6 ways. But thus everything is in front of you, it doesn't seem to be worth mentioning. Since being captured and used as a weapon by humans, he is thinking about freedom all the time. The awakened inner-tailed guard crane quickly ran the short leg and ran towards the distance. Where are you going? I worked so hard to release you, don't you appreciate me? Xinu blocked the running Shu, and the eternal kaleidoscope that looked a little strange stared at a Shu. Then Xinu didn't talk nonsense with Shu. The abbreviation Eternal Flower, Lunyon, completely controls the guarding crane. For Xinu, controlling the O1 tail beast has no burden at all. Even when the writing wheel has not evolved into an eternal kaleidoscope, Xena can also easily control the tail beast, which also includes the 9 tails. Master Orochimaru, voyeurism is bad behavior. I suggest you don't do such a thing. After Xena controlled Shu, he looked somewhere, only to see a scary figure with white skin coming out. It was Dashimaru, the proud disciple of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi. When Xena used the eternal kaleidoscope to write the wheel to control Bao, Dashimaru was peeping in the dark, but Xena didn't point it out. Hissel didn't expect that Mr. Xena actually possessed the Shalunion. It is still the legendary kaleidoscope Shalunion. 2. Chiwon's voice was a little hoarse, and his interested eyes were placed on Xenia's body. Master Rocky seems to know an incredible secret. Do you want to shut up forever? Xena smiled and walked towards Orochimaru. The heavy pressure made Orochimaru's pupil shrank suddenly, and a strong sense of crisis completely enveloped him. Orochimaru, why don't you guess? Do I have the strength to shut you up? The big snake is fierce, forced to suppress the angry thought of escape in his heart, and then calmly said, Xena June is frightening me. Xena June shouldn't be afraid of exposing the Shalunion thing, right? Although it was in the inquiry room, Dashwin felt if you are really afraid of exposure, you won't use it so openly. There are many ninjas who saw Shuzaru being controlled by Shalunion before. It doesn't seem to scare you, Dashwin. Xenia's aura converged, making Chwin relieved. Hoshiba's air cushion just now, it really brings a lot of pressure to Dashimaru, even the pressure that I didn't feel on Sarutobi Zensai. Xingyu-jun, why do you have to write Lunyon 21? Although Dashimaru knows that this problem shouldn't be stopped, but for knowledge, desires to let the big snake pill come out. This question really wants to know that Xingya's writing wheel is not transplanted. The transplanted writing wheel cannot be retracted, and it will be in a state of always opening the writing wheel. This question, wouldn't it be possible to guess with your Oshmaris wisdom? Xingyu faintly replied, then turned and left. One Shuzaru also followed Xenu. Follow Xenu to leave like a follower. Dashimaru's gaze flickered and then she didn't chase after anything. There was a lot of curiosity in her heart, but Shimaru resisted it. Curiosity can not only kill cats, it can also kill cats. Dead man. Oshmaru is very life-saving, but he didn't dare to take his life to ask Maelstrom Xenu a question. In the camp, Tsukumo Hagai had already directed Konoha Ninja to take out the more important supplies first. However, many of them were burned by Yunin. Hell made Tsukumo Kamoto frowned. Even with the funding of Tming from the Land of Fire, Konoha's supplies don't have to worry too much about Hagai. Tsukumo, who is still a little worried. It is not easy to transport the NR-30L materials, especially when they are transported, they are likely to be attacked. Hoshiba didn't know Tsukumo Hagai's sorrow, and he was not a commander, so it's not his turn to be sorrowful. How did you bring it back 3 inches? Tsunade looked at the behemoth behind Hoshiba. The behemoth Shuzaru has already terrified Moto's ninja. Now there is no Konoha ninja dare to approach here. The height of the tail beast is about 50 meters to 6 meters, and most people feel scared when facing such a behemoth. If you don't bring it back, Yuma 1, will you give it back to San Shinobu? After Xingyu finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want San Shinobu to experience the fear of being dominated by the tail beast? Just do it. Hoshiba controlled one Crane one after another to leave Konoha Ninja Station, thinking of the direction of San Shinobu Station. This little short leg, it runs really fast, and a tailed Shuzaru was about to get fat into a ball. So he was very happy when he ran, and Xenu couldn't help but want to laugh. Hey, Xenu, you really let it go. Tsunade couldn't help but patted Hoshiba in irritation. This is a tail beast, so he just let it go back to San Shinobu. Don't worry, even if I put it back, Shinobu may not be able to accept it. I am very surprised to see how Shinobu will deal with Morizaru, Xingyu said with a smile. Don't worry about Tsunade. Morozoru is still with me now. Under the control, I can make Shu come back at any time. Are you going to use Morozoru to deal with Shinobu? Tsunade now understood what Hoshiba meant. It is to use Shuzoru to deal with Sand Shinobu. Yes. I don't know if the third generation of Fenning will be pleasantly surprised. Under the control of Xinu, Shuzoru went straight to the station of Seinin, although his legs were short. But Shuzoru's body shape took a step that was a long distance away. The Sand 530 ninja who appeared in front of the Sand Ninja camp and was in charge of guarding at the same time. I also saw the Shuzoru who appeared here. It's a chiseled Shuzoru. Quickly informed the three generations of Fenning. Sand Ninja is like a big enemy. One of Sand Hidden Village came and Ino said to the ninja beside him. Soon the three generations of Fenning got news and brought Ilozang and Chio to come. Among them, Hanzo also came with them. It's really Shu. Three generations of Fenning didn't panic after seeing Shu. On the contrary, with a strong surprise. There is something wrong with the three generations of Fenning. The eyes of Yu guarding Hyasanga Yushulan Yanshu is controlled. Although Chio is not young, his eyes are very good. L can clearly see the three jade writing wheel eyes in Shu's eyes. Chio go. Just finished. Shu attacked. Use the outstanding skill Feng Dun. Empty training bullet. Spit out a huge typhoon towards the Sand Ninja camp. Magnetic escape. Sand and Iron defense. Three generations of Fenning responded quickly. Control Sand Iron immediately. A huge Sand Iron defensive wall was created in the front. Blocked Shu's attack card. However, just blocked the next one. Shu continued to use the wind escape. The air training bullets were released to the Sand Ninja camp as if they didn't need money. Anyway, Shu's chakra was enough, and it was continuously released. There was no pressure. Shu has no pressure, but the pressure of the three generations of Fenning is great. Has been using Sand and Iron defense. The consumption of chakras is too big. Three generations of Fenning could not hold on. Chapter 103, My trophy is not something you can take away. 15 The three generations of Fenning were stunned by 1 point, and he could only passively defend in the face of a wild bombing attack by a tail of Shu. Is his strength inferior to Shu? No. The three generations of Fenning still have the strength to suppress Shu. But he was able to suppress Shuzoru. It doesn't mean that other Sands can survive under the attack of Shuzoru. In order to protect other ninjas, the three generations of Fenning can only passively defend. Except for the ninjas of the sealed class. The other ninjas evacuated. Three generations of Fukage ordered S. The remaining ninjas not only couldn't help but also got in the way. And the three generations of Fenning King quickly let them leave. Here, after the three generations of Fukage's orders, Sunobu retreated quickly, and Hanzo next to him also ordered Urenbu to retreat with him. Hanzo, I need your help to subdue Morozoru this time. Three generations of Fenning looked at Hanzo next to him and said that although he can suppress a Ukraine, he himself is really struggling. No problem, but this time the attack on the Konoha camp is Urenbu to compensate for the loss of the third generation Fenning. Hanzo did not refuse to take action, but he also offered a condition. In this sneak attack on Konoha camp, Hanzo personally led 50 elite ninjas to go. The only one who came back in the end was. The other 50 ninjas of Hanzo himself were frozen into ice sculptures by Hoshiba. The ninja who is ninja among the 50 lowest elites. Even Hanzo feels a little distressed. This is an elite cultivated with little blood. As long as I can seal Shu for me, I will give you a satisfactory compensation. The three generations of Fenning were expressionless. His heart was angry. Hanzo's current behavior is to take advantage of the fire. Come out, Sancho Fish. Hanzo uses spiritism. Summon his psychic beast, Sancho, and let the Sancho rush up. Sancho Fish is definitely not as good as Shu. Relying on the huge body, it is not a problem to resist some attacks of Shu in a short time. Three generations of Fenning immediately made a move. Both hands quickly formed a seal, and then made a cage with Sand Iron. Keep Shu locked inside. The seal class shot L to seal the guard crane. Xin. 3 generations of Fenying continued to attack Shu while shouting. Hanzo and Sandai Kazkij used water to attack the treasure crane, including Ilao Zhang and Chio are all attacking the Shu crane. 4 shadow-level powerhouses shot, especially Hanzo and the 3rd generation of Fenying are not ordinary shadow-level powerhouses. Shu really has no cards. In an instant, he was suppressed. The ninja of the 2 sealing class rushed up and displayed the sealing technique to seal the guarding crane with absolutely no problem. After all, it's just one tail, compared with the 9 tails who put Konoha into crisis. The threat of one tail is really small. This shameful thing. Xingyu secretly scolded Sound. 1 and 2 tails are really weak. No casualties were caused to San Shinobu and it was about to be resolved. No, it's also how my trophies can be snatched back by you. My trophies are not something you can snatch. Xinu appeared in Shu after a few instants. Standing on the head of Shu, looking down at the 3 generations of Fenying who are attacking Shu. 3 generations of Fenying also found Xingyu and stopped directly looking at Xingyu. Vortex Xinu, is one tail controlled by you? 3 generations of Fenying asked Xinu. Well, guess what? If you can guess right, maybe there will be rewards, Xingyu said with a smile. One tail is controlled by Zwenyan, so it's not Uzumaki Xinu that controls the other tail, but Uzumaki Xinu appears here. I'm afraid it will be troublesome if you want to seal the other tail, Chio said very seriously. If you want to seal one tail, you must first solve the Maelstrom Xinu. It's really troublesome. The strength of Uzumaki Xinu makes them a little scared. If it were before, they would never have imagined that they and others would be afraid of a teenage kid. In any case, the tail beast must be taken back. Pure Xingyu must also die. 3 generations of Fenying have a cruel look on her face. The strength of Wuxi Xingyu is so strong at this time, and the strength of the future may become even stronger. It is not impossible to surpass the god of ninja world Kaiane Zuzuma, who is the person in the Kaiane Zaozu, to calm the troubled times and suppress the entire ninja world. Thing. The recognized god of ninjas. There was no time when Senjujuma was dead. No village dared to make a mistake, and the first ninja world war broke out after the death of Senjujuma. If Maelstrom Xinu also possesses such strength in the future, it is undoubtedly something that Fenying of the 3 generations is unwilling to see, and even everyone in the ninja world is unwilling to see it. Including the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, who wants to hold a person on top of his head. 3 only Wuxi Xinu himself. He may not be able to get rid of him. Let's go together. Don't keep your hands. 3 generations of Fenying said solemnly, especially when Hanzo glanced at it. Ilao and Chio are not worried that they will definitely shoot all 9s of L. But Hanzo does not know. Who knows if Hanzo will have any small calculations in his heart or nature. A cold light flickered in Hanzo's eyes. He was almost killed by Maelstrom Xinu several times. Hanzo naturally hated Uzumaki Hoshiba. If he could kill Uzumaki Hoshiba, Hanzo would naturally not show mercy. Are you going to kill me, also? It's really overweight. Xingyu smiled faintly. Of course Xingyu heard what they said. Xingyu just thought they were overpowering. Not arrogant. You are the one who is strong, Wuxi Xinu. You are just a kid after all. How dare to appear here alone? It's really lawless at the expense of my own strength, Chio said with a cold smile at Xinu. 1,000 generations old woman. You old woman who can't even keep her son. Just shut up. Xingyu unceremoniously opened Chio's wounds and made Chio directly angry. The old lady of 1,000 generations has a bad temper. Urban Xinu. I'm going to kill you. Chio directly killed Xinu and couldn't stop Ilao Zhang. So he was afraid that his sister would suffer a loss, and Ilao Zhang immediately did it. Poor Chio, you no longer have a puppet. Do you have to rely on yourself now? Xingyu pulled out the grass lotus sword. It was almost unbelievable to cut with a knife. Directly cut open the Sandayan cage that trapped a Shu crane. With a loud roar, he rushed out of the cage. Under the control of Xinu, he displayed Zauda's How-Tail Beast Jade. The blocking Yang Chakra gathered into a sphere with a ratio of 2 to 8. and then hit the sand ninja camp at the back. Although the ninjas in the sand ninja camp have retreated, but if they destroy their camp, it is estimated that Shinobu will feel a headache. 3. Dai Fenning looked at why Beastier's face changed. Faced with the attack of the tail beast Jade, the 3 generations of Fenning will not stupidly resist even his strongest sand and iron defense. It was also very difficult to withstand the attack of the tail beast Jade. The tail beast Jade is the strongest attack method of the tail beast, and its destructive power absolutely exceeds the power of some rank ninjutsu, so a fool will resist it directly. Boom up! The sand ninja camp was directly flattened by the tail beast Jade, and some materials in the camp that were not taken away in time were also destroyed by the tail beast Jade. 3 generations of Fenning's eyes are red, and any material is his lifeblood. After all, sand ninja is not as good as wood. Yes, ninja is relatively poor. If the materials are destroyed, there is no money to replenish the hardship. Chapter 104 I didn't take it seriously yet, so you ran away? 25 Xingyu stared at her with red eyes, as if the 3 generations of Fenning_YY who had a hatred of him were a bit speechless. Didn't it just blast off your camp? As for such a hatred, if 3 generations of Fenning knew what Xingyu was thinking, I wonder if he would fight Xingyu desperately in anger. No, now the 3 generations of Fenning want to fight Xingyu desperately. Shu, behave better for me, otherwise I will kill you. Xingyu threatened Shu and said for a while. In fact, Shu was now controlled by Xingyu, and his performance depended on Xingyu's control. Go and fix the 4-legged fish for me. Xingyu controlled Shu and rushed towards the Sanshou fish. Once the huge tail was used, the Sanshou fish was blown out, and the legs were interrupted by a tail. Hanzo looked distressed, and immediately released the spiritism, returning the Sanshou fish to the spirit world. Daishu trampled them to death. Don't forget that they are the sand ninja you hate the most. Xingyu shouted to Shu. Shu lifted his feet and stepped on Chiao Zhang. Fortunately, Zhang was fast enough to pull Chiao away using the instant technique, so he was not injured. Wind escape. Wind blade. A wind blade attacked Xingyu. After hiding, Ilao directed the Fengdu ninjutsu released by Xingyu. The attack is invalid. The abbreviation of Eternal Flower is opened. A dark crack appeared in front of him. Just swallow the wind blade. 413. Use Huangquan Hirozaka. L sends the attack directly into the different space, which is also a method of Huangquan Biliang's Aka. In fact, in the original work, if it wasn't the reason that Otsuki Kiguya was too stupid, just using Huangquan Hirozaka would be able to remain invincible. However, Xingyu's Huangquan than Liangzaka should be with Deiji and Muhui's Huangquan is different than Liangban. Xingyu's Huangquan should consume less chakra and pupil power than Liangban. What's this trick? Ilao Zhang's eyes widened. He also didn't see Uzumaki Xinyu Iron. The sudden black crack swallowed his attack. But soon Ilao Zhang will understand that this is more than simply swallowing the attack. Behind Ilao Zhang, a similar pitch-black space crack appeared. Then the wind blade flew out from inside. Be careful. Ilao didn't notice it, but standing in Ilao Chiao next to Zhang noticed that S immediately stretched out and pulled Ilao Zhang. A handful. The wind blade passed through Ilao Zhang's body. From the second front of him, Ilao Zhang lowered his head and looked at the wound in front of him. The wound was only a few centimeters away from the heart. He almost died under the wind knife, thanks to his sister Chiao. If it weren't for Chiao to pull him, maybe he didn't know how he died. It's a pity. It's only 1 point to stop the Lanminiing a level ninja. Xingyu shook his head regretfully. Although Ilao Zhang is only a newcomer to the shadow level, he is also a shadow level powerhouse. If he can die, Xingyu will have a sense of accomplishment. It's a pity that all of this was destroyed by the 1,000 generations of old women, but Ilao Zhang did not die. But the injury is not light. It is estimated that there is no fighting capacity, brother. Are you okay? Chiao looked at Xingyu with hatred. Then he asked Zhang with concern. It's not bad. Ilao Zhang's face was a little pale, but it was not good at all to look up. Be careful of his method. 3 generations of Fenning reminded Hanzo. At the same time, the 3 generations of Fenning also had some fear in their hearts. If Wuxi Xinu used this move to deal with him, he may not be able to hide from F. Hanzo did not respond, but he was already vigilant in his heart to guard against sneak attacks from behind. I don't know what Wuxi Xinu's method is, but it is precisely because I don't know. That's why I'm more afraid. Your eyes are kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Chio stared at Xinu and asked silently. 3 generations of Fenning and Hanzo heard the words, their eyes condensed on Xinu's eyes for an instant, and Hanzo's expression became more cautious. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Hanzo once had the privilege of seeing Uchiha Madara's short-form round eyes. Although the patterns are different, Hanzo still recognizes it. The 3 generations of Fenning are relatively young. They don't know Wanhua abbreviated Lunyan. However, 3 generations of Fenning have naturally heard of the prestige of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. It's not Wanhua's shorthand for Lunyan, Xingyu said lightly. This is the abbreviation of eternal flower, Lunyan. But it seems that there are few people who know the eternal kaleidoscope to write round eyes. The eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes is also a secret in the Uchiha family. Very few people know about it. Even Tsunade wrote about the eternal kaleidoscope. Lunyan doesn't understand it. Retreat. Chio didn't believe Xinius' words. She had already determined in her heart that one immediately fleeing into the distance with the wounded Ebina. Chio's escape speed is very fast, but there is someone who is faster than him, and that is the guy Hanzo. Hanzo and Chio both ran away with a bewildered look of the 3 generations of Fenning who had no choice but to run away with him. After all, he was definitely not Uzumaki Xinius' opponent. What's more, except for Huo Xinu, there is also a ranny-tailed guard crane. 3 generations of Fenning can only follow flee. Damn, I'm not serious yet. You just ran away? Xingyu looked at the 4 shadow-level powerhouses who had escaped. Xiaoli was a little stunned. I haven't done it yet. What are you running to? Don't run away. Do you know that the dignity is lost here? Don't come back to pick it up next 3 inches, Xingyu shouted to the 3 generations of Fenning and the others. The 3 generations of Fenning who escaped from Urkson quickly disappeared. Xingyu looked at the 3 generations of Fenning who gave up their dignity and escaped, and he didn't bother to chase them. If you don't go back, you won't be able to catch Mezza's dinner. Xingyu sits on the head of Shu and controls the Shu to run towards the Konoha camp. I let them go because Xingyu didn't mean to kill them, and they died in Ruxian. That Konoha can kill Shen village. However, Xingyu didn't want Shen village to be destroyed. For Hoshiba, Konoha still had some foreign enemies. Better. Without the threat of foreign enemies, there will be internal fighting, and the fighting will definitely affect him. The reason is simple. His strength is strong and can threaten Sarutobi's status. For Hoshiba, who is not interested in becoming Naruto, balance is the best. After Xingyu left, the 3 generations of Fenning fled for a long time before they stopped. After looking back, they found that Wuxi Xingyu did not catch up. Just breathed a sigh of relief. I know that kaleidoscope writing round eyes is very strong but as for the embarrassing escape, 3 generations Fenning questioned Wang Dai and Hanzo uncomfortably. 3 generations of Fenning had never thought of running away, but Chio and Hanzo escaped. He is not Uzumaki Xinu's opponent. If he really stays, it would be Taihanhan. Chapter 105. Go to the battlefield of Yunin 35. Hoshiba returned to Konoha camp. At this time Haki Sakumo was instructing the ninja to rebuild the camp. Benai camp was frozen. Can only rebuild a camp. You can count back. Juxin saw Xingyu coming back, letting go of his worries. What about that civet cat? You didn't lose it, did you? Didn't see Morris Uruksin? I asked involuntarily. No, I didn't let it over. Konoha Ninja is very scared of the big guy Shuzuru, so Xingyu did not let Shuzuru come to the camp, and let him go to the small forest not far away. Went to bed. Aren't you afraid that Sand Ninja will steal the Shu crane back? Mesa looked at Xingyu Jian. They don't have the guts. Besides, Shuzuru is controlled by me. If Shinobu really wants to move Shuzuru, I can detect, Ksina replied to Mikoto. However, in the previous 3 generations of Fennying, they fled in a panic. Xingyu doesn't think they have the guts. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. In the past few days, Sand and Rain chose to avoid the battle. Obviously they have the advantage in the number of ninjas, but they can only choose to avoid the battle. Sand Ninja and Rain Ninja are mainly afraid of Hoshiba's large-scale ice escape ninjutsu. Konoha gains an advantage on the battlefield of Sand Shinobu. But the situation in Konoha village is still critical because of Sarutobi Hayazaki and Shimura Danzo on the battlefield of Iwainin. Although they did not gain an advantage, they could be said to be a balance of power. It's just that Konoha's current opponent still has Azeni in village. Konoha is now retreating steadily on the battlefield of Sauren. All the ninjas from Uin village hit the hinterland of the Fire Country. The daimyo of the country of Fire panicked. Send a letter to Sarutobi to cut accountability. But what's the use of accountability? In addition to providing help with money and materials, nothing can help. The Fire Country daimyo does have an army, but just an army of ordinary people. Facing a ninja is to give food. Ksinu is now on his way to the battlefield of Konoha and Wu Yinren, and of course Kushina, Mesa and Xionan are with Ksinu. The order of the 3 generations of Hokage, unparalleled promotion of Ksinu to the Supreme Ninja, and let him go to the Wenran battlefield. For the 3 generations of Hokage's order, Xingyu has no opinion. After all, he still has a mission: help Konoha village win the first ninja war. So definitely not let Konoha village loose. Zenin village is almost here now. The door of Konoha's house is now, even if the 3 generations of Hokage don't send him to the Yunin battlefield. Ksina will find a way to deal with their Uin village. When heading to the battlefield of Zenran, Ksina rode a mount, and the mount was naturally a guard crane. After we leave, is Konoha still the opponent of Sand and Urin? Mesa asked Ksinu. Well, I can't say that, but Konoha will not lose at least. Hoshiba also felt at this time that the Konoha unit led by Tsukumo Hajiki might not be the opponent of Sunin and Urin. I should give Sand and Urin a cruel one before leaving. Forget it. If Haki Tsukumo, we are really lost. The big deal is that he will come back. Right now, we should solve Urin first, because Yinren is really about to carry him to the house of Konoha village. Otherwise Sarutobi and Risen will not rush him over. Ksinu, can you make this big civet cat run slower? Be steady. I feel like I'm going to faint, Kushina said while sitting on Mirah's head, shaking. Let's bear it for a while, it won't take long, Ksina said to Juxinai. 2 hours later, Ksinu and the others finally rushed to the battlefield of Konoha and Urin. Konoha Ninja was defensively defending, but they still couldn't stop Wenran's attack. All 3 generations of Shuai took action personally, and they were killing them on the battlefield. No one could stop the 3 generations of Shuai. As for the 2 consultants of the Konoha elders, Mito Menyun and Zwan Xioch-hun, they huddled directly behind. Really shameful. Why are these 2 guys from the elders of Danan village so much worse than Chio and Ilozang? Xingyu saw Mito Menyun and Zwan Xioch-hun hiding behind him all the way, and couldn't help but feel a little despised. But they don't seem to be of much use if they go up. The 2 of them are at most Quasar Shadow strength plus long periods of inactivity. Their combat power is also better than elites. Shang ranking a little bit. Shu, it's up to you to play, and release 2-tail beast Jade for me. In Shi's eyes, the 3 Gui writing wheels slowly turned, and the chakras of yin and yang attributes gathered into a chakra sphere, which looked too much like a spiral. However, compared with Helix Pill, the power is almost one world at a time. The tail beast Jade thought about the shock from the back and fought. Because there was no defense. Naturally, no one will stop this tail beast Jade. Boom and tail beast Jade. At least a few, 100 ninjas. Although the inner-tailed beast Jade is a bit weak, it is still the tail after all. It's a pity that the standing is too scattered. If you stand together, one tail beast Jade can send Wenran home. Xingyu shook his head with a pity. After the second tail beast Jade, he couldn't hide it anymore. Originally, Shuzuru was very big, If it wasn't for Yunren to concentrate on Konoha Ninja, he really couldn't sneak attack. Asshole! 3 generations of Shui Ying yelled angrily, and then abandoned the Konoha elite in front of him who was about to kill Shangren, and angrily slew towards Shu. Other Wenren also went over with red eyes. They went to war with Konoha in front. The result was people stabbing a knife from the back. How can they not be angry? And among the ninjas who were bombarded and killed by the tail beast Jade just now, there were their relatives and friends. Even if it is for revenge, he will die with that monster. Xiao Ren turned around and killed a ninja who guarded cranes and Konoha and heaved a sigh of relief. Are there so many ninjas? No wonder Mito Minion can't help it. Xingyu looked at Ling Ren who rushed over. Preliminary estimates are that there will be 2 or 3 ninjas and hundreds of people will be killed by the tail beast Jade. Kushina and Mikoto looked at the dark crowd. Eyes jumped. They looked at Xingyu and asked, "Can you really deal with it? What are you worried about? Look at how quiet Xiaonan is. I think you should learn from Xiaonan next." I was so scared that I couldn't speak. Xiaonan blushed and said in a low voice, "Ice escape. The art of the Iceman." Xingyu made a huge ice giant out of cold ice, the height of which was close to the full body of Susanoo. The huge body was taller than the guard crane, and the guard crane barely reached the waist position of the ice giant. "Have you seen this ice entering? You feel safe now?" Xingyu said with a smile. This is not Xingyu. The ice dance ninjutsu, which was researched a long time ago, is a ninjutsu created based on Mudun's own art. This is not just ice escape. It was the ninjutsu created after the fusion of Bing Dun and Yang Dun. This ice giant has been given life by Yang Dun. This is also ice ninjutsu. Kushina, Miza, and Xiaonan stared at the huge ice giant in front of them, even if they had seen Kushina and Mikoto. Although it is indeed Bing Dun, it is no longer a normal Bing Dun. Just like Mudun in the original Hokage. Xingyu said to them, Individual _ Chapter 106 Miss Ninja has suffered heavy losses 45 in front of Xingyu and the others. When Ren, who had originally killed here, suddenly stopped, and even the 3 generations of Shui Ying stopped. Originally Shi's body shape, it was scary enough for them, and now this ice giant is even more so. They are a little clumped. Sure enough, Xingyu guessed that they would definitely be cancelled, and it didn't exceed his expectations. If I were to face this Iceman, I would also be persuaded. Juxinai gave Xingyu a white glance and said, "What about Tern Shuiying?" Zenran, standing next to the 3 generations of Shuiying, asked the 3 generations of Water Shadow. Before, I was dazzled by hatred. Now after seeing this huge ice giant, my mind suddenly became clear. After waking up, they don't know what to do. So will they continue to rush forward? They were a little scared in their hearts. This huge ice giant might be able to trample them to death by lifting his foot. Why are you afraid of 590? Maybe it's imaginary. Let's use ninjutsu attack together. The 3 generations of water shadows quickly settled. The seals were fast. At least 5 seals per second. A water dragon hit the ice giant, and then other Zenran followed and used ninjutsu, and the scene became straighter in an instant. Spectacular. The overwhelming water escape hit this way. Looking at this somewhat scary momentum, Kushina and Mikoto were very nervous. Xiaonan was buried in Xingyu's arms in fear. Xingyu was very agreed. He knows the ninjutsu he released best. The entire body of Bing-Uon is made of ice. It is harder than steel. Even the sleevel ninjutsu is difficult to break through the defense. What's more, even if it is damaged, the ice giant will repair it. However, repairing needs to consume Star Feather's chakra. This doesn't matter. Xingyu has enough chakras. At 2 o'clock, Xingyu doesn't care at all. Water escape ninjutsu fight on the ice giant's body. Distrike force caused small cracks on the surface, but the cracks disappeared in a blink of an eye. After Zenran's attack was over, the ice giant didn't even have any damage, and was walking towards Wenren. During the steps, the earth could not bear the weight of the ice giant and trembled, and deep footprints appeared on the earth. Because of the huge body, it looks like the movements are very slow, but in fact the movements are very fast. just before the Wenin ninja in a few breaths, raising her big feet and stepping on them. Wenren who reacted quickly can also use instantaneous spells to avoid it, and those who react slowly will be buried directly at the soles of the ice giant's feet. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? 3 generations of Shu Ying's face is very ugly. 1. Omomatsu Shu Ying knows him, but he doesn't know this ice giant. Is this really ninjutsu released by others? The 3 generations of Shu Ying couldn't believe it. I don't want to believe this fact. Master Yilu Shu Ying, hurry up and avoid. The ground under your feet is freezing. The 2 elite Shangren reminded the 3 generations of Shu Ying to catch up with the 3 generations of Shu Ying. They immediately looked down at the ground. I saw a layer of frost appeared on the ground. It is spreading, and the speed of spread is not yet elapsed. This can be regarded as the special effect of the ice giant's attack. L has the ability to freeze. Even as long as you get close to the ice giant, it might be frozen into ice. This star feather can be controlled. If he stood on the ice giant, he would definitely not be affected in any way. The ice giant suddenly roared, and the cold air was released from his body. Just like Xina released the Ice Age. Rewind. The 3 generations of water shadows can't take care of that much. Quickly use the instantaneous technique to escape, as for other shocks. Now he doesn't care. There are so many that can only be resigned to fate. Some shocks and the ice giants are some distance away, so they ran away. But some Nijins did not escape, frozen into ice sculptures by the cold. Then the ice giant stomped. The frozen earth shattered, including Saurin, which was frozen into an ice sculpture, and then shattered. The 3 generations of Shu Ying who had escaped in the distance saw the canthus cracking, and this time she died shocked. In addition, the ninja who was bombarded by the tail beast Jade before and after is also close to 1,000. The ninjas in the entire Yuin village add up. There are barely 10,000 ninjas, and most of them are ninjas. And this time all of a sudden lost any 10th ninja. This is the worst loss in Yuin village's history. And he will also become the most humiliating water shadow in Wenin village. The sealed book of Saiyan village is lost. Moreover, Wenin village suffered heavy losses under his leadership. It is estimated that the villagers of Wenin village will make him apologize for death. Looking at the ice giant in the distance, Shu Ying didn't have the courage to kill the final 3 generations, gritted his teeth and led the rest of Wenren to retreat. We actually retreated. Meza looked at the retreating Zenren for a moment. Xina raised his hand and flicked on Meza's forehead, then said to Mikoto, "One retreat. Isn't it normal to retire? Staying here is not waiting to die. It's not that your strength is too abnormal." Zero Meza rubbed the area where Xina had been bombed and said angrily, "You are not allowed to move your hands or feet." Juxinai looked at Xina angrily and said, "Xina controls the Shu. Run towards the direction of Konoha ninja." As for the Iceman made with ice dodge before, Xingyu ignored it. Chakra without Xingyu. The Iceman also has no action. Turned into a dead object. L is a 100-meter high ice sculpture. Ishu soon approached the wood. Yi ninja looked at Ishu. Konoha's ninja panicked. "It should be our own people. Look at the person on top of this monster's head, wearing the forehead of our original Leaf village. And just attacked Yunin." One of them, Mushi Shinobu, said. "Why don't you go over and ask?" said another Kaiminin who was standing next to him. Hearing this, Konoha came in and shook his head immediately, and he didn't dare to ask if he was kidding. This huge monster can trample him to death with 1 foot. Xina hugged Xiaonan and jumped from the top of Weishi's head. "Xinu, catch me!" When Xingyu was about to take Xiaonan's hand, he heard Jixinna shout, and then Jixinna jumped down towards Xingyu's position. Subconsciously stretched out his hand and caught Jill looking at Xina hugging herself. Kushina chuckled. "Xinu, don't let me fall." Xina raised his head when he heard this, and looked at Mikoto who had jumped down like Kushina. Some speechlessly put down Kushina, and then caught the beauty. "I said you 5.7 must let me catch you." "One, what should I do if I can't handle it?" Xingyu couldn't help but say. "Xinu, when talking, can you let Mikoto go first? You are still holding her now, Are you addicted? Jukes and I was a little angry, looking at Xini like an angry little lion. Mikoto blushed pretty after hearing the words, but she was really reluctant to leave, feeling very comfortable to be held by Xingyu like this. Hoshiba looked at Kushina, who was about to get angry, and coughed slightly sound, and then let Mikoto go away. Let's go. They seem to be welcoming us. Xini looked at the Konoha ninja not far away. Look at their wary look. It's welcoming us. Juksin couldn't help but Yikao said. PSL. Something is going on, so the update is late. Forgive me _ Chapter 107. Take the initiative. 55. Xinu and the others came here to support, but they were not welcomed by Konoha ninja's watchful eyes. The ninja who complied with Konoha, it's still not sure whether they are enemies or friends. They don't know Xinu, but they don't know. Someone knows. Shui Bei Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chan came over. Mito Menyon looked at Xingyu and asked faintly, "You are Uzumaki Xinu?" Xingyu glanced at Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chan, and it was obvious that they were a little arrogant and seemed to look down on him. Menyon Mito was secretly angry for the performance of the Whirlpool Xinu. Dissatisfied with them, they are the elders of Konoha, at least be respectful of them. But they want Xingyu to be respectful to them. That is because they think too much. Just because Xingyu is too lazy to talk to them to this kind of stuff. If it weren't a disciple of the second generation of Hokage, would definitely not be the elder of Konoha village. 3 generations asked me to support you, but it is really disappointing for you to be carried like this. One Ghost by Quenrin. Because Xinu saw them not pleasing to the eye, so sarcastically said Ihuaxi Xinu. What are you talking about? Don't think you have some strength. With arrogance. We are the elders of Konoha village. Do you know what crime is to disrespect the elders? Hee. Rubbish. Xingyu sneered and said lightly. Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chan's expressions were blue and white, and the surrounding Konoha ninjas looked at this scene, and their hearts were secretly refreshed. The ninja with its solid wood leaves had long been very dissatisfied with the two of them. I only know that I'm blindly commanding _ I haven't taken any action yet. It's useless. They were beaten so miserably by Sauron. Among them, Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chan were 2.5 of the credit. Prepare for me. 1. Resting place. Xinu didn't even look at them, and then said to the other ninjas standing nearby. Although Xingyu was young, no one dared to refute his words. As for the reason, just look at the Initil Chuzuru over there. Vortex Xinu. You Tuan's Ui. If you dare to brawl and quarrel and kill you directly. Xingyu glanced at Mito Menyon coldly, making him feel the cold from the soul. Although I'm here to support you, but I'm the most tired of being accused by others. So you don't want to order me, or else don't blame me for what I did. Talk to them in advance. Xinu didn't want to accept their orders. He was born to hate other people's control orders. Even the 3rd generation of Hokage couldn't order him. After the number 1 was finished, Xinu took Kuzina, Mikoto, and Bainanki and left, and did not go to see Mito's menstruation and the ugly old face of going to bed. Think you are something? Nukes I whispered. Kushina is too dissatisfied with Himomenyon and Zwan Xiao-chan. The superb appearance that I just showed up when we met just now is very disgusting. If you have superior strength, the key is that you don't have any strength. Actually he showed a very awesome appearance. I really thought my identity was the elder of Konoha village. I thought Xinu would treat him respectfully if Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chan behaved better. Xingyu would not fail them. But they are probably used to being aloof. So just look at Xinu with that kind of aloof attitude. Xinu will not be used to them. He is not Sarutobi Hiji. Soon Xinu came to the place arranged for him to live. Of course it was just a simple tent. After all, this is the condition on the battlefield. Even because Konoha ninjas have suffered a series of defeats and retreated, the tent. It's almost lost during the retreat. It's pretty good to have a tent. In the current situation, I should not be able to attack in a short time. Mesa said. At this time, L is not waiting for Wenren to attack. Instead, he counterattacks and shakes Ren. Xingyu said. He wanted to resolve the shock quickly. After all, The first battle between Ninja World and Ms. Yunin in the original book was honestly without hands. Now he has a mission to help Konoha village win the first ninja war. Suddenly, the village ran out to increase the problem for him. How could Xingyu let them go? Xingyu, you are not the commander of the battlefield, and you have no right to decide. Mesa said to Xingyu, who said I need their help. Do you think I need other people's help to deal with Wenran? It's just Wenran. It can be destroyed by a finger. What you said makes me want to carry you. Xin couldn't bear Xinius' outfit and said, holding a pink fist. Hit me, you are so uncontrollable. Have you beaten me? Xina glanced at Nashina, then asked her, are you going to fight back? Xina stared at Xina with wide eyes. You are nonsense. If you want to beat me, I must fight back. You will definitely be hit by then, hiding in the corner and crying. Xinai, would you like to give it a try? Xingyu looked at Kushina with a smile. Mikoto and Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh to make Kushina's face turn black, then grabbed Xinia's arm and bit down. After Xinai let go, Xina looked at the saliva on his arm, and rubbed Xinai's clothes with a look of disgust. Ah! Damn Xingyu, I want to kill you. After a long time after Xinai chased Xingyu with his fist, he felt tired and then stopped. He came but stared at Xingyu unwillingly. Cough cough. 1. Let me clean up Wenren. Xingyu gave a light cough, and then left using the instant technique. After Hoshiba left, Kushina and Mikoto looked at each other. Then he said in the same voice, he won't really clean up the mist, right? 183 Is brother Xingyu in danger? Xiaonan asked worriedly. Don't worry about anything dangerous. Xina possesses space ninjutsu. Even if he is not an opponent, he can leave. Mikoto said to the worried Xiaonan. I don't think he is an opponent. I think it's better to take a moment of silence to Suiren now. Xinai said. After Xingyu left, she really killed Xiang Yuren, and she committed suicide by herself. Even the Initial Shu did not carry her since he came to the Wenran battlefield. He naturally wouldn't wait for Wenran to fight over. Definitely take the initiative. As for why he is alone, this is actually not that Xina wants to be a hero, but that he has just offended Mito minions. One Xio-chanel can count on them to help. But even if they did bring Konoha Ninja to attack, it would only be a hindrance and affect his performance. Staff Feather, go straight to the Hailnen camp, and there is no hiding. Sneak attacks are meaningless to Xingyu. Anyway, it can't be his opponent. Just attack it openly, and the sneak attack is a bit embarrassing. Of course, this is entirely Xingyu's strength enough to crush Shock. If it is not the opponent of Iri Shinobu. If he was not an opponent, Xingyu would not run alone to deal with Zenran. After all, Xingyu was not stupid. BS, because some annoying things are updated late, please forgive me, readers. Chapter 108, Breaking Through the Yuren Camp Alone. 15. Xingyu didn't hide it, so Yuren, who was in charge of the investigation, naturally found Xingyu, especially the Konoha leaf guard on Xinius' forehead. Konoha's ninja. How could he appear here as a kid? One of the investigators, Xiren, frowned and looked puzzled. Let's catch him first. Another companion is ready to do it. But he was held back. Wait a minute, this kid suddenly appears here a bit suspicious. Be careful if there is any obstruction. Although I am not very old, you call me little devil. This makes me very upset. Let's talk about it. How to die. Xingyu suddenly appeared in front of them. The grass blade was resting on one of the shocking necks, and the sharp blade had cut through his skin. How did you come here? The two Wenran's eyes widened. When they looked just now, the star feathers were a full 100 meters away from them, but they appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wrong answer. Xingyu swung his sword to cut off the heads of two Yuren, shook off the blood stained on the grass lotus sword, and then continued to walk towards the Wenran camp. Soon, Wenren. 3 generations of Shuai-ing in the camp received the news. A Konoha ninja arrived. They camped. 3 generations of Shuai-ing couldn't help frowning. A ninja of Motoya killed their camp. Did he hear it wrong? Or did he report it wrong? Shuai-ing is too human. The opponent is a young kid, but the strength is very strong. Many of his companions have died under his sword. Even the ninjas of the Huai clan are not opponents. Then he'll go and see. 3 generations of Shuai followed the ninja, preparing to take a look at the kid who dared to break into their camp. Who the hell is it? Actually have such courage. 3 generations of water shadow finally, seeing Xinu. But after seeing Xinu, his face changed. Because Xinu had already laid down a dozen or so by his side, and he was already physical. Many Wenren gathered around. But looking at Xinu, they were a little afraid to do it, because those who dared to do it had become corpses lying on the ground, including a Shangren. They were all killed by Xinu with a single shot. Even Shangren did not survive a single shot, which is why they seemed to be stunned. This is obviously who died. Obviously I don't want to die. I don't want to do it anymore. Obviously in Muren's camp, Wenren is all around him, and Xinu is only himself. But it's Wenren. But it seems to be a bit of a rat avoidance. It's ridiculous to go up. 3 generations of Shuai. We meet again, Shan. After seeing the 3 generations of Shuai, Xinu greeted the 3 generations of Shuai. 3 generations of Shuai frowned upon hearing this, and then said to Xing Yujian, "We have met some % before." Of course, maybe the 3 generations of Shuai don't know me, but Shuai, you should know this mask. Xingyu suddenly took out a 3-hook jade wheel-shaped mask. After Xingyu took out this mask, 3 generations of water shadows were taken aback. And some shock and forbearance followed with anger. "Are you acquainted now?" Xingyu asked with a smile. "You are the one who once invaded our village and stole the book of our shock forbearance 3 inches." 3 generations of Shuai stared at Xingyu angrily. 3 generations of Shuai. "You are wrong to say that. How can you say that it was stolen? I am clearly the book of the seal that I took in front of you." "So, the seal of our Zenran village is in your hands?" 3 generations of Shuai eyes were full of killing intent. "Yes, but the ninjutsu in Ninan village is also very hot, right? It was a waste of my expectations." "There is no ninjutsu that I can see," Xingyu said with a disappointed look. It wasn't that Xinu deliberately wanted to strike Yanren. What Xingyu said was the truth. In fact, the sealed book of Wuren village really disappointed Xingyu. The ninjutsu recorded above. Hoshiba really doesn't have a neon that can be seen, and it is completely incomparable with the sealed book of Konoha village. Well, if you have the opportunity, go to Konoha's sealed book. It contains a lot of forbidden techniques. There are also forbidden techniques that Xinu also wants to learn, such as reincarnation of the dirty soil. Even Hoshiba is very interested in this ninjutsu, and there should be a 2nd generation Naruto Senjiken development on the Book of Seals. Other ninjutsu out of it. How about the character of Kaiane Sugiyama? Let's not mention L for the time being, but I have to say that he is indeed a genius. A ninjutsu development master. Kill him and take back the sealed book of our Yuin village. 3 generations of Shuai said coldly. After that, the 3 generations of Shuai took the lead and killed Xinu with Kyuuxiang in his hand. Didn't you see their fate? 3 You really dare to do it with me? Xingyu waved the knife instantly. No one saw the speed of Xingyu's swing. This knife is almost at its extreme. Even the 3 generations of Shuai have not seen it, but relying on the sense of crisis of the heartworm. 3 generations of water. Shadow uses the instantaneous technique to evade. But even if the speed of the 3 generations of water shadow is enough, still inevitably injured. There is only a section of Q-Wu in his hand. A long and narrow wound appeared in front of him. Count you hiding fast, otherwise you will be chopped in half with a single knife. Xingyu took the knife back, and looked at the 3 generations of Shuai indifferently. I was careless just now. 3 generations of Shuai became serious. Perhaps because of Xingyu's sage, too despised him. It is because of contempt. He will be cut by a single stab. However, even if the 3 generations of Shuai pay attention to it, they may not be able to avoid Xinu. After all, the 3 generations of Shuai are good at ninjutsu. Water escape. The art of the Great Falls water escape. The art of the Great Falls. The techniques of the two big waterfalls were released by Xinu and the third generation of Water Shadow respectively, but the momentum of the two ninjutsu released was not at the same level. If the three generations of Water Shadows are small waves, then the water escape and big waterfall technique released by Xinu is a huge wave. The two ninjutsu collided. In an instant, the three generations of Water Shadows released the technique of the big waterfall and was scattered. Then the giant waves hit the three generations of Water Shadows, including other Wenren. They are all under the shroud of this horrible water escape, because the scope of this water escape is indeed a bit large. In the end, dozens of Uran and three generations of Fenying were able to resist Xenius ninjutsu. Damn it, why is he a kid with such a powerful strength? Three generations of Shui Ying couldn't help cursing secretly. When the three generations of Shui Zhao Li Hao Ying secretly scolded, Xingyu had already rushed towards Xren. The two rushed towards more than 2,000 shocks. Raise your fist and hit Ming Zenren's body. His chest collapsed. His eyes widened. He flew out more than 10 meters, and smashed into the air. After several Wu Renmin, he lost his breath. Sideways grasping the Q-Wu who was thrown towards him, Xinu directly returned to the Yunin. Q-Wu pierced his neck and killed a ninja behind him. You are still too weak. I hope you can improve my combat experience. Don't let me down too much. Pang Tai's chakra burst out of Xenius' body, and L blew away the dozens of Uran around him. Weird monster? One Ming Zenian Murakami swallowed. The pressure brought by that terrifying chakra almost made him collapse. Can people really have such a famous chakra? And obviously he is not too old. 4. What is so strong? There is no harm if there is no comparison. Take the star feather and compare it to yourself. Ashamed. I want to commit suicide. Chapter 109. Xinu was close to the horror chakra that broke out, so Wenren didn't dare to get close to the terrifying chakra, so that they could see what is called chakra beyond the tail beast. How can there be such a terrifying chakra? Three generations of Shui Ying's expression is ugly, and chakra's coercion makes him feel a little difficult to breathe. Isn't it normal to have a huge chakra? Xingyu said lightly. After Xingyu finished speaking, they noticed Xingyu's red hair. It should be a member of the Vortex family. It should be correct. But where did the other party's writing wheel come from? Seeing Xenius' eyes open. Kai's Sangua writes round eyes. Three generations of Shui Ying's heart is very daunting. The extinction of the Wandering Clan has something to do with your Uran. Xingyu looked at the three generations of Shui Ying with no expression. Three generations of Shui Ying felt a sudden, that's right, the extermination of the Whirlpool clan was really done by them, and of course Union Village. The purpose is naturally the sealing technique of the Whirlpool family. It's a pity that they didn't get the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan, because the sealing technique was destroyed by the patriarch of the Whirlpool clan in despair. This time, treat it as my liquidation of you. Xingyu disappeared into an afterimage. Then a fog. Forbearance felt a pain in his heart, lowered his head and looked at the piercing Q-Wu, unwilling to close his eyes. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. Killing a ninja in front of him, then lifted his leg and swept away the ninja who wanted to sneak attack him after 873. And then quickly sealed the seal with one hand. A fire dragon directly swallowed the soldiers and the ninjas, and the thick smoke was scattered around, and an unpleasant scorched breath came. Many ninjas couldn't help retching out after smelling the burnt breath. You can kill with one punch. If you use ninjutsu, there will be no one or two dead people. Look to kill. Quartet Xinu. The three generations of Shui Ying knew it was not good. If this continues, no matter how much Mist Shinobi is, it is not enough to kill. Except Shangren, the rest of the ninjas retreated. Three generations of Shui Ying gave orders. The ninjas under the upper endure all retreat. Staying here, it can't help much. It will even get in the way and cause trouble. After receiving the order, those Wenren immediately evacuated. In fact, They wanted to evacuate a long time ago. It's just that they didn't dare to go without the orders of the 3 generations of Shui Ying. After they evacuated, there were no more than 100 ninjas left in front of them. But the weakest of these ninjas were all Shangnin, which was fog. 9 quantities of real elites in Shinobu Village. It's worthy of the power of Ninja Village. Xingyu couldn't help but said as he looked at them. The former Wandering Clan is also the top clan in the ninja world. However, there are no more than 200 ninjas in the clan. Shangren only has a few ninjas. And Xiren Village's Shangren is 10 times that of the Uzumaki clan. And this is not all the Shangren in Zenying Village. There should be many Shangren who stay in Zenying Village. Sure enough, a family is still far behind Daran Village, otherwise the Xuanqian family will not be annihilated. Unfortunately, you all are going to die. Star Feather. The killing intent on his body enveloped them. He killed many ninjas. The murderous aura on his body is also very strong. Under the murderous intent, they felt that their souls were frozen. And some ninjas with poor psychological quality had thoughts of self-ejection. Do it. The 3 generations of Shui Ying knew that they could not be dragged on. If they were dragged on, this killing intent could erode them away. Maybe they would lose in their own hands without the opponent's action. Attention, you must avoid his eyes. Be careful of the illusion of writing round eyes. 3 generations of Shui Ying reminded. Now that I know that the other party has written round eyes, be sure to guard next. In addition to the kaleidoscope, the most famous one is illusion. Is it useful to be careful? Illusory. Jinghua Shui. Xingyu smiled coldly. Then cast an illusion that can control the other's 5 senses. Let you taste the fear of being dominated by the 5 senses. Standing still, Xingyu looked at the many Zenin Murakami shinobi who were killing each other in a lightly manner. Even the 3 generations of Shui Ying are also shooting towards their companions. Xingyu dominated their 5 senses and made them regard their companions as him. The blood inheritance of the Pommel Horse clan is really terrifying, even if it can't match. Among the death gods, Aizen's Zanpaku Dao Jinghua Shui was not far behind. No Absi. There are really many chakras that have been consumed, and they dominate 100 Shangnin, including the 5 senses of the 3 generations of water shadows. The chakra consumed by Star Feather is enough to use 10 when done. Spiral shurikens. Moreover, Xingyu couldn't directly control their 5 senses. It is estimated that they would be able to recover in 10 minutes at most. This is why it's not as good as the blue-dyed sword mirror Huashuayu. 10 minutes later, the illusion was automatically dispelled. Yun Ren completely recognized their tragic situation at this time. Xingyu made illusion and let hundreds of heroes endure to death. More than most of them died in the hands of 3 generations of Shui Ying. A large part of Jinxia is the elite shinobu. Their strength is so powerful that they can survive gangmas cannibalism. How could this be? The 3 generations of water film scholars stared at the fallen corpses around them. Obviously, they were fighting with Uzumaki Xingyu just now. So in a blink of an eye they all fell to the ground in shock. This question is destined to be answered by no one. The other Zenran are the same as the 3 generations of Shui Ying, and they are in a mystery. And Xingyu obviously couldn't tell him, so the 3 generations of Shui Ying were destined to be unable to know. Susanna Pei. The black Suzuonin appeared. But the second form of Suzuonin was covered with meridians and flesh and blood based on the skeleton form. The Lord has no armor and no legs. This form of Susanoo consumes less energy. Even Uchiha Madara often uses this form of Susanoo, especially when it comes to abusing dishes. A Susanoo held a sword made of chakra in his hand, and then slashed towards the front wall, and the earth cracked huge cracks. Several Shangran were killed accidentally, and then they were gone. Even the corpse didn't know where they were. Damn the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. 3. Dai Shui Ying looked at the eternal kaleidoscope in Xingyu's eyes with blood red. 2 eyes become so red. Don't you want to right round eyes, too? Xingyu stood in the midst of Suzuo, asked jokingly. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. 3 generations of Shui Ying's angry two-handed Notin displayed the technique of water dragon bombs, and the Bleevil ninjutsu can exert the power of a Leevil ninjutsu in the hands of 3 generations of Shuai-ing. Xingya's current form of Suzuo is relatively fragile, and his defense is actually very average. But even so, it is not the 3rd generation of Water Shadow area that a Water Dragon bullet can break the defense. Suzuo, the Water Dragon above it, collapsed instantly, and Susanoo-hai did not cause the slightest damage. 3 generations of Shuai-ing. Are you only attacking Y, Hulu? 2 You will become the 3 provinces and Shuai-ing. I don't think you will abdicate, Xina said lightly. Give me an attack. The 3 generations of Bing Yingshanba made an effort, and then shouted with blood to the other elites, and they were not affected by Xingya's words. As a shadow of a village, how can be affected by a few sentences? Woolen cloth. Chapter 110. 3 generations of water shadows killed in action. 35 The Shinins of Nujin Ninja Village, facing Hoshiba's Susanoo-pai, even though they were terrified in their hearts, they still chose to attack after the 3 generations of water shadows issued the order to attack. I don't believe that there are so many of them, and I can't break Suzuo no. More than 40 Shangren. Together with the 3 generations of water shadow, they perform ninjutsu attacks together. Obviously, in this state, Suzuo could not defend against their attacks. But Xina won't just use this form of Suzu to deal with it. When chakra and pupil power are consumed, Susen Hubao has a layer of Ravenga armor, and his aura becomes even more shocking. People, even their heads are raised somewhat. However, this is not over yet. Susanoo's legs appeared and wings appeared behind him, becoming a real martial artist. Suzuo can be fully body. It looks as if facing a mountain. The height is no less than the average for mountains. As for the destructive power of this body shape, it goes without saying that the destructive power must be too strong to imagine. Anyway, the 3 generations of Water Shadow cannot imagine the destructive power of Susanoo-hai now. 3 generations of Shuai-ing. I will go down with this one. Do you all believe it or not? Xingyu asked. 3 generations of Shuai-ing. So I give you a chance to escape. As for whether you can run away, it depends on your own ability. After Xingyu finished speaking, the pitch-black Chakrata sword suddenly burned with black flames. This was the Skylight Black Flame, with the 2 pupil arts of Amaterasu and adding Earth Life. Xina can now also attach Amaterasu flames to Susanoo's weapons. Feeling the terrifying aura, the 3 generations of Shuai-ing felt the real crisis of death. Without hesitation, he shouted to retreat. Now is not the time to be aggressive. Even if you don't care about your own life, you still have to live in Ping Nuyin village. As the shadow of a village, if he really died, Yunin village will definitely be messed up. The Shui Nuiyu family and the Huai family were already restless, but it was okay for him to suppress them. If it hadn't been for his suppression, I'm afraid it would have rebelled long ago. 3 generations of Shuai-ing took the elites from Yijiwenian village and escaped. When they fled, Xina cut down with 2 merciless swords. The earth is shaking. The earth is torn apart. A huge opening, like the mouth of a giant beast, and on the cut-open earth there is still a black skylight and black flame burning. As for the 3 generations of Shuai-ing and the 40 elites of its gold Shinobu, all turned to ashes under this knife. Didn't even leave the whole body. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, you didn't hide it. Xingyu looked at the distance lightly. In fact, the 3rd generation of Shuai-ing had just avoided the sword cut by Hoshiba Susanoo, but he had not escaped the black flames of Amaterasu. Pukiva Shuai-ing was burned to death by Amaterasu Heian, and finally burned to death a person with a head and a face. It's really gratifying and congratulatory. Sure enough, Amaterasu can only bloom in his hands. The knife spread a long distance. The first 3 generations of Shuai-ing made the retreat. Zenran also be affected and suffered heavy casualties. Have eternal 10,000. The abbreviation for Lunyan. Xina can see far away, and can see the shock of fleeing in a hurry. The 3 generations of Shuai-ing brought out more than 3,000 Urans, More than half of them have been standing up front and back. Most of them have died under Xenius men, including the 3 generations of Water Shadow and the elite ninjas he brought. All stood in Xenius' hands. This time Wenian village suffered heavy losses. For the first time in the Ninja World War, Wenian village no longer has the ability to participate, only the death of 3 generations of Water Shadows. Just brother is enough to make Wenian village burn out. But these have nothing to do with Xenu. Xenu would not care about so many, killed so many ninjas. Xenu didn't have a trace of guilt, because basically none of the ninjas were innocent. This of course also includes him. If someday Xenu was killed, no one will feel innocent, but that day will never come. No one can kill him too, not now, let alone in the future. Instead of chasing and killing the escaping Yunin, Xenu relieved Suzuno. Looking at the flames of Amaterasu that was still burning, directly use adding earth life to control the extinguishment. Turning to leave, Xingyu left, but there was an unhealable scar on this land. And this cracked earth, don't know how many buried, dead body. Back at Konoha camp, at this time the ninjas in Konoha camp were a little restless. Although Xinu went to attack and shocked, they didn't know it. But this movement was really a wife. Even if they are far apart, they can hear movement. Finally, I'm back. If we don't come back, we're going to find you. After seeing Xenu coming back, Juxinai, Meiza and Xionan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Xenu is strong, too, but their heartworms are still unavoidable, that they are worried that only when they really seek Xenu's safety can they relax. Just Ki's movements are so good that they can be heard in Konoha camp. Mikoto said, by the way, how is Zenran now? Juxina asked Xenu. Niran has been resolved. Now the remaining Uran, it is estimated that they will not dare to step into the realm of fear after they are escaping back to Uin village. Xingyu said with a light smile. This time it was enough to leave an indelible mark on their hearts. It is estimated that they would never dare to step into the country of fire again in their entire lives. This is their nightmare. Resolved. Mikoto and Juxina looked at Xinu in amazement. I thought, Xinu, you just killed some shock. Unexpectedly, Xingyu would say it was resolved. 0_yes, all 3 generations of Shuai-Ying are dead. Isn't this solved? When the 3 generations of Shuai-Ying died, Nine village was already overwhelmed, let alone attack Konoha again. As for the ninjas in Zenin village, would they want to avenge the 3 generations of Shuai-Ying? Xinu thinks it is unlikely. It's not that Wu Ren didn't want to. It's that they don't dare to come. Even if they dare to come, it's not Xinu. Directly kill. He even really annoyed Xinu, and directly killed Nuian village and wiped out Zenin village. Kushina and Mikoto looked blankly, and suddenly, the 3 generations of Water Shadow in the hidden village were actually killed, and it was inevitable that there was some incredible feeling in my heart. Do you think I don't have this strength? It's not, it's just that it suddenly felt a little unacceptable. After all, it was a shadow of the great Shinobu village was actually killed. Mikoto shook her head slightly and said, it's not that they didn't think that Xinu didn't have the strength of Xinu. They had never doubted it. It was just that suddenly a big man died. They always had a weird feeling in their hearts. This is so unacceptable that the 3 generations of Water Shadows are also humans. Why are you curious about being killed? Weird. Xingyu shrugged and said very simply, I am afraid that only Xinu can say it so easily. The shadow of a big ninja village represents the peak combat power of this village. If the news of the death of the 3 generations of Shuai-Ying spreads out, I am afraid the entire ninja world will be shocked. However, in Xenia's heart, the shadows of the major ninja villages really don't have any cards. At least the ones that really have cards are like Debauchiba Madara's Senjajima. Chapter 111 Return to Konoha Village 45. There was so much movement on the side of Yujin, Mito Menunan's one Xiochun couldn't just ignore them. Immediately dispatched a ninja to check. The Konoha ninja who had been sent to see the tragedy of the Seirin camp had a stunned expression. A huge rift valley appeared on the ground, and the ground was soaked with blood. A bloody smell permeated. What exactly is going on? After a long time, A benign ninja asked blankly. You asked me, who am I going to visit? Do you remember the huge black samurai I saw before? I don't think I can get rid of it. Xine released before. At the time of Susanoo, the full body of Susanoo was too tall. Even the ninjas in Konoha camp can be seen no matter what. This is all for USA. Good thing. Go back and report first. Soon several Konoha ninjas who came to investigate left and went back to report to Mito Menyon and the 4-4 Fogs Xiochun. Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiochun were silent when they heard the news. In fact, when they saw the black chakra Wutu, they almost knew the result in their hearts. The other Konoha ninjas don't know what it is. How could they not know? That's Susanoo. Susanoo appeared in Miran's camp and launched an attack, so the shocking situation can be imagined. They have expected the result. Iman-yan, do you think it has something to do with Maelstrom? Xine, turning to bed, Xiochun asked Shui Bei Iman-yan straight. Xine has the Shilunyan, Ape, Firezan and other Konoha executives already know it. After all, Xine used Shilunyan to control Ashyu Crane. The news was delivered quickly. It shouldn't be possible. You won't have such a powerful strength. Mito Menyan frowned. Obviously, they didn't want to believe that Xine had this strength. In fact, they don't want to believe that Xingyu has this strength, mainly because of Xingyu's age. Xingyu is now Benshi, for they think about their 11-year-old love wish hasn't been promoted to Zongren. The contrast is so weak and unbalanced in their hearts, so they don't want to admit it. Whether it is or not, the threat of Uzumaki Xinimazuna no longer exists, said Mito Menyon. Thinking that when Reden's threat was gone, Mito Menyon felt relaxed. We still have to send ninjas to investigate next. Heart, in case of Shokan and your loss is not so heavy. Mito Menyon nodded. This is indeed necessary, and it is good to investigate below. In this way, I also know whether Shinobu has evacuated. Soon 3 days passed. Konoha Ninja had already confirmed Wenren's retreat, and also got a very important news. That is, the third generation of Shui Ying died. After knowing this news, even Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiochun couldn't sit still. 3 generations of Shui Ying were actually killed. And this news soon spread throughout the ninja world. Almost everyone knew about it. 3 generations of Shui Ying died in this ninja world war. As for how it died, who killed it, there is no definite news about this. But there is no doubt that it has something to do with Honai. Some of them had guessed who killed the 3 generations of Shui Ying. For example, the 3 generations of Fenny Ying, Chio, and Hanzo have all guessed it. There are also some people who disdain for the dead 3 generations of Water Shadow Warriors and think that he was too weak to be killed. Of course, there are also people who want to take advantage of the fire. For example, Union Village wants to take advantage of the fire. Union Village has lost 3 generations of Water Shadows, and the interior is bound to be in chaos. It might be a good choice if you take the opportunity to attack Wenin Village. It's just that the last 3 generations of Reikage still dismissed this idea. There is no other reason. The main reason is that the water country is overseas, and Union Village does not have much information about Wenin Village in the water country. Xinu. Obviously you killed the 3 generations of Shui Ying. No one seems to know, Xinai said with his chin resting. Why do people know? What's the meaning? Xina doesn't care about it. The words that go out are indeed famous, but Xina doesn't care about the reputation at all. Let's clean up next, and prepare to return to Konoha. Xina said to Kuzina and Mikoto. Return to the main leaf. Both Kuzina and Mikoto, Shifen looked at Xinu in surprise. It was still outside the time of the Ninja World War. They thought that Xinu would say that he would go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. Yes, just return to the main leaf. After all, this is the order of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Xingyu took out a letter. This is an order from the 3rd generation of Hokage to let him return to Konoha to rest next. 3 generations of Hokage are so good. Kushina couldn't help but said, I guess there is a plan. Forget it. Since I want to return to Konoha, I will go back and chant 0 underscore. I have been on the battlefield for a long time. Xinu is also a little bored. After all, The living conditions on the battlefield are not very good. The remnant ninjas of Yunin village fled back to the land of water. Menin Mito and the others led Konoha ninja back to Honai village, and Hoshiba and the others also went back together, taking a guard crane with them by the way. You can't throw away the initialed guard crane. Xenu also counted on the fellow Shu, Go and 3 generations of Hokage for some benefits, for example, with an initialed guard crane as a condition. Looking at the sealed book of Konoha village, I believe that the 3 generations of Hokage will not refuse it. An initialed guard crane is of no use to Xenu, but for the 3rd generation of Hokage, the usefulness is great. A few hours. Just go back to Konoha, because Zenin village has been carried to Konoha's house. The battlefield is too close to Konoha. Finally came back. But Konoha has also depressed a lot. Hoshiba looked at the streets of Konoha village. Obviously, it can be felt that Konoha village is much more depressed than before. Some villagers didn't even have a smile on their faces because their pro-A was fighting on the battlefield. How could they laugh out? Yes, it feels very heavy. Kushina said. Xiaonan, do you think Benyi? How is it? Meza asked Xiaonan, who was aside. After coming to Konoha village, Xiaonan was looking around, curious about everything in Konoha village. This look, Kushina, looked very familiar. When she first came to Honai, she was the same as Xiaonan. Much better than the Kingdom of Rain. Xiaonan said. 1.0 yes, although the current leaf has been depressed a lot, compared to the rainy country in a deep and fierce state, it is almost impossible to know how many streets can be used. Let's go, Xiaonan. First take you home and have a look. Xena smiled slightly, and then took Xiaonan, Kushina, and Mikoto towards Senju. Away from the ground. After arriving at Kaienzu Station, Xingyu realized that Kaienzu Station was quieter than before. Xingyu didn't find a Thousand Hands clan even when he stepped into it. Maybe they were all sent to the battlefield. Xingyu thought in his heart that the ninjas of the Thousand Hands clan should basically be sent to the battlefield. When they came to the small courtyard where they lived, weeds had grown in the small courtyard because they had not lived for a long time. After opening the door and entering the house, the inside was even more dusty. It seems that you have to clean up first when you come back. Otherwise, you can't live. Chapter 112, Comparing Kushina and Mikoto 55. Using the shadow clone technique, let the shadow clone clear the weeds in the yard Wang Jing, and then clean the inside of the house. So tired, Juxinai said after sitting down. Although it is the work of the shadow clone, the fatigue will still be superimposed on the body after the shadow clone is relieved, so it will naturally feel very tired. I don't want to cook anymore, Xinu. Meza looked at Xinu. Only Xinu was still vigorous, so the heavy task of cooking today is in his hands. Xinu can also cook, Mikoto hasn't. When I came to this small courtyard, Xinu prepared meals, and Xinia's cooking skills were not bad. Okay, I'm going to prepare. What do you want to eat? Xingyu did not refuse either. Because I couldn't bear to be small and let Mikoto go to work out again. Anything can be eaten. I feel that I have a cow in front of me now. I can eat it all. Kushina said. After coming back, I have been busy for most of the day. Haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry a long time ago. I almost forgot. Even if I want to cook, I don't have any dishes. UQ, let's go out and eat. Oh, one Xingyu just stood up, and suddenly thought of them. I just came back. I haven't prepared any ingredients yet. What are you going to do? Do you make air? It seems I can only go out to eat. But I don't want to move. Juxinai blinked at Xinu. Xinu looked at Juxinai and asked, then you don't need me to carry it. Juxinai's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and then he nodded his head frantically. Xinu, I don't want to move either. Mikoto joined in the fun. I don't think Mikoto, you are so tired yet. Kushina was dissatisfied. I haven't waited for Xingyu to say anything. Refute directly. Kushina, are you? You have a fairy body. Obviously, it will recover faster. Mikoto looked at Jixin not to be outdone. The two good sisters looked at each other, and the fire gradually appeared in each other's eyes. Xiao Nan glanced at them both at L and hid behind Xinu. In the end, Xingyu naturally did not carry anyone on his back after all. It was not good for anyone to choose between the two. Otherwise, Xingyu really wanted to carry one on his back. Came to Konoha's food court, a food court that used to be in an endless stream. Because of the first ninja war, there were no more people. When I came to a barbecue restaurant, I asked for some roasted meat and greens, and then I didn't talk nonsense, just grilled it and ate it directly. After all, they are really hungry. The grilled meat tastes so good. Xiaonan couldn't help but said. Then Xiaonan, you can eat more so that you can gain weight. Xingyu put the barbecue on Xiaonan's plate. But I don't want to gain weight. Nan puffed up his mouth and said, as long as it is a girl, no one wants to gain weight. This includes Xiaonan, a little girl. But Xiaonan, you are too skinny now. Jixin looked at Xiaonan and said that Xiaonan was once a war orphan who was wandering in the land of rain. Even after following Xinu and the others, Xiaonan recovered a bit, but still looked a little thin and weak. After eating 80% full at the rotisserie, Hoshiba and the others bought some snacks at the food court, such as fried tempura, their takoyaki and so on. It's so full. In the evening, they just returned. Juxinai touched her belly, feeling a little stretched. I don't know what's going on with Tsunade's sister now, Mikoto said with some worry. In the past, Mikoto was called Tsunade-sensei. But later she changed her name to sister. Relax, even if it's on the battlefield, nothing will happen. Xinu didn't worry too much, because Tsunade's eyes were also sealed with his pupil technique, and Tsunade's strength is not weak. This shadow level is not bad either. Even the 3 generations of Fenying don't want to threaten her. Besides, Tsunade's main duty is not to fight but to treat people. She is medical forbearance. By the way, the situation on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain is not optimistic. Why do the 3 generations of Hokage let us come back to rest? Kuzina said suspiciously towards Hoshihana. I didn't think there was anything wrong before, but now I think about Konoha. I think something is wrong. Konoha's current situation is very critical. Why let Xinu, the strongest combat power, come back to rest? I don't know. And I don't bother to guess. Xingyu didn't bother to guess the purpose of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Let him come back and rest. And this also shows that Konoha's situation is not so critical. Speaking of Kushina, you should practice ninjutsu well. I feel that your current strength is no better than Mikoto, Xina said to Juxinai. Who said that I am better than Mikoto? Juxinai said unconvinced. Really? I don't think. Mikoto glanced at Kuzina, then said, Mikoto didn't think she was weaker than Kushina. Juxina has a fairy body, and Chakra is more famous. But she also has Shaolin Yan and she is still Sanryu Shaolin Yan. The limit of ordinary writing round eyes. Then well no if we compare it. Kushina looked at Mikoto eagerly and said, okay. Mikoto did not refuse. Hoshiba looked at Kushina and Mikoto Seo with a bewildered expression. In fact, what Hoshiba said just now was that he wanted Kushina to cultivate well. In the end, I didn't expect Juxina and Mikoto to get on the bar instead. Also, Mikoto actually accepted it. Forget it. Xinu didn't persuade them. Anyway, the two of them often played against each other. Now that it's good to play, it can also help them improve their strength. Then Xingyu and Xiaonan, following Kushina and Mikoto, who walked in the front, came to the training ground of the Senju family. At this evening, the sky is not dark yet. _2 The sun has not yet fallen. Mikoto, you have to think about it. I won't keep my hands this time, Kuzina said to Mikoto. 553 _same. Greek. Don't give up when you see Juxinai. Meza, you are underestimating me. Kushina uses the instant technique to get close to Mikoto and then hits Mikoto with a punch. Kushina's physique is very good. At least Mikoto is not an opponent in physique. I also knew the advantages of Juxinai physical art, so Mikoto was naturally prepared. and Juxina only hit Mikoto's shadow clone. It's actually a shadow clone. The shadow clone cast when you were in office? Juxina's face was full of surprise. At this time, behind Juxina a strong wind came. Maza appears at Ju. Behind Xinai, he attacked towards Juxinai. Seal technique, King Kong blockade. Juxinai reacted quickly forming a seal, and the chakra chain clusters stretched out from behind, and then intertwined. Blocked Mikoto's fist. HMPH. Do you think Mikoto can sneak attack on me? Kushina was quite proud after blocking Mikoto's attack. Now you are going to be caught by me. Immediately afterwards, Kushina controlled the chakra chains to unravel, and then went to Mikoto, trying to tie Mikoto. Cultivating together for so long, of course Meza knew that. Consequences of being tied up with chakra's chains. If she is tied up by Juxinai's chakra chains, there is absolutely no ability to break free. So he retreated quickly and drew a long distance from Juxinai_. Chapter 113. You slept together last night? 15. Mikoto, don't run if you have the ability. Juxina looked at Meza and couldn't help but said angrily. Mikoto dodges several attacks on L, and Juxina realizes that he can't catch Meza at all. Do you want to fight with you if you don't run? I'm not that stupid. Mikoto shook his head and said. Juxina opened the distance, and then Jaian used must escape, the art of fireball. The flame instantly spewed towards Juxinai. Water escape, waterfront wall. Juxina quickly used the water escape to block Mikoto's must escape, and then quickly approached Meza. Using a strange force punch, hit Meza down, but found that it was only a shadow clone. The attack failed again. Don't mention how depressed there is in Juxina. Xiao. Brother Xingyu, who do you think will win? Xiao Nan asked Xingyu curiously. I guess no one can win. Hoshiba looked at the battle between Kushina and Mikoto, and then said, if it is a head-on collision, Kuzinai must be stronger, but Mikoto will not collide head-on with Kuzinai. And if Mikoto wants to attack Kushina, Sinai's vigilance is also impossible to succeed, so Xina will say that no one can win. But if one keeps fighting, it must be Juxina winning L because Juxinai's chakra and physical strength are better than Meza. Mikoto would definitely not be able to consume Juxina. Mikoto, what do you mean by keeping hiding? After Kushina stopped her hands, he said to Mikoto depressedly. There's no way, Juxinai, your shot is so heavy. If you are carried by you, wouldn't I have to lie down in the hospital? Mikoto also stopped. But it's still Juxinai pulled a distance away to prevent. Juxinai carried out a sneak attack. Mikoto, you are guarding me now, which really disappoints me. Do you think I will sneak attack? That's how I enter in your eyes? Kushina looked at Mikoto with a sad face. Meza thought for a while, then nodded and said, yes, Juxina, you are such a person in my eyes for a long time. It's a bit small, Juxinai. I didn't expect your image to be so bad. Xingyu couldn't help but said with a smile. Even Xiao Nan was laughing and covering his mouth. Shut up, believe it or not, he'll hit you. Juxina raised his fist and pointed towards Xingyu. Said threateningly. Xingyu closed his mouth wisely, otherwise, Juxinai, who became angry and furious, would definitely run over and beat him, and Xingyu must be embarrassed to fight back. Miser, look at the move. Kuzinai suddenly threw a Q-Wu towards Mikoto, and Q-Wu directly cut the corner of Mikoto's clothes. Chaikin, you lost. Kuzinai said to Mikoto with a grin. Although the cut is the corner of the clothes, I believe that Meza should know that if it is still to not hurt her, it is not the cut of the silverfish. Y degrees S0. Kushina, you are stealing. Attack. Chaikin didn't concentrate just now, because Xingyu interrupted, causing Meza's attention to be distracted. Then Ben was seized by Juxinai. Yes, this is a sneak attack, but Mikoto, you are too careless. This is a lesson for you, Juxinai said with a smile. Because I treat you as my best friend, am not so vigilant. I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much. Mikoto shook her head with disappointment. Okay, let's go back. It's getting dark. Xingyu said straight to the two of them. So soon? The sun will soon go down. Hurry home while it's still dark. Don't forget Mikoto, I won this time. If you win, you will definitely lose next time. Mikoto said depressedly, if it wasn't for a little distraction, she wouldn't lose. After returning home, Xingyu returned to his room, then began to refine the chakra. Juxinai, Meza, and Xiaonan also went back to their rooms to practice. The system, everything is like this, why didn't you release 10 missions? Xingyu refined will. After chakra, he couldn't help asking the system in his mind. There was only one task that helped Moto win the first ninjutsu victory. It hasn't been completed yet. Is it necessary to complete this task? Will there be the next task? Tasks appear randomly. The system replied, okay. There is nothing to do without Xingyu, and now his strength cannot be improved in a short time without relying on the system. However, Xingyu is not very anxious about the improvement of his strength. Now his strength is enough, and this is the first time this is the ninja world. During the Tai War period, it's still far from Gao's 4th Ninja War, as long as he raises his strength to the 6th level before the 4th Ninja War. However, Xingyu's ambition is a bit big. He wants to surpass the 6th level. If you change to other people may not be able to do it, but Xingyu is not a sheep. He has a plug-in system. Now that he is only a few years old, he has the strength of the Super Shadow class and will surpass the 6th class in the future. It shouldn't be too difficult. Just when Xingyu thought about this, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open. Xingyu looked up at the door. Jushina, why are you here? I'm a little scared by myself so I want to wake up with you. Juxina flushed. His eyes dodged and said straight. Xingyu looked at Juxinai scared in amazement. This might be an excuse, but Xingyu wouldn't be so stupid to say it. Since you are afraid, there is no way. A helpless expression appeared on Xingyu's face, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Juxinai suddenly rolled Xingyu's eyes and walked over, lying next to Xingyu. Early the next morning, Mikoto habitually got up early. Then make breakfast. Ask Xingyu and the others to get up for breakfast. After Mikoto made breakfast, Xiaonan was already up, and Mikoto asked Xiaonan to eat first, then go call Xingyu, and Juxinai first came to Juxinai's room and found that there was no one in Juxinai's room. Mesa was a little strange. At the same time it feels a bit bad. Then immediately went to Xingyu's room. Xingyu didn't have the habit of locking the door. Mikoto pushed open the door it's good and came in and saw Xingyu and Kushina lying together. What's the matter with you two? Mikoto's face turned from clear to obstruction, and she asked Hoshiba and Kushina. Xingyu was already awake at this time. But Kushina woke up after hearing Mikoto's voice, rubbing her eyes and looking at Meza. You slept together last night? Meza asked again, but looking at Xingyu and Juxinai's eyes became a little dangerous. Well, I came here because I was a little scared. I thought that as a boy, I should care about girls for a while, so I didn't refuse. Xingyu coughed slightly, and then said to Mikoto. Kushina blinked and woke up completely, then nodded to Mikoto. Yes, it's the number, Xingyu said. Mikoto snarled, even if you say this to the ghost, the ghost won't believe it, right? Is chapter 114 worth mentioning? 25. After Xingyu and Juxina got up, they sat at the dining table and acted like the kid who made a mistake. Xiaonan looked at Xingyu and Juxinai curiously. Then he took another look at Meza next to him and didn't understand what was going on. Why did Mikoto's sister, who had a gentle smile before, there was a sudden frost on his face, looking at the appearance of brother Xingyu and sister Juxinai? It seems that something has been committed. Brother Xingyu, did you do something wrong too? Xiaonan asked Xingyu. No. What can I do? In other words, today's breakfast tastes really good, Hoshiba. Now. Then change the topic. Yes, I also think breakfast is very good. Meza, your craft is getting better and better. Juxina nodded his head. Meza stared at Xingyu and Juxinai for a while, and then said, if Juxinai feels scared, You can go to me. Oh, Juxin, I nodded with some guilty conscience. Suddenly Kushina realized that something was wrong. Why was she guilty? After Xingyu finished eating, just got up and said, I've finished breakfast. I'm going to practice. I feel a little depressed. So Xingyu, choosing to find a reason to escape, there are only 3 of them, Juxin La 487, Mikoto and Xiaonan. When he came to the yard, Xingyu had practiced body art and sword art, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. Xingyu, are you there? The sound of the rope tree came from outside the yard. Xingyu couldn't help but walk to the door and opened the door of the yard. Rope tree. Do you have anything to do? Xingyu asked. Towards the rope tree. It's nothing, just to know that you are back. So come and see you. Oh, I thought you had something to do. Xingyu let the rope tree in. Did you not carry out the mission? Xingyu asked the rope tree. Although it is now a matter of the Ninja World War. But there are also missions. I'm back from the mission. I came back last night. I heard that you also came back to Mewtwo yesterday. Is the war going to end? The war is over. It's still very early. Yinren doesn't have much fighting power. But there are also Shanin, Iwenin, and Yuren. Xingyu shook his head. If he hadn't intervened, the war would definitely not end so quickly. Although I don't know what the purpose of the 3 generations of Hokage is for him to come back and breathe. But there is definitely something nasty in it. I thought the war was about to end. A bear. Shengsha's eyes were a little disappointed. By the way, I didn't see a few thousand-handed tribesmen when I came back. Have they all gone to the battlefield? Xingyu suddenly remembered this, so he forced to ask the rope tree. Yes. They have all gone to the battlefield. In fact, I also want to go to the battlefield to make contributions to Konoha. Rope tree's expression was wet with blood. Xingyu glanced at the rope tree, and then said, _rope tree, I think you should dispel this idea. It is not me that hit you, but your truth. It's really just a cannon fodder level on the battlefield. It's not that Xingyu feels that the rope tree has no potential, but the age limit of the rope tree. Not everyone is Xingyu. Age will also limit the promotion of Shigyu. The main reason is that the physique cannot keep up with Xingyu because of his strong physique. Therefore, age does not limit Xingyu's strength improvement. But rope trees are different. Although they have a physique that is much stronger than ordinary people of the same age, they are still inferior to adults. Kushina and Mikoto hadn't improved in strength for a long time because of age and physical limitations. The potential of the rope tree. It should be no problem to become a shadow class in the future. But that's all in the future. Now the strength of the rope tree is the most famous among the elite. Even Shinobu can't stand up to the storm on the battlefield, let alone shinobi among the elite. Countless people who died on the battlefield. By the way, I heard that you are already a shinobu now. Congratulations. Shengsha's eyes were full of envy. Obviously he was a ninja student in the same class, and he obviously graduated at the same time. Now Xingyu has become a ninja. He has been far away from him. Congratulations on this. It's not worth mentioning at all. Xingyu waved his hand to the rope tree and said. Rope tree looked at Xingyu silently. Are you pretending to be compelling? It's not worth mentioning to be a Shangren 3 in Shengsha's eyes. Xingyu was obviously suspicious of pretending to be forceful. But Xingyu really didn't mean to pretend to be forceful. The upper ninja level and the lower ninja level don't matter in Xingyu's eyes. After all, this does not represent strength. This is just a position in Konoha. For example, Tsukumo Hagai has the strength of the shadow class, but his position in Konoha is just forbearance of the elite. For example, in the original work, Naruto and Sasuke's actual. The power is so awesome. In the end, it was still just forbearance in Konoha village. Rope tree, what are your eyes? Do you despise me? Xingyu Wang asked, staring at the rope tree. Looking at the look of disgust in the eyes of the rope tree, Xingyu feels that this guy is despising himself. No, I didn't mean that. The rope tree shook his head quickly. At this time Shengshu thought that Xingyu's strength seemed to be much stronger than him. If he was unhappy and beat himself up, there would be no place to reason. I didn't have any. I wanted to discuss it with you. Let's forget it now. Xingya's face is special. Their friendly laughter. By the way, you came empty-handed, so you didn't bring any gifts or anything. 3_Shengxiu scratched his head when he heard the words. Where did he come and thought about bringing any gifts? I forgot the present. How about if I invite you to dinner? Shengxiu said with some pain. Shengxiu knew that Xina was very edible, so there was a pain in his heart. Okay, it is natural to ask someone to eat, but is rope tree your wallet sufficient? Xingyu asked. To rope tree, I've done the task and saved some money. I hope you can be merciful and give me a way out. Shengxiu touched his wallet secretly, feeling a little distressed about his wallet. This time the wallet is probably going to collapse. Kushina, Mikoto, Xiaonan, and Shengxiu said they would invite us to dinner. Xinu shouted to the three girls in the room. After a while, Juxinai, Mikoto and Xiaonana came out. At this time, there was still frost on Meza's face. Rope Tree looked at Meza's face with a frosty face. I couldn't help but touched Xina next to him and asked, "What's the situation with Mikoto?" Ahem, don't ask so much. Xina gave a light cough, and then said, "Just forget it if you don't want to say it." Although he was a little curious in his heart, the Rope Tree was not the kind of person who had a special trivial character. Rope Tree, when have you been so generous? Actually invited us to dinner. Juxinai looked at Rope Tree in surprise and said, "When did I get stingy?" Shengxiu looked depressed. It's as if he is stingy. Should I go to eat now? Rope Xiu asked forcedly. I just ate the delicious breakfast made by Mikoto and I am not hungry now. Wait for noon. Rope Tree, come and follow me to practice. Xingyu said to Rope Tree. You is going to give some pointers to the Rope Tree, not to mention Tsunade's face. Even if it is only about the relationship between him and Rope Tree. It's okay to get off the Rope Tree. Chapter 115 The Guardian Steel 35 Xingyu guided the Rope Tree 2 mornings, and now suddenly felt a bit headache. He vowed that he would never guide others again. Because my heart is too tired. When I taught Kuzina and Mikoto to practice, I didn't feel so tired. Could it be that the Rope Tree is stupid? Okay. In fact, it is not, mainly for girls. Xina will be patient-some, and if he were a boy, Xina would not have the patience of his wife, so he would feel tired. Thank you, Xinu. Rope Tree thanked Xinu. This time, Xina taught him a few ninjutsu, and Rope Tree felt very touching in his heart. The verbal thanks are unnecessary. Please ask me to have a good meal. Xina waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, there is no question about what you want to eat." Then I want to eat Miyamushan's grilled toad. Can you help me catch it? Xina couldn't help but smile. Where is Miyamu Mountain? To tell me, I'll go over and grab it. Shengxiu looked at Xina seriously. Forget it. I was joking with you. It's not bad if you don't get eaten by the toads there. Xina is just joking with Rope Tree and he doesn't know where Miyamoto Mountain is. Let's go. Go eat. Xina entered the house and called Kuzina, Mikoto, and Xiaonan, and then left the house with the Rope Tree. Rose-Xiu, what are you going to invite us to eat? Wouldn't you invite us to eat the cheapest ramen, right? Kuzina looked at Suzuki suspiciously. How is it possible? I naturally invite you to eat. Well, just say what you want to eat. The Rope Tree jumped up and said, just rely on Xina to teach him ninjutsu. It is impossible for him to invite Hoshiba to eat ramen. Although Konoha's ramen tastes very good, it is really not high-end. It is worth mentioning that now Wood Yikan hasn't had a ramen yet. It is estimated that Shaodai hasn't opened a shop in Konoha yet. Then go and eat barbecue. Although I had a meal yesterday, I still want to eat it. Kushina said. Xinu nodded. Now that Jixinai said, let's eat barbecue. Okay, I know, this is a newly opened barbecue restaurant. The taste is better than the restaurant I've been to before, but the shop is a bit off. Shengxiu said. Really? Xinu didn't know. He hadn't returned to Konoha village for half a year, and he didn't know the first thing about the new store in Konoha village. You know when you go, It's not just delicious. There. It's cheaper. The rope tree walks ahead and leads the way. It's really remote. Xingyu couldn't help, Yi Kao said. They walked for half an hour before they came here. The rope tree was said to be cheaper. I think it's cheaper because it's relatively remote and far from the center of the main leaf, Mikoto said. It should be like this, I just don't know how it tastes. Xingyu glanced at the rope tree. If it doesn't taste great, Xina will definitely look for a rope tree to learn from it. After coming in, I found that the decoration environment was pretty good. And the price is indeed cheap. It is 2/3 cheaper. Soon the marinated grilled meat came up. You can grill it yourself. You can also let the service staff grill it. However, Xingyu chose to take the test on their own. Xingyu, how is your sister on the battlefield? Yunxiu asked Xingyu Jian with some worry. Don't worry about your sister. She will be fine. Tsunade's strength is not weak. Coupled with Hoshiba's life-saving pupil technique that was sealed in Tsunade's eyes with a transliteration seal, even if the leaf was defeated, Tsunade will be fine. By the way, I heard Xinu you are very good on the battlefield. What? Able to defeat 3 generations of Fennying. Rope Tree's eyes were suspicious. Doubting whether the rumors were true, it was really hard for him to believe that Xinu could defeat the 3rd generation of Fennying. Rope Tree, are you wondering whether or not we should discuss it? Forget it. Shengxiu immediately shook his head, acquainted with each other, and had discussed with Xinu last time. After that, Shengxiu knew that the gap between him and Xinu was a little too far. After all, no one wants to be abused. The rope tree does not want to taste the taste of being abused. Xinu, it's already baked. Hurry up. Meza sandwiched a piece of roast. The meat was placed on Xinia's plate, and Jixinai also picked a piece for Xinu. Xinu, how about you come and taste this one I baked? Xinu looked at the roasted meat cooked by Jixinai. A layer of chili powder. It's like chili powder doesn't need money like. Xingyu looked at and wanted to refuse, but looking at Jixinai's expectant gaze, Xingyu gritted his teeth and took a sip of water blankly. Xingyu said that he would never eat any more. Kushina, don't waste the ingredients. Although it is the rope tree to treat hell, you can't waste it like this, Xina said to Jixinai. No, Xingyu doesn't want to say 2 words of praise. But Xingyu doesn't want to mobilize Jixinai's enthusiasm. Seeking flowers in case Jixinai's praised Xia. Xinshan comes, continue roasting. Xingyu said that he really couldn't eat it. I'm so cute. Jixinai snorted softly. Sister Jixinai is too self-aware. Xiaonan whispered. Although Xiaonan's voice was very low, Xingyu and the others could obviously hear it. Can't help but laugh directly. Even Mikoto, who was a little uninterested because of what happened in the morning, couldn't help but laugh. Come. After eating for more than an hour, Xingyu and the others came out of the barbecue restaurant. They have to say that the taste is really good, better than Xingyu's last night, and cheaper. But even if it was cheap, after the rope tree came out, he couldn't help feeling his wallet with heartache. By the way, I almost forgot important things. Shengxiu suddenly patted his head and said, what's the important thing? Xingyu looked at the rope tree suspiciously. I haven't received the payment for the task. I'm leaving first. Shengxiu hurriedly left. Xingyu shook his head. Then I took Xina, Mikoto, and Xiaonan around Konoha, mainly with Xiaonan. After all, Xiaonan really didn't understand Benyi. Wandered around all afternoon. Xinu and the others only returned home. At night, Mikoto stared straight at Nashina. Where did Nashina go? Mikoto will follow wherever. Meza, why are you following me all the time? Kushina looked at Mikoto with dissatisfaction. Even when she went to the bathroom, Mikoto actually followed. What did you say I did with you? Mikoto asked rhetorically. Don't worry, I will go back to my own room today. Jixinai said depressedly. But Mikoto still looked at Kushina and made up his mind. I'll follow you wherever you go. Watching Moxinai all the time. You just follow along. By the way, don't enter my room. After Kushina walked into the room, he shut Mikoto out. Of course the annoyed Kushina would not let Mikoto in. The feeling of being stared at all the time by a pair of eyes is really uncomfortable. Anyway, Jixinai can't stand it. If Meza is allowed to come in, Juxinai will be crazy. However, outside Mikoto smiled, and then straight pick up and leave. Instead of going back to his room, he walked towards Xenia's room. You shouldn't understand what is meant by guarding and stealing. Chapter 116 Battlefield Situation and Car Crash 45 In Xenia's room, Xenia looked at Mikoto in front of him in a daze. Why, shouldn't I only allow Xenia to come to you at night? Mikoto sat next to Xenia and asked Xenia. It's not. It's just you. Before Xenia finished speaking, Meza said to him, too, I'm a little scared, so I came over to find you. Xenia's mouthfish twitched. The reason was the same as that of Kushina. Do you want to refuse? Mikoto looked at Xenia and blinked. Xenia is silent. Is it too cruel to refuse? Bear it. How can a gentleman like me reject a girl? Well, I am 100% sure that I have absolutely no other ideas, absolutely nothing. Mikoto Moonlight looked at Xenia. Xionai was very nervous. Although she acted very naturally, Mikoto was actually very shy in her heart. Just thinking of last night, Xenia and Juxina sleep in the same room, and Mikoto's heart is not balanced. So suppressing the shyness in my heart, after practicing Juxinai, I ran directly to Xenia's room. But now Mikoto's heart feels nervous. What if Xenia refuses her? What should Xenia do not like her? I thought about it. Meza's face turned pale. Ahem. Of course I am embarrassed to refuse a girl. Since Mikoto alone is afraid of internal talk, please stay in my room. Believe me to accompany you. Mikoto will not be afraid of you. Xenia coughed slightly. Then he said to Mikoto. The pale face became ruddy. Meza was relieved in her heart. Then she lay directly on the tatami. Xenia, don't you rest yet? Meza said towards Xenia after the break. Mikoto's face turned red. How can I feel like my wife who cares about my husband? Xenia originally wanted to refine the chakra, but at this time, there is no way to refine the chakra. Lie directly next to Meza will then be discovered by Juxinai. Xenia couldn't help but said, if it is discovered by Juxinai, I guess Juxinai will cut him with a kitchen knife. It doesn't matter, Juxinai got up late, so I won't find it. Mikoto said in a low voice. One night passed quickly, and of course Xenia didn't do anything in the evening. After all, they are still young, just sleeping together because Mikoto got up earlier. So, of course it was impossible for Juxinai to find out. After preparing the breakfast, Meza went to ask Juxina to get up. Looking at Juxina, who was just waking up, she was rubbing her eyes. A touch of guilt rose in Mikoto's heart, and at the same time she felt a little irritating. Meza, what are you thinking about? Juxinai looked at Mikoto suspiciously and asked. No. Nothing. All Chaikin shook his head immediately. Can't let Juxinai know, otherwise Juxinai will not break her relationship with her. He would definitely ignore her for several days. Juxina looked at Meza and felt that Mikoto was hiding something from herself, but Juxinai also has no name. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Xenia had returned to Konoha for more than half a month. At the same time, he also knew some of the conditions on the battlefield. Konoha is in very bad condition now, especially on the battlefield of the Rain Country Sand Ninja. I was defeated steadily. The originally decadent Sharonin and Uran suddenly emerged. At this time, the Konoha ninja forces had been driven out of the territory of the Rain Country. Its defeat on the battlefield of Shinobu also affected the battlefield of Iwanin, leading to the battlefield between Iwanin and Shinobu. Konoha ninja also appeared defeated. The first ninja war in the original book, Sand and Uran are not connected. Hey, at that time Uran and the ninjas of the three countries were enemies. But now Unin stood on the two sides of Sand and Iwanin, and chose to fight Konoha. So Motoi Ado was naturally at a disadvantage. Don't think that Uran village is just a small ninja village. But this small ninja village is the most powerful ninja village besides the 5 great ninja villages. The leader Hanzo is also known as the demigod of the ninja world. This name is not blown out. Before Xenu was still on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, he suppressed Hanzo too much, But now there is no suppression of Ksinu. Hanzo also showed his own edge. On the battlefield alone, Tsukumo Hagaki was suppressed. He almost killed Kakimoto Tsukumo several times, possessing the psychic beast L plus Hanzo's strength. Tsukumo Kakiki was indeed not an opponent. Hanzo suppressed the powerful combat power of Tsukumo Hagaki, the 3 generations of Feniying, and was liberated. He directly dangled the Ozaki Maru and hit Jilei Jitsunade has to deal with Cho's old woman. And fortunately Cho's brother Ilozi has not recovered from his injuries, otherwise Konoha's situation will be even more difficult. Okay, let's not talk about how difficult Benyakun's situation is. Xingyu's current situation is also very difficult, because the car crashed into Xinu's room tonight. Kuzina and Mikoto were both in. Mercer came first. Kushina sneaked over in the middle of the night, and saw Mikoto in Xinia's room. The scene was very embarrassing. That Kushina. If I say Mikoto has a problem, please ask me. Would you believe it? Xinia looked at Kushina with a stiff expression. Yes, I want to ask Xinia about ninjutsu. Meza lied along with him. But the face of Mikoto who lied reared was a little embarrassed. This is the first time Mikoto lied. Hee, you guys think him stupid. Asking questions are all lying together. 9 Xinai hee, sneered. Kushina was very angry. His very angry face flushed. Damn Mikoto, I think of you as my best girlfriend. Juxina looked at Mikoto angrily. It was true that she was fireproof, anti-theft, and anti-girlfriend. She should be guarded. She was just defenseless. Take it to death, you villain. Juxina raised his fist. Then he hit Xina with a punch. Wait Juxinai, I have something to say. Xina quickly grabbed Juxinai's fist and said, do you have any last words? I allow you to come in and out. Come, I'll send you on the road. After entering, Juxina looked at Xinu blankly. I think I should not die. Xingyu explained to himself, you still dare to say that you are not guilty of death, so let's die. Juxinai's small fist hit Xinu, but it looks very stance. When it fell on Xinia's body, he didn't have much strength. L9_ it seems that Juxina is still not _ willing to start. A smile appeared on Xingya's face. You still dare to laugh. Kushina was even more dissatisfied. Annoyed punched the next table out with a fist. A big hole but looking at Xinu. Although Juxina was very annoyed in her heart, but she was helpless. She really let her take care of Xinu, and Juxina was really reluctant to start. Meza, you should give me an explanation. Juxina snorted and stared at Mikoto. Mikoto felt her scalp numb when she was stared at by Kushina's gaze. He bit her scalp and asked, Kushina, what explanation do you want? What are you talking about? 3 Are you going to be with me? The more Kushina thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more annoyed Mikoto's gaze became. Xiaozhan continued to feel sour. Mercer is embarrassed. He lowered his head, obviously. He admitted. Chapter 117 Teaching the Immortal Mode 55 Kushina and Mikoto leave Xinagongjian together. Looking at their backs, Xingyu was a little worried. The two of them won't fight. Xingyu thinks it's better to go take a look. But as soon as he walked to the door, he was pushed back by Juxinai. Don't join in the fun. Go back to sleep. Then Juxinai closed the door for Xinu and dragged Meza into her room. Juxinai snorted slightly. His eyes stared at Meza. And Mikoto chose silence is golden. I don't say anything. Mikoto, don't you have anything you want to tell me? Kushina looked. Mikoto was silent and couldn't help but ask Mikoto. Juxina, what do you want me to say? Don't you tell me the frequency? Kushina looked at Mikoto. She was 100% sure. This is definitely more than once. Chaikin, you have to tell the truth. Never tell lies to deceive me. Otherwise I will really be angry. Then you won't be angry after I tell you to. Meza asked Juxinai. Juxina thought down, and then said, I will hold back not being angry. This is what you said, Juxina, don't be angry. You speak quickly. Actually, it has been half a month. After Mikoto finished speaking, she lowered her head at Juxin. One Ai's expression instantly stiffened, then jumped up all of a sudden. staring at Mikoto with wide eyes. What? You and Kusinai slept in a room for half a month? Meza looked at Kusinai's angry expression, and immediately said to Kusinai, you said just now that you would not be angry. I just said it, but I can't help it anymore. Kusinai was annoyed, and directly gave Mikoto a head hammer. Then the air instantly quiet. Kusinai and Mikoto crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands. It hurts. Kusinai rubbed her head. The effect of force is mutual, and Kusinai has no iron head power. I hurt more than you. Meza touched her head, feeling a big bag appearing on her head. It is estimated that it will not go away for a day. HMPH. You are so embarrassed to scream, Mikoto. I really misunderstood you. No. Starting tomorrow, I want to sleep in Kusinai's room. Kusinai snorted and stood up and said, Mikoto didn't care about the headache. She absolutely refused this. Why not? Kusinai stared. Mikoto, looking at her unconvinced. She felt that she was really at a loss. Actually let Mikoto sleep in Kusinai's room for half a month. The point is that she hasn't noticed yet that Kusinai is so angry that she wants to hit the wall. Meza was speechless for a moment, but still looked at Kusinai, and said that he disagrees with Kusinai. Although I feel sorry for you, Kusinai, but I don't think it's okay. HMPH. You still know him sorry now. Kusinai looked at Meza bitterly. Mikoto lowered her head embarrassedly. Today Kusinai and Mikoto lived together. Kusinai listened to the movement and found that it did not start. Come. I was also relieved. Then go back to sleep. Early the next morning, after Kusinai got up, he saw Kusinai. In other words, this is the earliest time Kusinai has seen Kusinai. After seeing Kusinai, Kusinai snorted and turned her head to ignore him. She was really jealous and annoyed. Ahem. Kusinai, today I taught you how to practice ninjutsu. Kusinai gave a light cough, and then asked Kusinai. Not in the mood, Kusinai said in a cold voice. Then teach you how to practice the fairy mode? Are you interested? Kusinai continued to ask Kusinai. What is the fairy mode? Kusinai didn't care about getting angry anymore. Curiously asked Kusinai. That's it. Kusinai takes half a minute to absorb natural energy. Then finally enter the fairy mode. 3 jade appeared on the forehead. Red lines appear around the eyelids. This is Kusinai's fairy face. Is this tattooed by myself? Kusinai came over and poked the 3-hook jade mark on Kusinai's forehead with his hand. Kusinai is full of black lines. Haven't you seen it before? I'll get the tattoo instantly. Is it too? This is the immortal facial makeup after the immortalization. Learn the immortal mode. As long as you enter the immortal mode, you will have it. Kusinai said to Kusinai. After entering the fairy mode, the power of ninjutsu, physique, and illusion can be improved by a leap, which is the kind of improvement that double the improvement. Kusinai looked at Kusinai in surprise. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now Kusinai's eyes lit up. Kusinai smiled slightly. It seemed that he had succeeded in shifting his attention. Originally, Kusinai planned to spend some time before teaching the 9-scene fairy model. After all, Kusinai's fairy mode is not yet fully mastered. In Kusinai's eyes, complete mastery should be an instant activation of the fairy mode. However, even if Kusinai is proficient, it still takes half a minute. It's much better than the previous 3 minutes. But the time is still a bit long. If you face the strong, half a minute is difficult to win. For example, let Hoshiba play against Uchiha Madara. If it was really fighting, Kusinai would not have a chance to start the fairy mode. How about it? Do you want to learn? Kusinai asked Kusinai. Kusinai nodded immediately. Shiny Jing's eyes looked at Kusinai. Knowing the power of the fairy pattern, of course Kusinai wanted to learn. I will teach you again after breakfast, Kusinai said with a smile. At this time, Kusinai was not so angry anymore. It seems that he is still very successful in diverting his attention. He really is a genius. After eating breakfast, Hoshiba taught Nansina and Mikoto the fairy mode, but he had to learn the fairy mode. Kusinai is definitely easier than Mikoto. Check the more people will 087 carats, the easier it is to cultivate the fairy model. As a member of the Uchiha family, Meza is indeed a lot of chakras, but Kusinai is far worse than that. The chakra of Juxinai is more than 8 times the soil of Mesa, which is the advantage of the fairy body. Chakrado. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. This month, Kushina and Mikoto have practiced ninjutsu in addition to their daily practice of ninjutsu. Kushina has already felt some clues but Mikoto is even sleepy to perceive natural energy. This Kushina couldn't help either, and Kushina didn't have anything to help Mikoto perceive natural energy, so he could only rely on Mikoto herself. Xingyu will also teach Xiaonan after he has taught Nuxin and Mikoto. And my own practice, I feel pretty good. Tired. This time, neither Kushina nor Mikoto have been to Xinia's room because of mutual surveillance. Don't try to sneak away. To be honest, Xinu was still a little disappointed in her heart for the situation on the battlefield. Xingyu cast too much attention. He is not on the battlefield now. It's useless to care so much. But what is certain is that Konoha hasn't had any problems for the time being. If there are too many problems, it is estimated that the inside of Konoha village will not be so peaceful. And Xingyu doesn't have any sources of intelligence. Even if you want to know the love on the battlefield condition, there is no place to understand. Chapter 118 Invitation from the Uchiha Family 15 On the battlefield, the 3 generations of Mo Ying Yuan had a sad expression on his face. In fact, the situation on the battlefield is not so optimistic. The strength of the 3 generations of Takejonoki, and you can fight against him without losing the wind. But Shimura Danzo has the 4-tailed man's Ulilazi to deal with, because the main leaf is divided into forces. So on the number of people, I can't compare it to Iwanabu, so I can't resist it gradually. Danzo, it's better to send Uzumaki Kushina to the battlefield to relieve our pressure. Sarutobi Hitoshi said to Shimura Danzo next to him. No, Uzumaki Hoshiba's reputation in Konoha ninja bugs is already very high. Don't you want to make his reputation higher? Then compete with you for the position of Naruto? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hizen and asked faintly. Don't think that Vortex Star Feather is not a threat at a young age. You may not be a threat to your Naruto position now, but not necessarily in a few years. Don't forget that he has Tsunade's support. Sarutobi Hisaki was somewhat silent as he asked Uzumaki Kushina to return to Konoha. There was also Danzo's proposal. Because Uzumaki Hoshiba's reputation among Konoha ninjas is already very high. There was nothing on the Yunin battlefield. Although Kushina killed 3 generations of Water Shadow, and give credit to the defeat of Eugen, although it is big, no one really knows it. No one had seen Kushina defeat Zenran with his own eyes, and kill 3 generations of Water Shadow, although the senior Konoha guessed, but it was concealed. Hoshiba's reputation on the battlefield of Sand Ninja in the Kingdom of Rain is higher than that of the Commander-in-Chief Tsukumo Hagai. After all, they had all seen Xingya's strength, and had seen Xingya's power to crush Shadow Grade and freeze everything. People worship the strong, especially the ninja. Although Kushina is young, what is the relationship between strength and age? Because of this, so is Sarutobi Hisaki. I feel threatened. Although Xingyu's age is young, if he Leaf Ninja began to support, maybe when he really wants to retire 7. The war made Konoha village suffered a heavy loss. I don't know that the famous Konoha ninja killed the family and friends of those ninjas who died. It will definitely be uncomfortable. There is grievance in my heart. In addition to the grievances that will be spread on the enemy, Sarutobi Hisaki, who is Naruto, will definitely be blamed. Although the Ninja Wars was not provoked by Sarutobi Hichi. Sarutobi Hizen also didn't want to see the Ninja World War break out. But some Konoha villagers who have lost their minds don't think so. So Sarutobi Hitoshi is destined to carry part of the pot. There will even be voices in the village that make him abdicate. If a prestigious ninja appeared at this time, Sarutobi Hizen might really be forced to abdicate. Although the age of Uzumaki Kushina would always be a problem if he were to become Hokage. But it was the same as Danzo said. If a few years pass, the age of the Whirlpool Kushina will be too much. When the time comes, the prestige of Maelstrom Kushina is too high. Surely someone will recommend him to be a fire, and sometimes being young is also a kind of capital. Young represents a strong potential, and now Xingyu has such strength. Incredible. Some ninjas think, in the future, Xingyu will become a new weaker than the original Naruto, Ren Ninja God. After Sarutobi Risen thought for a long time, he stopped mentioning Uzumaki Xingyu to go to the battlefield. After all, the Sarutobi Risen at this time is not the future him, and now he cares about the position of Hokage very much. And now Konoha's situation hasn't been driven to death. Xingyu, who was far away in the village of Konoha, didn't know the thoughts of Sarukikizan and Danzo. If he knew, he would laugh out loud. Xingyu never thought of being Hokage. The position of Hokage is very confusing for others, but Xingyu no thoughts. He is too tired of trouble, and Naruto means trouble for Xingyu. Hokage also manages. The key to Z villages is that this village is not small. There will be a lot of headaches by then. Obviously you can be at ease. Why do you bother yourself too much? What Xingyu is rare is his strength. As for the position of Hokage, he is not rare at all. Can only say that Sarutobi is so famous. Even if someone begged him to be Hokage, he was not interested. Don't think you care about the position of Hokage. Others will also care about Xingyu is sitting by the river, and Juxin, Nai and Gaikin were fishing together, while Xiaonan was sitting nearby watching Xingyu fishing. Why call us to fish? I am not interested in fishing at all, said Juxin. This is also a kind of cultivation. Fishing has to be calm, and the same is true for cultivation. Otherwise, Juxina, you never want to cultivate into the fairy mode. Xingyu said to Juxini. Cultivating the fairy mode should be calm and calm. Obviously this is a bit difficult for Juxini. So Xingyu brought Juxini to fish to make her calm and steady. Caught the fish in the afternoon. One Hoshiba and Mikoto have both harvested. But Kushina is none of the fish were caught. Come up. Depression must be depressed, especially when I see Xiaonan's strange eyes. Juxina feels very embarrassed. Let's go. It's getting dark. Let's go back. Xingyu carried the bucket, which was full of fish caught by Xingyu. When returning to the Thousand Hands clan, the ninja of the Uchiha family, standing in front of the Thousand Hands clan, after seeing Xingyu, he took an invitation and handed it to Xingyu, and then left coldly. Neither sentence was said. Xingyu looked at a question mark, and finally opened the invitation. What is written on it? 9 Xin. Nai asked Xingyu curiously. Invite me to join the Uchiha family. Xingyu handed the invitation to Kushina, and let the curious Kushina take a look. The invitation of the Uchiha family can be said to be in Xinyiu's expectation. After all, Xinyiu's writing wheel is no secret, and many people already know it. The Uchiha family was able to calm down for so long before inviting him. This was a little surprised. It should be because of the writing round eyes. Mercer took a look. I probably guessed that the invitation of the Uchiha family must have something to do with Hoshiba's writing round eyes. Xingyu, what are your plans? Are you going? Juxina asked Xingyu. I think it's better for Xiao. Good promise, Mikoto said to Xingyu. As a member of the Uchiha family, Mikoto understands the character of the Uchiha family very much. Quite extreme. This time the invitation to Xingyu didn't know whether it was good or bad. Xingyu smiled slightly. No matter what purpose the Uchiha family invited him, Hoshiba is fearless. Ninja village. Xingyu is not afraid, let alone a mere clan. Besides, too many ninjas of the Uchiha family went to the battlefield and stayed there. There are not many Uchiha ninjas in Konoha village, right? Go. I want to know what medicine is sold in the Uchiha family gourd. For Xinyiu's decision, Mesa didn't persuade him, but just reminded Xingyu to be a little bit more. Don't be too pretentious. Although decided to go to the Uchiha family. But it's not now. It's going to be dark anymore. Naturally, Xingyu will not go, and Xingyu is still planning to dry them. So there is no rush to answer at all. As for whether they will be angry or not, this Xingyu is not at peace. Chapter 119. Your Uchiha family is too poor. 25. After a few days, Hoshiba walked towards the Uchiha family. The family land of the Uchiha family is now also in the center of Konoha village. Has not been excluded to the periphery of the village. Hoshiba went to the Uchiha family alone, and Kuzina and Mikoto did not come with them. Came to the Uchiha clan land. Perhaps it was ordered in advance, but the Uchiha clan guarding the family did not stop it. Instead, Xinu was invited in. Come to the living room. Someone is already waiting for him. Moreover, he is also the chief elder of the Uchiha family, which also shows that the Uchiha family still attaches great importance to Hoshiba. Uzumaki Hoshiba is it? The old Uchiha is the elder of the Uchiha family. Uchiha stood up and looked at Hoshiba. It turned out to be the famous elder Uchiha, who looked up for a long time. Xinu said with a smile. Uchiha-tan was taken aback when he heard the words. Then he asked Xinu, have you heard of me? I haven't heard of it. Xinu shook his head faintly. He didn't even know who the current patriarch of the Uchiha family was, let alone the elder of the Uchiha family. But this guy is actually called Uchiha Dajima? Remember Uchiha Madara's name is Uchiha Dajima, right? There is a word difference with this guy. 240 Ukihata's expression slightly Uzumaki Xinu. I remember that I sent you the invitation a few days ago. Why are you here now? Ukihata's expression changed a bit, and then he asked Xinu. Hoshiba glanced at Ukihata. Recently busy? Does elder Ukihata think there is a problem? Ukihata's face went dark. This reason is a lie. According to the report from the person below, I saw Wuxi Xinu shopping yesterday. Elder Ukihata, get to the point. Just tell me if you have anything to do with me. I don't have so much time to waste. Xinu has no time to waste. Too much time with this old Uchiha family. With this time, Xinu can still practice for a while. Why Xinu? You are the A of the Vortex clan. So how did you come from the writing wheel too? Ukihata didn't want to talk nonsense, and was dried by Uzumaki Hoshiba for a few days. Even though he didn't show it on the surface, but he felt angry. I don't seem to need to answer this question. Also, if you figure out the situation, I'm a guest of your Uchiha family, don't use this kind of qualitative talk to me in your tone. An aura broke out from Xinu. An aura that made Bozihatan feel distracted. When Xinu showed his momentum, 7 ninjas of the Uchiha family swarmed in outside immediately, staring at Xinu. Uchiha-tan took a sigh of relief, and then waved his hand to make the ninja of the Uchiha elephant clan retreat. He didn't want to get up with the whirlpool star. After Uchiha waved his hand, the ninjas of the Uchiha family left immediately. Hoshiba and Uchiha were left in the hall again this year. Looking at Xinu, Uchiha-tan's face changed, and then he asked the most important question, which was also the one that he invited you Xinu. I don't know how you opened the kaleidoscope. Writing round eyes. Xinu chuckled when he heard the words, and then said, it's not impossible if you want to know. But don't you feel that you need to pay something? What do you want? Uchiha heard Uzumaki Hoshiba and did not refuse. Suddenly stood up, excitedly towards Uzumaki Xinu. If you can know how to open the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, even if you pay a high price, Boziboshin can accept it. If there is a person in the family who can open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel, then he will lead the Uchiha family and once again reappear the glory of Uchiha. That's right, it is to reproduce the glory of the past. After all, although the current Uchiha family is the #1 family of Konoha on the surface, it is still incomparable with Uchiha in the Sengoku period. Moreover, this Konoha #1 noble family did not do well in Konoha village. Whether it is Shimura Danzo or Sarutobi Hisaki, some are aimed at the Uchiha family. You will give me whatever I want, Hoshiba said to Uchiha. At this time Uchiha hesitated. The words are too full to say. This Uchiha knows a little bit. It would be too embarrassing if the Uchiha family doesn't have what the first class Vortex Star Feather wants. As long as our Uchiha family has everything, I, as the elder of the Uchiha family, guarantee with my reputation that I can be the master. Kusina glanced at Yukihata. He wanted to say at this moment, your reputation is worth all money. I want several fire escape ninjutsu from the Uchiha family. Fire escape, extinguishing the fire, _ escape. Extinguishing the fire, and fire escape. Dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Danbun. Yan's face suddenly changed. It's not that Yukihata didn't want to give it, but the Uchiha family didn't have it at all. That's right, these ninjutsus were indeed powerful ninjutsu passed down by the Uchiha family, but Uchiha Madara took away the scrolls of ninjutsu when he left. Now the Uchiha family, no one knows these ninjutsu anymore. There is no record of these few ninjutsu. Can you change the conditions? Our Uchiha family doesn't have these few ninjutsu. I rely on L. Uchiha family is too poor. Before Hoshiba came, there was still a glimmer of hope, hoping that the Uchiha family could. There are a few fire escape ninjutsu in this case. Your Uchiha family has nothing to admire. Goodbye. Xingyu stood up and said goodbye directly. Yukihata was taken aback for a moment. Quickly said, you can change. 1. Our Uchiha family still has many other fire ninjutsu. I looked down on those. Xingyu didn't stay for a while. The fire escape ninjutsu that he could admire. Only the few, he said. The other Kusina couldn't appreciate it. And Kusinu was almost capable. Looking at Xingyu leaving, Yukihata's face. After changing for a long time, I tried to do it several times, but finally gave up. From some rumors on the battlefield, I learned that Uzumaki Kusinu is very strong, and Uchiha may be the one who suffers. As the elder of the Uchiha family, Uchiha-tan is arrogant. But it's not a fool. Now most of the Uchiha family members have gone to the battlefield. Even the patriarch and young patriarch have gone to the battlefield. And the Uchiha family's remaining combat power is not much. It seems that I want to know the method to open one abbreviation round eyes from Uzumaki Kusini's mouth. It can only be discussed in the long term. He hasn't done it yet. After Hoshiba left the Uchiha family, he looked back _ Hoshiba originally thought that the Uchiha family would do something with him. Unexpectedly, I actually held it back. It's a pity. Xingyu looked a pity. This time I came to the appointment for the powerful fire escape ninjutsu, but unfortunately I didn't get to forget it. I will develop it myself. Xingyu walked towards the Thousand Hands clan. After returning home, Kusina, Mikoto, and Xiaonan immediately surrounded him. Mikoto immediately asked, isn't the Uchiha family doing anything? That's not true. I was a little surprised in my heart. Nothing is good. Meiza was relieved when he heard the words, _ Chapter 120, Sarutobi-san worries 35 Hoshiba, what does the Uchiha family invite you to do? What kind of moon do you have? Kusina said curiously to Hoshiba. Kushina, are you curious? Xinawang looked at Juxinai with a curious look. Actually, now Juxinai is almost writing the words I am curious. Yeah, I really want to know, but I don't want to tell what to do. Xina smiled and looked at 9 Xinai. If you don't tell me, I want you to look good. Juxinai's threatening Xing's eye with her teeth dancing. Xing, you just talk about it. I'm also very curious. Shakin pulled Xing's hand. Crack, there was a crisp sound. Then Mikoto's little hand was opened. Mikoto held her flushed little hand and looked at Kushina angrily. Speak as you speak. Why do you bother? Juxinai glared at Meza and said, Kushina, you don't seem to be qualified to talk about me. Mikoto said with a little anger. Juxinai is still holding Xingyu _ what right do you have to talk to her? Seeing that the two of them were arguing, Xingyu wanted to maintain the feeling of their two good girlfriends. Love. Change the subject quickly. Don't you want to know that the Uchiha family invited me? Let me tell you. In fact, it is the Uchiha family who want to know how to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Then brother Xingyu, did you tell them? Xiaonan asked Xingyu. How is it possible? Unless they can make a deal with something that strikes me, how can I tell them? Hoshiba is not a very good person, so naturally it is impossible to tell the Uchiha family to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel without benefit. But even if Xina really told Yuki, It is estimated that not many people will be able to open the way the Bo family opens the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Because the conditions for opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye are really harsh. Sometimes even if you know the method, you don't want to open it. Uzumaki Hoshiba suddenly went to the Uchiha family. You should have received the news. Turning to bed, Xiao-chan found Mito Menyon. Asked Mito Menyon. Well, I have received the report just now. Menyon Mito was very cautious, and Uzumaki Hoshiba went on. The Uchiha family, they have to guess one by one downstream vortex stars. The purpose of there are also the Uchiha family. Anyway, they don't believe that Uzumaki Hoshiba will go to the Uchiha family for no reason. What are your plans? Turning to bed, Xiao-chan asked urgently with Mito Menyon in blood. Anyway, I don't know what to do, so I came to inquire about mitomonitis. Generally speaking, I feel that I am more comfortable with mitomonitis. Send a message to Sarutobi, tell him this. Let Sarutobi decide. Mito Menyon thought about it, decided not to participate, and let Sarutobi and Nisaki, the 3 generations of Hokage, decide how to deal with it. After that, Menyon Mito sent someone to pass a letter to Sarutobi Risen on the battlefield, and within a day, Sarutobi Risen learned the news. Hearing the news, Sarutobi Risen became sad, and found Shimura Danzo with a sad expression on his face. Looking for Danzo is naturally to discuss next. Sarutobi K. What are you looking for me for? Danzo asked, frowning at Sarufires. And I have something to tell you. There was a message from Mito Menyon just now. It is said that Uzumaki Hoshiba visited the Uchiha family, and it is suspected that the Uchiha family invited him. Sure enough, the Uchiha family members are unwilling to die. I guess they want. Tuck in the whirlpool star feathers. Tuanzang snorted. There was killing intent in his eyes. In that case, Sarutobi, I'll give you a suggestion. Tomorrow, when I fight Iwano, L will let the Uchiha family ninja be the vanguard. I have to say that Danzo is a bit poisonous and wants to use water weaken the strength of the Uchiha family. Sarutobi slashed his brows and frowned. He looked sad. Why? Sarutobi, are you still kindly small by this time? The Uchiha family is Konoha's biggest tumor. Only by removing them, the towering tree can grow better. Danzo caught a glimpse of Sarutobi-san. There was some disdain in his heart, but at this time you were kind. Danzo, you let the Uchiha family be the vanguard. Do you think they are willing? Now Konoha has been difficult enough. Don't make any extravagances. Sarutobi Hizen said to Danzo. Sure enough, Danzo's view of Taiyu was not enough. This is definitely not the time to do anything to the Uchiha family. Even if you want to target Uchiha, that will also be done in peacetime. In case Uchiha is in a hurry, it leads to a rebellion in the Uchiha family. Eventually Konoha may be destroyed by this. Don't underestimate the Uchiha family. The Chiba family has never been a weak clan. Now it is the time of the ninja war. If the Uchiha clan rebelled during this period, Konoha would really be in danger of destruction. Danzo was silent, although his personality was more extreme. After Sarutobi and Hisaki said, Danzo felt that it was not a good time to target Uchiha. You decide for yourself. Danzo left directly, leaving Sarutobi Hizen alone to worry about it. Naruto is not him. Why is he worrying with you, Aunt Frizan? After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hizen sighed. I was a little worried that Uzumaki Hoshiba and the Uchiha family were really involved. There was originally the blood of the Uchiha family, but it was not impossible to get involved in the end. If the strength of Maelstrom Xinu is weak, the Sarutobi-san also didn't care. But the strength of Uzumaki Xinu was very strong. He definitely couldn't ignore it. I hope Yasuo Xinu don't get involved with the Uchiha family. It's useless for Sarutobi Izumi to worry now. He is now on the battlefield, unable to return to Konoha for a while, so he can only let the ninja send a message to Mito Menyon and let him pay attention. Star Feather, I don't know. He went to the Uchiha family for a trip, and Sarutobi's sorrowful hair turned white. and he was so sad that he couldn't eat food anymore. But Xingyu was also worried at this time, because he taught Jixinai to learn the fairy model. Jixinai has no clue yet. Xinai, I don't think you are suitable for cultivating the fairy mode. Xina said to Nun Xinai. Really? I'm really not suitable for 3, so my time for more than a month is wasted. No, Xinu, you have to make up for me. Xina looked up at Xinu and said, please. It's not that I don't teach, but you can't learn it. How do you want me to make up for it? Pay. Xingyu looked innocent. This shows that your teaching ability is not good. Juxinai despised Xinu. Hee, why don't you say you are stupid? Didn't Mikoto learn it? Do you mean Mikoto is also stupid? Juxinai's moonlight suddenly looked to the side of Miser. It's different. It's 10 times easier for you to cultivate in the immortal mode than Mikoto. Meza is not very normal. It is also normal if you can't learn it. The immortal mode is not so easy to practice. Xini felt that it was not without reason that Juxinai had not cultivated into the fairy mode for so long. After all, it's not in the holy land of the psychic world. The environment is different, and there is no other auxiliary means, so it is naturally difficult to practice. Didn't you just say that I'm not suitable? Juxinai glanced at Xinu. Just joking with you. You work hard. Maybe you can cultivate into the fairy mode in 2 or 3 months. Xinu estimates it by himself. As for the inaccuracy, it depends on Juxinai's struggle. Chapter 121 Union Village joins World War II 45 in a blink of an eye. More than half a year has passed relentlessly, and Xingyu finally passed his 12-year-old birthday and became a 12-year-old young E. It doesn't really matter what birthday is not a birthday. What is important is that Xingyu once again has a copy card, or a high-level copy card. Now that I saw the advanced copy card, Xingyu didn't feel too excited anymore. As his real nines improved, the usefulness of the advanced copy card to him became more and more limited. At this time, Xingyu had perfectly mastered the fairy mode in this half a year, and was able to enter the fairy mode in an instant. The time to maintain the fairy mode is not even a problem. During the battle, Xingyu can also continuously absorb natural energy. Theoretically, it can maintain the immortal model, or it is worth mentioning that Jixin also learned the fairy mode, but Mikoto didn't learn it. Maybe he could learn the fairy mode in the future. Xingyu has eaten the August 10 meal. Let you taste the food I made. Juxino shouted to Xingyu. Xingyu's expression was a little stiff. Without looking back, he said, I am not hungry now. You can eat first. Recently, I don't know if Juxinai has a brain problem. I often go to the kitchen and Mikoto to learn how to cook, but the dishes made are all dark dishes. Xingyu said that even if he has a perfect fairy body, he can't handle the dark dishes made by Juxina, and would rather not eat it when he is hungry. Liar, you said you were hungry just now. Let Mikoto cook. Juxinai said, really? Did I say that? I'm sorry, I don't remember. Xingyu shook his head and denied. I still remember yesterday that he tasted the dark dishes made by Juxinai under the pleading of Juxinai, and he vomited for an hour. Why Ju is so horrible. Xingyu thinks that poison is nothing but this. No, just eat. Just be hungry. Humphrey Wan Xinai snorted angrily, and then walked into the room. After a while, Mikoto walked out and asked Hoshiba to eat, and told Hoshiba Kuzaina's dark dishes have been drained. Hearing this news, Xingyu dared to go in for dinner. After eating lunch, Xingyu and Mikoto talked for a while, and then went to the yard to continue their practice. Although cultivation is not enough to improve his strength now, even if he can increase it a little bit, Xingyu will not be lazy, and his strength has increased over time. Listening to the knock on the door in the yard, Xingyu walked over and opened the door. He thought it was a rope tree, but he didn't expect it was not. It was a ninja from Anb, Vortex Star Feather. Hokage-sama sent an order to let you go to the battlefield. And ninja said to Xingyu, let me go to battlefield too. I feel a little uncomfortable lately. I'm afraid it's a little inconvenient. Xingyu is used to leisurely at home. I really don't want to go to the battlefield. Anbu ninja frowned. because there was a mask blocking it. So Xinu couldn't see his touch screen either. Vortex Star Feather. Now Konoha is in a critical moment, and the 3 generations of Naruto Master ordered you to go to the battlefield. Xingyu became serious when he heard the words, Konoha was in a critical moment. Really? If it is true, then Xingyu really wanted to go to the battlefield. After all, the mission hadn't been completed yet. Isn't it normal before? Why are you suddenly in danger now? Xinu asked this dark ninja. According to the news that Hoshiba has learned before, Benyidu has stabilized against Sand Ninja Village, Unen Village, and Iwainin Village, and even has to fight back. The situation is very good. Originally, Xingyu didn't think he needed to take action anymore. Why all of a sudden? It's critical. Is it? Yinren participated in the First Ninja World War and supported Yanin Village. The Amb Ninja didn't mind talking to Xinu. I heard it right. Xingyu's face was surprised. And Yun Renken's participation in the First Ninja World War did not surprise Xingyu. What surprised Xinu most was that Yun Renken actually reinforced Iwainen Kuni according to the First Ninja War in the original work that Xinu learned. 3 generations of Reikage led Yun Ren to attack the land of the earth. It was precisely because of the 3 generations of Reikage's sneak attacks. As a result, Ongnoki, who led the battle between Iwainen and Konoha, had to quit, and Konoha, in the war, I chose to return to defense. The result has now changed. Union Village actually chose to deal with Konoha. Okay, I will go to the battlefield. Xinu said with the blood of the Amb Ninja. Knowing the current situation, Xingyu couldn't sit still, and had to go to the battlefield, unless he didn't want that god-level copy card. Amb Ninja left. Xinu closed the door and returned to the living room, and said to Meza and Kushina, who were sitting in the living room chatting leisurely, clean up. We are going to the battlefield. What's the matter? Mikoto asked Xinu. The group of Yindu guys. Not worrying, he actually joined the war, and attacked Konoha with other villages. Xingyu felt a little angry. This is deliberately preventing him from completing the task, right? System. Tell me, Union Village suddenly attacked Konoha. Does it have anything to do with you? Do you want me to complete the task? Xinu asked the system in his heart. Master, don't wrong the system. This has nothing to do with the system. All the changes in this world now are because of you. The system expressed some grievances. This has nothing to do with it. Well, just kidding with you. Xinu cleaned up, called Xiaonan, who was refining chakra in the room, and then left and rushed to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. Why take Xiaonan? It's dangerous on the battlefield, Mesa said with some worry. It's dangerous on the battlefield. But Konoha isn't necessarily safe. If you leave Xiaonan in the village of Konoha, I'm really worried. Xiaonan doesn't want to stay, right? Xingyu touched Xiaonan's head and asked Xiaonan. Well, Xiaonan will try his best not to hold back his legs, Xiaonan said to Xingyu, holding his small fist. Small. Nan's talent is already very good. In addition, I have worked harder. Now he is no weaker than one. Of course, Xiaonan is cannon fodder on the battlefield, but Xingyu wants to protect Xiaonan still easily. Shu, run faster for me, Xinu shouted to Shu. That's right. This time to the battlefield. Xinu and the others went with Shuzuru in 0.3. After Xinu returned to the main leaf, Shuzuru has also been lying in the Konoha forest for nearly a year. Shu was fat, but his speed was not slow. In less than a day, I rushed from the main leaf to the border of the country of fire. The battlefield at this time is no longer within the territory of the Rain country. Konoha Ninja was driven out of the land of Rain, and the battlefield at this time was the border between the land of Rain and the land of fire. And Konoha Ninja is not splitting up to fight now. Already united, but the enemy ninjas are also united in ZS. The movement caused by Shu was so great that he had just come to the battlefield. That shocked Motoba's ninja Sarutobi Hisaki. All walked out. But after knowing that it was Shuzuru, Sarutobi Risen didn't have much burden, because he knew that Shu had been controlled by Uzumaki Xinu. The arrival of Shu shows that Wuxi Xinu is here. Chapter 122 Tsunade is jealous 55 When he came to the battlefield, Hoshiba saw Konoha's high-level ninjas greet him. I feel that my face is quite too Ixing, you didn't know. They came to check after being disturbed by Shi's movement. It was not someone who came to greet him. Tsunade. Xin ignored them, and waved to Tsunade. He hadn't seen Tsunade for a long time. Tsunade looked at Xin who stood guarding the crane's head, with a cold face. The chill on his body made the surrounding ninjas stay away. Xingyu hugged Xiaonan and jumped from the head of a tailed crane. Then Jixin and Msei followed, jumped down together. White Tsunade is not so happy to see me. It's because I see you so happy. You hurt my heart so much. Seeing Tsunade's cold face, Hoshiba looked heartbroken. HMPH. You brat dare to say such things. For so long you didn't even come to the battlefield to see me. Tsunade snorted coldly, and struck Xin with the head. Hoshiba immediately stretched out his hand. He caught Tsunade's special meeting ceremony. He smiled embarrassingly, and then defended. _Rentio4 very busy, so I don't have time to come. Hee. Tsunemo sneered suddenly. Are you busy talking about love? Don't deny it. The rope tree told me. Xingyu grabbed the hair, the rope tree, and that kid said that he was shining. Grabbing him definitely made him look good. How come I smell sourness? It seems to be vinegar. Xingyu coughed and said straight. What kind of jealousy? My old lady never gets jealous. Tsunade seemed to be irritated and fisted again to hit Hoshiba. Hoshiba quickly avoided Tsunade's fist behavior. If you said that the punch just now didn't work hard, then Tsunade is definitely serious this time. Ahem. Tsunade, can you stop first? Quite a bit embarrassing, Ape Firezan suddenly said. It was also a relief for Xingyu let Xingyu see Sarutobi. Rizan felt a lot pleasing to the eye. Tsunade snorted, gave Hoshiba a look back to clean up your eyes, and then glanced at Kuzina and Meza again. Xinu, you are here. This time I have to work hard for you. Sarutobi Rizan showed an amiable smile at Xinu. Actually, if it weren't for Konoha, it's really at a critical juncture now. Sarutobi Hitri would be true. I don't want to travel to the battlefield. Learning that Konoha is in danger. I have trouble sleeping and eating. As a member of Konoha village, I think I have made contributions to Konoha. I don't think it is any hard work. Xina said seriously with a serious expression. The Sarutobi Rizan who was talking about the words was a little moved. But Shimura Danzo glanced at Xinu and Tsunade sound. He needs to know more about the Wandering Vortex Xinu than the Ape Kaizen. From Danzo's point of view, Uzumaki Xinu Gang's words were nothing but high-sounding words. I didn't expect you to have this kind of enlightenment, kid. Jai Lai also looked at Xingyu in surprise. It's natural, my consciousness is high. Xingyu smiled slightly. Afterwards, Saru Firezan and Xinu talked for a while, nothing more than pulling in Z, and then Saru Firezan and the others left. In Battlefield Ape Firezan has to deal with more things. But there is no free time here to accompany Xingyu to chat about relationships. In the same way, Xingyu didn't want to chat with the old man Sarutobi Rizan, who was not a beauty. Naturally not interested. After Hoshiba, Tsunade, Kansina, Mikoto, and Conan were left, the atmosphere suddenly became a little frozen, and Tsunade looked at Hoshiba with dangerous eyes. I haven't seen you for such a long time, I must have a good chat with Tsunade. Xingyu spoke in a rather embarrassing way, just to break the solidified atmosphere. Okay, it's just me, I want to greet you. Tsunade smiled and looked at Xinu, who was a little flustered. I chat with Xinu alone. Tsunade turned his head, looked at Kuzina and Mikoto and said, no, who knows what you are going to do, we have to follow along. Kuzina refused, directly. Miza looked at Kushina with a puzzled face, and Mikoto thought it was nothing. Chakoto, you are right about Tsunade. An old woman didn't understand. This old woman has wanted old cows to eat tender grass for a long time. Kushina leaned to Mikoto's ear and whispered to Mikoto. What? Mikoto, Zed's face looked astonished, and then he glanced at Tsunade very vigilantly. "Kushina, what did you say to Mikoto?" Tsunade frowned, although he didn't hear what Jikusenai said to Mesa in a low voice. But seeing how Mikoto suddenly became wary of her, I knew it was definitely not a good thing. I mean, it's been a long time since I saw Tsunade's sister, so I want to talk to you, Mikoto. Don't you think? Jikusenai said and touched Misa with his hand, signaling Mikoto's cooperation. Yes, Sister Tsunade, I haven't seen you for a long time and want to talk to you, Mesa said immediately in cooperation. Then another day, after Tsunade finished speaking, he directly dragged Xin away. Kushina and Mikoto wanted to chase, but found that Tsunade was too fast. It can't catch up at all. Damn it! Xiaonan followed us and went to the old woman Tsunade. Kushina said angrily. I don't think Tsunade's sister is old, Xiaonan said involuntarily. In my eyes, she is an old woman. People, not much to say. Go find her quickly. Kushina directly hugged Nan, and then went with Mikoto to track Tsunade and Hoshiba in the forest. Not far from Konoha camp, Tsunade looked at Kushina with his arms around him, and sneered. Then he said, don't you have anything to say? I want to say, Tsunade, are you jealous? Kushina smiled slightly, and didn't mean much to be afraid. No, Tsunade said blankly. But your performance now is obvious. Hoshiba leaned closer to Tsunade and said, don't look at Xenius 12 years old, but his body. Takano and Tsunade are almost the same as E330. At this time, Hoshiba stood in front of Tsunade and looked at Tsunade. Because of the close distance, Tsunade's face flushed uncontrollably. This is the first time I have seen Tsunade. You are shy. I thought you would not be shy as a woman. Kushina smiled and said, what do you mean? Tsunade couldn't help but annoyed. Ahem, Tsunade, you are holding me. Didn't you want to talk to me? Now Tsunade, what do you want to talk about? Hoshiba changed the subject. You and Kushina Mikoto have been very moist during this time. You won't forget me, right? Tsunade said just now that he was not jealous. Every word spoken now has a vinegar smell. Still that kind of old vinegar. No. How dare I forget Tsunade-sama? Otherwise, I will be killed by you. Kushina deliberately showed a look of trepidation. When Tsunade saw this, he snarled, laughed. But after smiling, Tsunade remembered that he was looking for Hoshihana's crime, so he sternly got up again. Just when Tsunade wanted to continue to say something, Kushina and Mikoto Seo finally found Hoshiba and Tsunade. Old lady Tsunade, you didn't do anything, did you? Kushina was wary, staring at Tsunade and asked, what are you talking about? Jikusenai. Hearing Jikusenai dared to call her an old woman, Tsunade suddenly became a little annoyed, but now she hates others for saying she is old, and she is only 22. Where is she getting old? Chapter 123, Jikusen Immortal Mode 15. Ahem. See, it's going to rain this day. Let's get out of here first. Xingyu tried his best to change the subject. Because now Tsunade and Kushina are about to fight a little girl. You seem to be jumping a little bit. Tsunade suddenly squeezed his fist and stared at Kushina ferociously. Ha, old woman, do you think I'm still afraid of you now? Kushina is very dead now, and dare to provoke Tsunade. But Jikusen now has it. Yifu, that's the fairy mode. After opening the fairy mode, the all-round improvement made Jikusen's strength soar, and it may not be impossible to compete with. Tsunade won battle years for the problem that it takes time to turn on the fairy mode. It can be solved. Just let Mikoto delay her time. Kushina believes that with Mikoto's ability to hold Tsunade temporarily, there is still no problem. When she enters the fairy mode, she won't be afraid of Tsunade. Very well, I will teach you a little girl today. Tsunade made up his mind to teach Kushina a lesson. Even Xingyu don't want to stop her. Where am I, young? Kushina looked at Tsunade unconvinced. Tsuna looked up and down Kushina. Later, he looked provocatively at Kushina and asked, then how do you think it compares to me? Damn it, don't be proud. I will definitely be able to surpass you in the future. Kushina stared at Tsunade and said, but Kushina wasn't very confident in his heart. Tsunade was indeed too proud in some places. even if Kushina felt that he might not be better than him in the future. Okay, give me all back. Hoshiba held Tsunade in one hand, and Kushina in the other hand. He couldn't watch Tsunade and Kushina actually carry them. Let go of me. Let me go quickly. I'm going to a duel with the woman Tsunade. Nay, I shouted with her teeth and claws dancing. Seeing you are so dishonest, I think it's better to stun. Xingyu gestured and raised his hand. It seems to be really Hansen-like. Wait a minute. Juxin, I shouted in a panic. Xingyu smiled slightly. I was about to continue to say something to scare Juxin. I suddenly felt that several chakras of soil were approaching here. Let go of Consina and Tsunade. Xingyu turned and looked behind. What's the matter? __3 Tsunade realized that Xina was wrong, and at this time, he didn't care about what he was fighting with the little girl Kushina. He asked Xinu. There are 12 ninjas coming here. According to Chakra's judgment, the strength should not be weaker than Shangren. Hoshiba said to Tsunade and the others. Coming from this direction, it will not be Konoha's ninja. It should be the enemy. I didn't expect to encounter an enemy when I first came to the battlefield. What kind of luck is this? Enemy candidate 3 inches. Tsunade is immediately ready for battle. Kushina was so excited that he almost jumped up to show off his strength, especially in front of Tsunade. Kushina closes his eyes to really senses and absorbs natural energy and prepares to enter the fairy mode. Although I learned the fairy mode, Juxin, I can't enter the fairy mode instantly. It takes up to 5 minutes to absorb natural energy. It takes 5 minutes to prepare. Then it doesn't work for 3 minutes. Juxinai's fairy model is actually a bit of help. What is she? Tsunade looked at Kushina strangely. Opening the fairy mode. What? Kushina actually learned the fairy mode? Tsunade's strangeness turned into surprise. But he didn't expect Kushina to be able to cultivate into the fairy mode. As the granddaughter of the original Naruto, there are thousands of records of the second clan. How could Tsunade not know the fairy pattern? Here, Xingyu said. Tsunade and Mikoto followed Hoshiba's gaze, and saw 12 figures rushing toward this side quickly. The foreheads on their foreheads were obviously not the same as Shinobu. These 11 ninjas were wearing the foreheads of Yanin Village, Sand Ninja Village, Yunin Village, and Rain Ninja Village. At this time, after seeing Xingyu and the others, they also stopped to look at Xingyu and them in a daze. Judging from their shocked expressions, they did not expect to meet the stars. His door. What to do? Our whereabouts have been discovered. The mission seems to have failed. Among the 11 ninjas, one of the ninjas said with a very ugly face. They have a mission to sneak here. But if they are discovered, the mission will definitely fail, and even their lives will be hard to guarantee. What else can I do? Kill them as quickly as possible and then retreat. Among them, 3 Yunren pulled out the shinobi sword and rushed towards Xinu and the others, with murderous expressions on their faces. Xingyu looked at these 3 Yunren. In fact, there are many doubts in my mind, but Xingyu will solve them all first. After dropping, go to inquire again, asked Tsunade. Xingyu, let me come. Juxina opened his eyes. There were immortal facial makeup on his forehead, corners of his eyes, and face. Okay. Xingyu also wanted to see that after entering the fairy mode, Juxinai's strength has improved. Before opening the fairy mode, Juxinai's strength is probably the elite Shangnin. That's right, only the 12-year-old elite is going to forbearance. Good talent plus Xinia's teaching and supervision of cultivation. Juxinai can have such a strong ability at this age. And after entering the fairy mode, Juxinai's strength has doubled several times. It is even possible that it has increased more than 10 times. _Wilikan. The power is already strong. Random punches will not be weaker than normal punches. Now in the fairy mode, using the strange force fist, the sound of a punch to the enemy to get rid of the broken bones is very loud. He broke several trees and flew a few meters away, and his body was distorted into a weird appearance. I didn't seem to be able to carry him. Juxinai was dumbfounded and almost thought that the other party was acting. Her punch. The head hasn't really touched the opponent's body. It was exaggerated by a few tens of meters, and several trees were broken. Is this true or false? It actually fired an air cannon. Lilazauxini looked at Juxinai in surprise. Juxinai's 2 punches just now. It is like when Metkai opens the 7th door and uses the Date Tiger ship to compress the air into a high-pressure gas bomb to attack. This requires extremely strong speed and strength to be able to strike. But this L-punch of Juxin is definitely not as good as Naruto. It should be regarded as a cut version of Juxin can also play E. But this fist, even if it is shadow-level powerhouse's face, as long as they are not proficient in physique, they definitely dare not hardwire E. Even Hoshiba was surprised, let alone Tsunade and Miser. The destructive power of this fist surpassed Tsunade's imagination. It feels that this strange force punch will be very reluctant even if she makes a head. It's no wonder that when Juxinai faced her before, he looked confident and innocent. It turned out that he had a killer move. I don't know how Kushina learned the fairy mode, but Tsunade guessed that it definitely had something to do with Hoshiba. Anyway, Tsunade didn't believe that Kushina could learn the fairy mode by himself. Chapter 124 Focus on Ldun Chakra Mode 25 Kushina fisted to death the 7 Yunen villages, and stunned the remaining 11 ninjas. They really couldn't imagine how such a powerful force erupted in that tiny body. Retreat. The woman over there is Tsunade, and the man is the demon Uzumaki Hoshiba. At this time, some of them recognized Xingyu and they immediately ran away without looking back. Damn, when have I been a demon? Xingyu couldn't help but said. When did he become a demon? He obviously looks so handsome. Called the ninja world a handsome, how could it be an ugly creature like a devil? Don't you know? 9 now. Both Sand and Rain call you a demon. Tsunade said with a sudden smile. I don't know if Hoshiba is not on the battlefield. But Tsunade naturally knows if he's on the battlefield. I can't let you run away. Xingyu entered the fairy mode instantly. And he also wanted to experiment. Power of the fairy mode has been learned for a long time, but Xingyu has never used it. Xianfa. Ice Age. The entire forest was frozen by star feathers. It's a few kilometers of soil, but it was easily frozen by Xingyu. Even so, Xingyu was deliberately controlling and didn't use all his strength. If he goes all out, Xingyu doesn't know how much 917 can be frozen. It will definitely not be worse than the blue pheasant in One Piece, and it should be stronger. The whole forest was frozen. The 11 ninjas naturally couldn't escape. They were sealed in ice, and their life characteristics disappeared instantly. Didn't you say that I should come? Juxinai said unhappily. Xinai, can you promise not to let them go? Xingyu asked towards Kushina. Juxinai stopped talking. She really can't guarantee this. If the other party wants to escape for a little while, and if they fled separately, Kushina couldn't kill them all. After all, Juxinai's fairy model cannot be maintained forever. There is time, as long as they have survived the 9 Sinai celestial model or the duration, the possibility of escape is still very high. Let's go. Leave quickly. Don't you feel cold? Hoshiba pulled Juxinai and the others away from this frozen forest. Although the frozen forest looked very beautiful, Hoshiba was not interested in watching it. Use the big trick of the Ice Age. Just to quickly solve the tactics, and then leave here, but to deal with them using the fairy mode and the Ice Age, it is really a sledgehammer. Go back to Konoha camp. Hoshiba found some ninjas of Konoha Cad. Has it been fried to the forest frozen by Hoshiba ninjutsu to investigate? I didn't pay any attention. Following Tsunade to the tent where she lived, Hoshiba couldn't help but curious. Shang, said Tsunade's face earning, why Yanren appeared here? I knew right? Twos of course I know this, but how could Yanren appear on the border between the country of rain and the country of fire? At this point, Xingyu is seeing a few Yanren. When I started to wonder even if Yunin and Konoha go to war, they shouldn't appear in the country of rain. Yunin will come to the country of rain. You need to cross the country of frost, the country of Taki and the country of grass, to reach the country of rain. This is simply too much time consuming. It is obviously possible to attack the country of fire from other small countries. Why is it so long that it is very difficult to even supply it? I don't know this. 3 generations of old men sent people to investigate. Yunren went to the land of the earth through the sea, and then came to the battlefield of the land of rain from the land of earth. What? Xingyu was even more surprised when he heard this. 3 generations of Tuiying. Oh you actually dared to let Yunren enter the territory of the land of the earth. Is he so courageous? In fact, when I got this news, I was also surprised. Maybe it was the agreement between Yannian village and Union village. Tsunade couldn't figure it out. In fact, even Sarutobi Hisaki was stunned. Forget it. Exploring these is of no use to me. Xingyu is not interested in continuing to explore. Anyway, no matter where Yunren attacks from, he is the enemy of Konoha village. And it is also what you said. As for the dirty calculations, it has nothing to do with him. Tsunade, we want to learn from each other. Kushina walked to Tsunade's side and asked, Tsunade, call my sister. Tsunade glanced at Kushina, then said, I'm not calling. Kushina never called your sister. Kushina curled his lips. Formally called Tsunade's sister. It was not as strong as Tsunade, and I had to. But now Kushina feels that he has the power to resist. Tsunade looked at Kushina after hearing the words. Kushina touched his nose and rolled his head. HMPH. I don't have time to teach you now. I will teach you a meal when I'm free. Absolutely beat you crying. Cold sister. Tsunade snorted and stood up. He glanced at Kushina faintly, then walked out of the tent. She wants to talk to the 3rd generation of Naruto about the 12 unlucky ninjas before. I don't know what conspiracy they have, although they are all dead. But they have to tell the 3rd generation of Hokage. She actually said that I would be crying and calling my sister. That would look down on me too much. Kushina felt that Tsunade was looking down on her. Although you have the fairy mode, if you really carry it with Tsunade, there is a high probability that you will be carried and cry. Kushina looked at Kushina and said, after opening the fairy mode, it is indeed powerful. But the premise is that you can turn on the fairy mode. Tsunade has to give her 5 minutes. Moreover, the fairy mode can only last for 3 minutes, and within 3 minutes it can compete with Tsunade, and can even suppress Tsunade. But after 3 minutes, he was absolutely passively beaten. Xingyu, why are you going out? Chaikin saw Xingyu also walk out. Can't help but asked, I'm going to do something. And I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Hoshiba left the Konoha camp, and according to the information obtained from Tsunade, L headed towards the camp where Yunren was stationed. Kushina went to Yunren camp this time naturally for his purpose. The purpose is the Dun Chakra mode of the 3 generations of Raikage. The 3rd generation of Raikage is known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, able to fight with the 8 tails. In terms of physical skills, after removing the metamorphosis of the 6th level, the 3rd generation of Raikage can definitely rank in the top 3. The reason why the 3 generations of Raikage's body is so strong is naturally the Dun Chakra mode. There is not much ability to enter Xinia's eyes. The Dun Chakra mode is 1, and it happens to have an advanced copy card to copy the Dun Chakra mode. Think about the increase in the opening of the fairy mode. After strengthening oneself, how much will Dun Chakra mode increase? Xinu is very excited. By the way, Xinu also really wants to meet 3 generations of raking. After all, the 3 generations of raking are indeed quite legendary. At this time, if Hoshiba is removed and the half-dead Uchiha Madara is removed, no one should be the opponent of the 3rd generation Raikage. Although the 3rd generation of Tuiying possesses the blood to dissolve everything and eliminate the dust, but at the speed of the 3rd generation of Thunder, it is estimated that Chendun is also in vain. If L can't hit, no matter how strong L's move is, it will be useless. Chapter 125 Xingyu vs. 3 generations of Raikage 35. After Xingyu came to the Yunren camp, he did not disturb Yunyan's perception ninja, and easily sneaked into the Yinren camp. Where are the 3 generations of Reikage? The Yinren camp is not small, and it is really a waste of time to find 3 generations of Reikage in this big camp. Xingyu thought for a while. Grabbing a Yinren and opening the Sangua writing round eyes, hypnotized the Yinren, and learned from his mouth the whereabouts of the 3 generations of Liang. Writing round eyes is convenient. Xingyu stabbed to death the Yinren who was hypnotized by him, and then walked towards the location of the 3rd generation of Reikage. According to the information received, L quickly found the tent of the 3rd generation of Reikage. Then Xingyu walked in directly. Xingyu went in, obviously making the 3 generations of Reikage frozen, frowned, and asked Xingyu who are you? Don't you see my forehead protection? Xingyu raised his hand and pointed to his forehead but at this time, Xingyu remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to wear a forehead. Sorry, I seem to have forgotten to wear a forehead. The 3 generations of Liang stared at Xingyu for a while frowned and asked, you are Maelstrom Xingyu? Hey, I didn't expect that you would still know me in the 3rd generation of Liang. Xingyu looked at the 3rd generation of Liang in surprise. At this time, Xingyu didn't realize that his fame was already very big. 3 generations of Liang had seen Xingyu's portrait. It's really you, the kid who made the 3 generations of Fenying and Hanzhou lose. 3 generations of Reikage sneered and stood up. After the 3 generations of Reikage stood up, Xingyu realized that this guy was really tall. He was definitely more than 2 meters tall. Much taller than him. Xingyu is only about 2 meters and 6 meters, but he is only 10 years old. 2 years old. Among his peers, Xingyu is quite tall. Look at the appearance of the 3rd generation of Reikage. I seem to be very disdainful to me. Xingyu smiled and clearly noticed from the 3rd generation of Reikage's tone. The other side looked down on himself a little bit. It's just a kid. You are so courageous. You dare to dive into our Yinren camp. The 3rd generation Liang snorted coldly, and blue lightning appeared on his body, and the thunder and lightning entangled the 3rd generation of Liang's body. Improved his defense and speed. This is the Ldun Chakra mode of the 3 generations of Reikage. On the surface, he is very disdainful of Xingyu. But it is the 3rd generation of Reikage who is still very vigilant, can actually make the 3 generations of Fenying and Hanzhou, who is known as the demigod of the ninja world, suffer a loss, can really despise regardless of the fact that the 3rd generation of Reiking is a big muscular man. He feels that he has no brains and can become Reiking. It is absolutely impossible for him to have well-developed limbs and simple mind. System. Using advanced copy card. Copy 3 generations of Reikage's Ldun Chakra mode. Xingyu secretly said to the system in his heart. Shun Mayan was Ye's mind, and knowledge about the Ldun Chakra mode appeared. The main star feather is now able to turn on the Ldun Chakra mode. Thunder Abuse level 1000 generation dance. 06 and Yun Dai Rei Ying moved instantly. Jump up. There was a big hole in the tent. And then Ldun Chakra gathered on the stone hand and slashed towards Xingyu with a hand knife. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning. The sound of tearing the air was mixed together. The hand knife appeared in front of Xingyu's face in an instant. Have you ever heard of 3 generations of Reiking who beat people without slapping their faces? You are a bit too much. Xingyu's voice came from behind the 3rd generation of Reiking. The 3rd generation of Liang was shocked. At this time, the hand knife had already hit the vortex star feather in front of the wall, but the vortex star feather turned into smoke and disappeared. It was actually just a shadow clone. Then 3 generations of Reikage felt pain behind his back. The body has endured a huge amount of force. Pick up and fly out of the tent. Smashed into the distance. Xingyu retracted his kicked foot. He stared at the 3 generations of Reikage who had been kicked by him. Boy, you really have some abilities. 3 generations of Liang got up, patted the dust on his body. There was nothing wrong with the kick of Xingyu except for some embarrassment and some pain in the kicked body. The 3 generations of Reikage were not injured, and the strongest shield is also well deserved. At this time, Yun Ren was also alarmed. One after another 3 generations of Reikage, Who are you? Yunren watched. The footprints behind the mud on the third generation of Liang are quite embarrassing. Suddenly a little stunned. Who are the three generations of Reikage? That is the existence of being able to fight against the Eight Tails, to the extent that it violently beats the Eight Tails. In Yunren's eyes, the three generations of Reikage have been mythical to the level of Kaiane Zhao's Yujian. Well, this is only in Yunren's eyes. Although the third generation of Reikage Shichiu is very strong, but it is far from being compared with Senjujima. Perhaps the three generations of Reikage may be stronger if they rely solely on physical skills, but the strongest thing between Kaiane Zhao's Yujian is Xianfamu escape. That power is simply devastating, and 10 third-generation Reikages will also be hanged and beaten. But it seems to rely solely on physical skills. The three generations of Reikage may not be able to beat the Kaiane Zhao's Yujian, and the physical skills of the Kaiane Zhao's Yujian are not weak. 011_seeking flowers. His embarrassed look was seen by his men. Three generations of Liang's expression sank slightly and then shouted to these Yunren. All Yunren retreat. Three generations of Reikage knew some information about Wuxixinu, and knew that Wuxixinu would perform a wide range of ice escape ninjutsu. For him, ordinary ninjas would die. Yunren obeyed the orders of the three generations of Liang and immediately retreated, including the elite Shangren in Union Village. Three generations of Reiking did not let them stay either. Don't you ask for some help? Hand? Xingyu walked out of the damaged tent and asked in a flat tone. I am enough to deal with you. Yil sinks into anger and thunderacts. The three generations of Reikage broke out at an astonishing speed, and the whole person turned into an electric light. Approaching Xingyu like lightning, then lift his leg towards Xingyu with a battle-axe down wall. Your speed is very fast. Xingyu opened the eternal kaleidoscope to right round eyes. After seeing the movements of the three generations of Reiking clearly, dodge the attacks of the third generation of Reikage. The attacks of the three generations of Reikage fell on the ground and the ground cracked like a spider web. Broken clods splashed out. The smoke and dust will cover the three generations of Reiking. Before the smoke and dust have dissipated, three generations of Reikage's body came out. He hurried straight to Xingyu, hitting his elbow towards Xingyu's throat. It's a ruthless move. Xingyu didn't avoid it. Also, there was a head-on collision with the third generation of Reikage with the elbow. Upper waves erupted between the collisions, and the ground was directly scraped off by the air waves. Xingyu withdrew to several tens of meters, and the third generation of Reiking was similar to Xingyu. No one has the advantage in this collision. Xingyu watched next since there was blood flowing out of my elbow. The whole arm was slightly hemp. However, Xingyu didn't care at all, because the injury on his arm was restored in the next moment. Even the numbness disappeared. This is the self-healing power of the perfect immortal human body. Even a fatal wound can heal quickly, not to mention this small wound. The third generation of Reikage was also injured. Looking at the blood flowing out of the arm, three generations of Reiking fell into deep thought. He no longer knows how long he has not been injured. During the battle with me, I dared to be distracted. I admire your courage. Xinyu's fist was magnified in the eyes of the third generation of Reikage, and then the fist hit on the face of the third generation of Reikage. The third generation of Reikage was blown out with a punch, and his cheeks swelled. Chapter 126 Chapter End Abuse 45 During the battle, I dared to be distracted, and my face was swollen. Xingyu looked at the three generations of Reikage lying on the ground in the distance, and smiled coldly. The third generation of Liang Yi took a mouthful of blood, feeling a bit loose in his teeth, and almost knocked out his teeth with a punch. Just like you, I am ashamed to be called the strongest shield. I didn't even use this title. You dare? Who gave you the courage? Xingyu walked towards the third generation of Reikage while taunting at the third generation of Reikage. Boy, don't think you can beat me after a sneak attack. You are not qualified. Lying on the three generations of Reikage on the ground suddenly violent, and fists faced Xinu. This third generation Raikage likes to greet other people's faces, and Xinu also likes it. Xinu's eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel stared closely at the third generation of Raikage, and the third generation of Raikage's attacks were very fast. But in Xinu's eyes, it was slowed down countless times. Raking's fist fell through. The body continued to rush forward under the influence of inertia. Fell me down, Xinu clenched his fist, then jumped up, and the strange force-entwining chakra hit the back of the head of the third generation of Raikage. 3 generations of Raikage's eyes widened. His eyeballs seemed to burst out. Like the body is in close contact with the earth and leaves a human-shaped pit in the earth. Xinu walked to the location of the pothole, looking at the 3 generations of Raikage who fell in the pothole for a long time and couldn't get up. Some doubted whether the third generation of Raikage was beaten to death by him. Although the third generation of Raikage is extremely defensive in Uldan Chakra mode, the back of the head is definitely one of the most vulnerable parts of the third generation of Raikage. I didn't want to kill you. But if you were really killed by me accidentally, don't blame me, your defense is too weak, Xinu said to the 3 generations of Liang who was lying on the corpse. The Vortex Star. You think this level of attack? Can you kill me? The third generation of Raikage supported his body, and came out of the pit. For a while, the third generation of Raikage's mind was a little confused. His eyes turned black. He was holding on to prevent him from fainting. Xinu used strange power to punch the back of the head of the third generation of Raikage. Even under Dun Chakra mode, the 3 generations of Raikage almost got a lunch. It deserves to be the third generation of Raikage. The body is really tough. In terms of resisting beatings, I, Maelstrom Xinu, would like to admit that you are the strongest. Hell stab. 4 Kanzu. 3 generations of Raikage suddenly took out a killer move and roared towards the star. You killed over Uldan Chakra mode. Xinius body is wrapped around the same Uldan Chakra as the 3 generations of Raikage. After using Uldan Chakra mode, Xinu can feel his body cells stimulated by Uldan Chakra. The cell activity is stronger. Crackling lightning flashes constantly around the body. The defense has been improved a lot, and the body feels lighter. He has great explosive power. See if my fist is hard, or your fingers are hard. Xinius' fist hit the 3 generation Raikage and collided with the 3rd generation Raikage's Hell Sting. Shibankanzu. Hell Spikes. 4 Kanzu is a move that focuses chakra on the 4 fingers. The penetrating power is very strong than Uldan. Ulche doesn't know how much stronger it is. Moreover, the power of this technique can be increased as the number of fingers decreases. When this technique is strengthened to only 1 finger, it is called the strongest spear. Bang gong. This time the collision, the 3rd generation of Raking of L, flew out directly this time. Direct fracture of 4 fingers. Xingyu glanced at his fist. A few drops of blood dripped from his fist. It is worthy of the ultimate move of the 3 generations of Raking. Xingyu's hand was also injured, but this kind of injury is probably unnecessary. It takes 1 minute for Xinu to recover. The self-healing ability of the perfect immortal human body is terrifying. The 3rd generation of Raking sweated from the pain and all 4 hair fingers were broken. It is said that the finger is connected to the heart, and the pain of the fingers is unbearable even for the 3rd generation of Raking. Why do you use Uldan Chakra mode? The 3rd generation of Raikage was also stiff, holding back the pain and heading towards Xingyuji and Dao. I know more than Uldan Chakra mode. You know I can basically do it now, Xinu said with a smile. Xinu's gain this time is really great. The ninjutsu star that Raikage has used in front of him for 3 generations. Yudu has already stolen his teacher. The core of the 3 generations of Raikage's ninjutsu is the Uldan Chakra mode. Zwinyan has the ability to replicate. Xinu has copied all the ninjutsu techniques that Raikage has used for 3 generations during the battle, including Hell Spikes, 4 Kanzu. If there is no Uldan Chakra mode, even if it is copied, Xingyu will not be able to exert the true power of ninjutsu. but Xingyu uses the copy card to copy the Dun Chakran mode. Thunder Abuse Level Chio Dance. Xingyu appeared in front of the third generation of Liang instantly, and then hit the third generation of Liang with the knife. A hit knocked the third generation of Reikage into the air and left a deep bone scar in front of the third generation of Reikage. It's very powerful, Xingyu said with a smile. The three generations of Reikage's heart sank. The Thunder Abuse level cheer dance performed by Uzumaki Xingyu was exactly the same as what he had shown, but it was more powerful than him. When Xingyu didn't use the Thunder Dunk mode, his physical skills were no weaker than the third generation Reikage. When the Thunder Dunk Chakra mode was used, the physical skills were naturally stronger than the third generation Reikage's moves. Thank you for your generous teaching. Goodbye Xingyu towards three generations of Thunder. Ying said that he could kill the three generations of Reikage now, but Xingyu didn't intend to do anything with the third generation of Reikage. Three generations of Raking. This time I have learned a lot from you. I won't kill you, but I'll give you a piece of advice. It's better to take Yunren and leave. I want to kill you is really too easy. Xingyu glanced back at the third generation of Liang. Then use Huang Quan Biliangzaka to open a space door, step into it and leave Yunren camp. Xingyu didn't say anything big just now. It was really easy for him to kill three generations of Reikage. This time the battle with three generations of Reikage. He just used physical skills. There are too many abilities that he hasn't used. If you use illusion, can kill the three generations of Reikage in seconds. There are also being done, Zone Inu, Shulunai pupil technique, Fairy mode _ which cannot easily deal with the third generation of Raking. The reason for not killing the third generation of Reikage is because Xingyu has his own considerations. If the third generation of Reikage is too ignorant to lift 2.9 moves, then the end of the third generation of Shuiying _ will be his fate. Long after Xingyu left, Yunren came back and saw the three generations of Reikage who was embarrassed and seriously injured. They rushed over immediately. Three generations of Reikage-sama, are you okay? I'm okay. The third generation of Liang stood up, saying that it was okay, but the blood left on his body. And the shaking hands can show that he is not all right but just trying to do it. Medical ninja, come here to treat Reikage-sama for his injuries. One of the Union village elites called Shangren. Immediately, several medical ninjas ran over and showed Reikage the third generation of injuries. The three generations of Raking did not refuse, going back to being strong. His injury must be treated, especially the injury of the finger. If he missed the treatment and left sequelae, he might not even be able to use the Hell Spike in the future. Chapter 127. You can give up the task when you encounter Huoxin. 55 Reikang is too okay, right? After the medical ninja's examination, the Union Village elite went to the ninja platform and asked among the medical ninjas. Raking Teren's other injuries are okay, but her finger is broken. It is best not to move her finger for a short time, said the medical ninja in Union Village. In front of the third generation of Liang, there was a huge scar made by Xingyu's hand knife. The depth of the wound can see bones, but compared to this injury, the injury on the finger is more serious. It takes a long time to recover. Three generations of Reikage asked the medical ninja. This depends on Reikage. Two people's recovery situation. This medical ninja also couldn't give the three generations of Reikang an accurate time. Everyone's physique was different, and the recovery situation was different. But with the use of medical ninjutsu treatment, it shouldn't take too long. Raking is too human. Who is it that hurt you? Tutai urged three generations of Reikage to ask S before Xingyu walked straight in the tent. The third generation of Reikage asked Yunren to leave and retreat for very far, so they did not see the third generation of Reikage fighting is alive. Even if Xingyu and the third generation of Reikage fought against just now, Yunren didn't come over and check it out, because they believed too much in the three generations of Raking. I believe that no matter who the opponent is, the three generations of Raking can be solved. But they did not expect that the third generation of Raking will suffer. Glancing at the Earth platform, then the three generations of Liang said in a deep voice, The other party is Wuxi Xinu. With the pride of 3 generations of Reikage, naturally he would not hide who hurt him. What? Yunren was a little surprised. It is actually a wandering star feather. Xinu's reputation is due to the spread of Sunin and Uran, Bean. But they are quite disdainful. According to the information obtained, Maelstrom Xinu was just a kid who was just 12 years old. Even at this age, no matter how genius is, it will be evil again. How strong can it be? It used to be that we despised Uzumaki Xinu. The ninja performing the mission in the future meets Uzumaki Xinu, allowed to give up the mission and escape. Third Reikage said, "There is a very strong?" Tugtai asked Third Reikage incredulously, "Will issue such an order?" Very strong. 3 generations of Reikage's uninjured left hand clenched tightly, and said very seriously before playing against Maelstrom Xinu. It is using physical skills, although the writing wheel eyes also opened. But Huo Xinu didn't use the pupil technique of writing round eyes. There was also the magical skill of Bing Dun, which was passed down by Sand and Rain, but didn't use it. As for whether there were other methods, this 3rd generation Reikage didn't know. Tugtai looked at the 5 generations of Reikage and there were no more rooms. In fact, by looking at the current injuries of the 3rd generation of Reiking, he could know the strength of the Whirlpool Xinu. 3 generations of Ba Ying, who hadn't been injured in hand-to-hand combat, suffered such a serious injury. From here, we can speculate on the strength of Wuxi Xinu. The reason why I asked about the 3rd generation of Reikage just now was that I didn't dare to breathe in my heart. On the other side, Xingyu had now returned to Konoha camp. After Hoshiba came back, Tsunade, who reported the situation to the 3rd generation of Hokage factory, has returned. "What did you do? Why are the clothes torn?" Tsunade asked Hoshiba. After Tsunade came back, Kuzina and Miza paused for a while. But Juxinai and Meza didn't know what Xinu was doing. After all, Xinu didn't tell them when he went out. "Move your hands and feet," Xinu said with a smile. Mikoto walked over, looked around Xinu twice, and found that Xinu was dressed. The clothes are a bit damaged. Fortunately, the person was not injured, and he was relieved with a sigh of relief. All the injuries he suffered had already recovered, and some bloodstains on his body had also been cleaned up by Xinu. "See nothing? Did you go to find someone to fight?" Juxinai asked Xinu. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Xionan all stared at Hoshiba. And Hoshiba had to say, "I went to meet the 3 generations of Reikage and learned something by the way." "The 3rd generation of Reikage? Have you gone to the 3rd generation of Reikage?" Tsunade's expression became serious. This time the ninja battle in dispute. He also had an understanding of Tsunade's powerful strength in the 3rd generation of Reikage. In the previous war, even her teacher Apeshang faced with the 3 generations of Reikage. They were at a disadvantage. In addition, Shimura Danzo and the 2 teamed up to hold a 3rd generation Reikage. Just dragging it can't suppress it. The 3 generations of Reikage turned on Eldon Chakra mode _ the armor of Thunderdun was shrouded in his body. No attack can break through the defense of the 3 generations of Reikage. Really not hurt? Tsunade stared at Hoshiba. "No, if you don't believe me, I will take off all my clothes and check it next. If you can find a trace of scars in Ruxian County, I will call you gang in the future." "Hand sister." "What do you call me?" "Sister Tsunade." "Not bad." "Brother Xinu." Tsunade patted Xinu on the head. Then he said with a smile on his face. Only then did Hoshiba realize that he was actually taken advantage of by Tsunade. Puff Xiaonan laughed out loud, but when he noticed Xingyu's gaze, he immediately stopped laughing. "Xiaonan, can you tell me what you were laughing at?" Xingyu asked, squatting down, pinching Xiaonan's cheek with both hands. "I guess Xiaonan is laughing at you for being stupid. It's so simple to be tricked by Tsunade." "I think you are a little bit clever," Kushina said mercilessly. "Juxinai, your tongue is getting more and more poisonous, but I won't teach you." "Your skin is itchy, right? Xingyu let go of Xiaonan. Staring dangerously at Juxinai, Xiaonan had a grateful expression on his face. At the same time, he gratefully glanced at Juxinai. As expected, Juxinai's sister, really a good person. 463 successfully transferred the attention of Xinu brother. I'm very good now. Kushina gestured towards Xinu. Haha, can you still be as good as me? Xingyu snarled sound. Then he raised his fist and punched Kushina on the top of the head. Squatting on the ground holding his head, Juxina looked at Xinu with tears and sweat. It hurts. I want revenge. Unable to swallow this breath, Kushina thought more and more loss, then got up directly, displayed a set of Wangba punches, and hit Xinu. Well, the so-called Wangbakwan, relying on his own instinct, Dia went up and beat him to death. Although he didn't have any rules, it was actually quite practical. But flaws. That's more. Xingyu seized the opportunity. Both hands reached out and grabbed Juxinai's wrist, then subdued Juxinai. Let go of me or I will bite you. The subdued Juxina refused to admit defeat, still struggling constantly. Let go of you, but the premise is that you can't continue to do it with me, Xina said towards Juxinai. Kushina nodded and agreed, and saw Kushina will agree. Xinu also let go of Juxina. Only after Xinu let go of Juxinai, Juxinai suddenly lost his credit. He once again used his best Wangbakwan towards Xinu. Fist indiscriminately. But the final result, of course, is the same as before, again being made by Xinu. Chapter 128. Are the three generations of Fenying and Sanjiao Hanzo weak? 15 in the evening. It rained lightly outside the tent. This is the border between the country of fire and the country of rain. It also rains often. Yuxinna, I'm convinced. Are you 3 inches? Xingyu asked Naxinna with a smile on his face. Ha, Xio, don't think about it, I will never bow my head. The tied-up Kushina snorted and turned his head and said very hard. Before Xinu overpowered 9 Xinai. Then he released 9 Xinai again. However, 9 Xinai was still unconvinced to find Xinu to settle the account. So Xinu tied up 9 Xinai. Kushina, we're going to eat. If you continue to be tied up, how can you eat? Are you going to be hungry? Let me be soft. Mesa said to Juxinai with a sullen face. As for why her face is tight, this is because Mikoto is afraid that she will laugh out accidentally. Mikoto, although I have no evidence. But I think you are watching my jokes now. Kushina stared at Mikoto and said suspiciously, we are good friends. How could I read your jokes? You can pull the bad piano down. If you really think of me as a good girlfriend and sister, let me go now. Feel sorry. Juxinna, Xingyu said just now, if I let you go, let me be tied here instead of you. Mikoto shook her head and said 22? Xingyu had a question mark on his face. When did he say that? Mikoto actually returned in front of him. Mikoto, don't you say that we are good girlfriends? Then, as my good friend, can't you help me suffer a bit? Kuzina said to Mikoto. Mikoto thought for a while after hearing the words, and then seemed to have made a lot of progress. If this is the case, then Juxinai, we will not be best friends in the future. Finished. Later, Meza turned around. Then he left Juxinai back. TSK. Is this the relationship between you? Tsunade looked at Juxin amused. Sister Juxinai is so pitiful. Xiaonan looked at Juxinai pitifully. Xiaonan, I don't need pitifulness yet, Juxina said angrily. Xina walked over and released Juxinai, and Juxinai looked at Xina with a question mark on her face, and let her go so easily. Isn't it a conspiracy? Don't be suspicious of anything, I just see you being pitiful, Xingyu said with a slight smile. Damn it, I'm not pitiful, Xina will do it anyway, you have always liked me, right? Kushina threw on Xinia's body and said. Tsunade saw Kuzina pounce on Hoshiba's body, feeling unhappy in his heart, and walked over to pull Kuzina over. Kushina, don't make trouble, eat quickly, otherwise the food will be cold in a while. Tsunade held down Kushina, then said, yes. Meza echoed, and Xiaonan sat next to Xingyu obediently, waiting for the meal. After eating, Xingyu thought of a very important thing. That is, they have no place to live. Actually forgot this. They came here without setting up a tent. It looks like I'm going to stay overnight at Tsunade tonight. Hoshiba couldn't help but say. Okay, I have no opinion. It's a bit crowded, but I can barely make do with it, Kushina said. Although Tsunade's tent is relatively large, if they all live here, it is still a bit crowded. Kushina, if you dislike it, you can go out and sleep in the rain, Tsunade said to Kushina. I'm not stupid. Kushina glanced at Tsunade with a glance. The idiot would go out to sleep during the break. A controversial thing happened. I want to sleep next to Kusinu. Juxinai said, this is my place. Shouldn't it be me who arranged it? Tsunade glanced at Kusina, and then said, I think it's up to Xingyu to decide. Jakin looked at Xingyu. I want to be next to brother Xingyu. Xiaonan ran directly to Xingyu, tightly grasping Xingyu's arm. Hey, is this too popular? Are you worried about Ying? Xinu sighed suddenly, feeling quite proud in his heart. Xinu, tell me your choice. Tsunamo, Juxina, Meza, and even Xiaonan were all staring at Xinu, waiting for Xinia's choice, and Xinu was also distressed at this time. At this time, if you really make a choice, it will be a dead end, so Xingyu thought of a way, that is, through the lottery method. Then Kushina and Mikoto lay proudly beside Xinu, and Xionan fouled on Hoshiba, leaving Tsunade very gloomy. Cough cough underscore, or you need to put your hand under me. Go on. Xinu coughed slightly, looking at Tsunade expectantly, and asked, fuck me. Believe it or not, I will kick you all out. I'm very annoying. Don't bother me. Tsunade twisted away angrily. Early the next morning, Xinu should be the first. I woke up, looking at Xiaonan, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Xingyu didn't bother either. Just lie down like this for a while. And on the left is Mikoto, and on the right is Kushina. It feels pretty wonderful. Well, wait. Xingyu turned his head to the right. On the right was originally Kusina coming to Tsunade, and Kusina is on the other side of Tsunade. How did the two of them switch positions? Just when Hoshiba stared at Tsunade, Tsunade opened his eyes, and then stared at Hoshiba. What are you looking at? Tsunade rubbed his eyes and asked Xinu. I remember it was not like this last night. Yes, at midnight last night, Kushina had to change positions with me. There was no way, so I was here. Tsunade said. Well, Tsunade's words. Xingyu really didn't believe a word. At this time, Mikoto and Xionan woke up too. Mikoto and Xionan looked at Tsunade next to Hoshiba in surprise. Tsunade saw them waking up. He booed at them, and then pointed at Kushina, which meant that they would not wake Kushina. Last night, Tsunade took advantage of Kushina's sleep, and Elle and Kushina were swapping positions. Can't let Kushina know. Otherwise, Juxinai might have to fight her. Although he is not afraid of Kushina, but Kushina is too difficult. Tsunade didn't want to get entangled with Kushina to get Zhao Im ready for breakfast. After Mikoto got up to wash, she went to prepare breakfast. Xiaonan went to wash, and then began to refine chakra and practice hard. Xiaonan really worked hard. Tsunade couldn't help but said, looking at Xiaonan, with Xionan's efforts, her achievements will never be low in the future. Yeah, if you can have Xiaonan and Neanderthal efforts, now the strength will not be so weak. Xina glanced at Tsunade and said, Xingyu, you actually think my strength is weak? Now that she is weak, it is estimated that Xingyu is the only one. In my eyes, Tsunade is really not strong. Just so underscore, it is estimated that even the 3 generations of Fengying and Sanjiao Hanzo and the like can't be beaten. Tsunade was silent, and I was not sure to defeat them. But are the 3 generations of Fengying and Sanjiao Hanzo weak? One of them is known as the strongest Fengying in the past, and the other is known as the demigod of the ninja world. How do you feel that you look down on them a bit? Underscore. Chapter 129, The Task of Destroying Materials. 25. At breakfast, Tsunade had a deep expression on his face. Kushina looked at Tsunade's dull expression on his face in confusion. What's wrong with her? Kushina asked in a low voice to Mikoto next to her. Before Kushina said that she was weak, she was probably a little unhappy. After Mikoto lowered her voice, she replied to Kushina. Can your two voices be lower? Tsunade raised his head and glanced at both of them, then said. Kusinai and Mesa were suddenly a little embarrassed. They didn't expect to be heard. It's so good to hide. Ahem. Do you want I teach you a secret technique? Hoshiba put down the rice ball in his hand and asked Tsunade and the others. Secret technique? What secret technique? Juxina was very interested. Secret arts are generally from a family or from a shinobu village. The secrets that are not passed on are generally very powerful. It's like the seal technique of the Vortex family was once considered to be the secret technique of the Vortex family. As for now, after the Wandering Two clan extermination, the sealing technique has spread out to some extent partly. Uldan Chakra Mode's 3-generation Reikage secret technique. Xina smiled lightly, and then said, yes, Xina intends to teach Uldan Chakra Mode to Tsunade and others. Duplicating ninjutsu and duplicating blood succession boundary are different, although they copy being done blood succession boundary. But Xina is about how to use the wind. It is not clear at all that the nature of the water species changes and merges 950 into Ice Escape. However, copying the Uldan Chakra Mode and the practice and application of the Uldan Chakra Mode all appeared in Xingya's mind. Do you know the Uldan Chakra Mode of the 3 generations of Reikage? Tsunade looked at Xina in surprise. This should be the housekeeping skill of the 3rd generation of Reikage, right? How did Xina learn it? Do you think him going to the 3rd generation of Reikage to do? Is it just to fight him? 1. This simple thing. I just have to look at it, and I can learn it in minutes. Anyway, there is no tax on bragging, so Xina doesn't mind bragging. But if Xina said so in front of the 3rd generation of Raking, perhaps the 3rd generation of Raking would really believe it. After learning the Uldan Chakra Mode, you may become the same as the 3rd generation of Ying. Become the same as the 3rd generation Reikage, with the same muscles as him? If so, I refuse. Tsunade refused without hesitation. After hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina, who was originally quite interested, instantly disappeared. Thinking of his body full of muscle and flesh, Kushina said that he could not accept it, and Xina would definitely not like himself like that. After Mikoto heard Tsunade's words, she stayed away like Kana. To learn Xionan, I just eat breakfast silently. Fabi. The 3rd generation of Liang is a chat meet practiced by practicing physical skills, and Uldan Chakra Mode should have nothing to do with it. Xingyu said in a daze. 0100 anyway, I don't know how to practice. I think the strange power technique is very good. Tsunade said directly. As for how Uldan Chakra Mode is, strength is not important for Tsunade. The important thing is not to cultivate this to become a muscular woman. After Gang Watch State, Kushina and Mikoto also expressed their views directly. Resolutely do not learn what Uldan Chakra Mode. Seeing that they are reluctant to learn, Xingyu didn't even mention it. Xina came to the battlefield, and Konoha, who was suddenly attacked by the war, also had a chance to breathe. Sure enough, I was so powerful that I had deterred the 4 ninjas in Ninja Village when I first came to the battlefield. Xina couldn't help but said, will you die if you don't brag? Tsunade gave Xina a blank look. Tsunade, why are you so leisurely, huh? There are many injured ninjas in Motoba, right? Don't you go for treatment? Hoshiba turned his head to look at Tsunade and asked, can I take a rest? Ben Yuzuna sits next to Xina, watching the light rain outside. It's been 5 days since Xina came to the battlefield. Although it has been raining for 3 of the 5 days, it still feels disgusting. Counterattack. If you blindly passive, you will never win this war. Only proactively attacking the wood can end this war the fastest. I don't know. How do we know what 3 generations of old men think about? I don't even go to the usual meetings. And Tsunade said with a lip of his lips. Oh, it's boring. Xingyu felt so boring. In Konoha, there is still a place to go, and it's too boring on the battlefield. Xingyu wanted to go to war, but he was wrong. No more fights. Vortex Star Feather. The 3rd generation of Hokage Tai has a task to hand it to you. Just when Xina felt bored, a ninja came to the other side, handed a task book to Xinui. Then the ninja left. Xinu opened the task book with curiosity. Tsunade next to him came over and watched the second task book. The task is to destroy Iwanin's supplies. There are also transportation routes for Iwanin's supplies. Almost moldy, Xinu stood up quite excitedly. You are still happy with such a dangerous task? Tsunade glanced at Xinu. Why said silently, destroy the enemy's supplies. This is because no matter which Shinobu village is, they value their own supplies very much, so the guardianship will naturally not be small. Danger is for others. There is no danger to me at all, Xinu said very swellingly. That's right, Eternal Flower is abbreviated as Lunyon. Who is his right in the ninja world at this time? Hand? The old guy Uekai Hamadara is still alive. But Uekai Hamadara is half dead. Xinu promised that if he dared to come out, Xinu would let him die early. Task. Are you going? Xinu shouted to Mikoto and Kushina. We go. Of course I want to. Jukinai immediately pulled Meza out and followed Xinu and they left the Benai camp. In fact, it is easy for Xinu to complete the task by himself. As for why they are called Shangjutsun and Mikoto, of course, they are not so boring when performing tasks. If you are alone, wouldn't it be boring to perform tasks? Sinai and Meza feel better with them. Speaking of the fact that the intelligence is not accurate, we have waited for so long. We haven't waited for the team to escort the supplies. Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? Juxina couldn't help complaining. Report an error. It has nothing to do with us if the mission fails. Xingyu was calmer with a piece of grass in his mouth. I haven't seen the team transporting the supplies, although the intelligence said that this is the only way for Iwato to transport the supplies. The intelligence can't say that it is really wrong. Xingyu was calm on the surface. In fact, Xiaoli also felt very upset. If the mission really fails, after he goes back, he must be well. It's good to ask who provided this information. Chapter 130 Attacking the Iwanin Camp 35 Ding. The master has come to the task. Do you want to look next? When Xinu was cursing the Konoha ninja who provided false information in his heart, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Are you here for a mission? Xinu was a little surprised. The task of the system was really pitiful. The system has been awakened for 8 years, but more than 5 tasks have been released. There are 2 tasks this time. 2 missions. 2 missions came at once. What kind of tasks are they? Xingyu asked, even more surprised. Mission: destroy the Big on the Moon. The Tubewood family. Task reward: God level copy card X1_ no penalty for failure. Mission period 2_ non-task. Break into a Iwanin camp to destroy Iwanin supplies. Mission rewards: advanced copy card X1, no penalty for failure. Task deadline: a mission with no mission deadline, and the goal is to destroy the Big Jianmu clan on the moon. This star feather can't complete it for the time being, because I don't know how to get to the moon. Although I know that there is a space channel to the moon. But Xinu didn't know where the space channel was. But there is no deadline for the mission, so Xinu is not in a hurry. The other one is a task period limited. If Xinu doesn't complete it in 3 days, the task will be cancelled by itself. Let's go. Xinu patted Jixin and Msei, said to them both. Let's go? Didn't we finish the task? Kushina asked involuntarily. Of course it has to be completed, but I am afraid I can't wait here. It is estimated that the materials have been delivered to the Iwanin camp, so we went to the Iwanin camp. Is this too dangerous? Mikoto said. Mikoto, are you underestimating me? I broke into the Inren camp a few days ago and gave 3 generations of Reikage a meal. Why? There will be danger. That's right. Let's go quickly. Kushina looked forward to one. She was not afraid of any danger, but felt very exciting. Okay. Mikoto nodded, and looked at Juxina, preparing to keep staring at Juxina. Not very worried about Xinu. Mikoto knew that Xinu was strong, but Mikoto was worried about Kana, in case Juxina is too reckless. But it is really dangerous, so Meza is going to be optimistic about Juxina. It's not too far to get to the Yanin camp from here, and it didn't take long for Xinu and the others to arrive near the Yanin camp. Are we going to sneak in? Mikoto asked forcibly toward Xinu. Sneak in? Number. We attack directly. Let Iwaki taste a let's play my new ninjutsu. Kyo done. Heian spiral pill. Xinu appeared in his hand a huge fire attribute chakra sphere. The flame did not raging out, but a steady formation of flame sphere. When Xinu lifted it up, the fireball had a diameter of about 1 square meter, which looked quite astonishing. Then Xinu threw the fireball towards the Iwainen camp. Iwainen camp is not a tent but a mud house built with earthen escape. 2. Compared with Konoha, Iwashinobu is more advanced. The huge explosive flame spiral pill smashed past, and after hitting an earthen house, a fireball of earthen rice burst out instantly, and the 100-meter range directly turned into a sea of fire. The earth room was melted directly by the flame, and a substance similar to magma appeared on the ground, and the 10 that was melted by the fire became magma. This is your new ninjutsu. It feels better than Fengden. Spiral Shuriken. Kushina looked at Xinu with bright eyes. I can't say that it's better than the Spiral Shuriken. I can only say that each has its own merits. Xinu shook his head and said to Kushina, Go in. Go to Iwashinobu's supplies and destroy them. After Xinu finished speaking, he took the lead to walk towards the Iwainen camp. Kushina and Mikoto immediately followed Xinu. It feels like you want to destroy the Iwainen camp. After walking in, Kushina couldn't help Yikao when he saw the tragedy of Yanen camp, faced with so many Iwainen. I feel a little nervous. Mesa squeezed Kurumi. Looked at Iwainen in front. Xinu directly cast and sleevel ninjutsu fire escape. Heian helix pill tossed over it, so much movement, so that Iwashinobu gathered directly. Even the 3rd generation of Dokiji Onoki is here. You are. Maelstrom Star Feather. Onoki stared at Xinu angrily because his beard fluttered because of his anger. I seem to know me, my fame is getting bigger and bigger. It's really distressed. Xinu face said distressedly. Kushina and Mikoto glanced at Xinu. I'm afraid you are not worrying, but proud. Short. But I didn't expect meeting to be more famous. You look shorter than I expected. Xinu opened the scars of Taiyemu. To be honest, the height issue is also a pain for Onoki. He is so short, even as a soil shadow. He is not very majestic. Although he has a high reputation in Iwainen village but this is what he manages now. When he first took office as Dokiji, Onoki was often laughed at for his height. So what Onoki hates most is that others say he is short. The second is his red rosacea. Why is Xenius' nose so big? It's still very red, and it looks so ugly. Juxina said to Xinu. Onoki clenched his fist and couldn't help it. Mocked his height, now taunting his nose. If you bear it any longer. He became the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Vortex Xinu. You dare to attack our camp alone. Let Yukonoha's famous genius died here. Oyemya quickly rushed towards Xinu, and then used Earth Escape. The art of Rock Fist. He smashed towards Xinu. As expected to beat a Ying. Don't look at the short, but fast. Xinu dodges Taiyima's Rock Fist attack, then kicked Onoki's body. Onoki flew back faster than he had come. Tsukiji is too human. Iwashinobu panicked and caught Tsunogi. But the rock who caught Onoki was unlucky and smashed and flew far away together, and gave Onoki a piece of meat. Matt, a glorious sacrifice. Dokiji is too human. Are you okay? A group of rock shinobi surrounded them, and asked Oyemu in a panic. Onoki is equivalent to Iwainen's soul, but there can be no accident. If Onomoto has an accident, then Iwainen will become a headless fly. Onoki coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then shouted too much, enduring the pain, hurry up and disperse. Feng done. Spiral Shuriken. Xianfa. Wind done. Spiral Shuriken. 2 Spiral Shurikens. The ordinary Spiral Shuriken is used by Xinu, while the Fairy Spiral Shuriken was used by Juxinai after entering the Fairy mode. 2 Spiral Shurikens smashed past, even if Onoki's prompt shouting and dispersing command was affected by many ninjas. In the ninja who was hit, 130 trillion cells in his body were destroyed by countless small needle-like chakra blades and died suddenly. It's a waste of chakra. Kushino exhaled and said, even Juxinai, a vortex tribe with a huge chakra, felt that it was very expensive to chakra. But chakra consumes more ninjutsu power. The more powerful it is, the more powerful the wind done spiral shuriken is, and the average ninja will definitely be unable to block this move. Kushino is used in the fairy mode, and its power is greater. Even so, Kushina's fairy spiral shuriken still not as powerful as the spiral shuriken released by Xinu. Although Juxinai has the enhancement of Xianzu chakra, Xingyu uses this spiral shuriken to use chakra several times more than Juxinai, and the power is naturally greater. _1 Chapter 131 Tan Yuming vs Chen Dun 45 Aren't they scared? Kuzina looked at Iwa Shinobu who was backing vigilantly. Can't help but say to Xinu and Mikoto beside _E it should be, this Yan Shinobu is too embarrassing. Xingyu curled his lips, and only then used a few ninjutsu, and it frightened them. If you show it completely, you must be able to do so. I don't know if it will be scared. They don't attack, we take the initiative to attack. Xinu took out the grass blade. Use instantaneous technique to quickly approach Iwinin. After a few breaths, he came to the Yanin crowd. Too arrogant, kill him for me. One minion Shinobu, Murakami Shinobu saw Xinu kill so arrogantly. He rushed towards Xinu angrily. Hate wind slash. Xinu strengthens the blade of grass lotus sword with the chakra of wind attribute. Then he slashed at the Shino who rushed over. Fast, ruthless and stable. 190 hit the opponent's life directly, and Dofing sword flew out from the grass blade, harvesting Iwanin's life. Xinu, holding the grass lotus sword, really turned into a god of death on the battlefield, facing all the enemies of Xinu. Unable to survive the move in front of Xinu, whether it's forbearance, both Zongren and Shangren are treated equally. Anyway, they are all the same, weak and hacked to death. Asshole. Oyemya looked at Xinu who was killing the quartet in a hurry, and once again, Yi gave a gulp of blood, almost suffocating to death. Master Tukage, are you okay? Huangta saw a mouthful of blood from Onokonoa and immediately asked Taiyemu that Oyi was his father, and Huangta didn't want to see himself anyway. His father was in trouble. Ahem, I'm fine. Onogi can't bear it. Coughed a few times. Before, I was kicked by Uzumaki Xinu. I felt 2 ribs broke. But this kind of injury to Onoki can't stand it. After all, Onogi is still in his prime of life. Not the old Tukage in the future. Lois, don't pass by, Onoki said toward the Lois. Oyemu also has his own selfishness, and Huangtu is his son. Oyemu didn't want the Lois to be in danger. Judging from the appearance of Wuxi Xinu who mows the grass, his son's talent is good and his strength is quite strong. But facing the Whirlpool Star Feather is still just a gift. Onoki has been observing. Chu saw an elite from Yanin village, Shangren under the sword of Uzumaki Xinu, but he only insisted on 2 strokes. I don't know why Wuxi Xinu's strength is so abnormal, but he absolutely does not tolerate his son going to death. After all, he has only one son. Itoka Kijite Ito, as a ninja in Iwanin village, I will never tolerate someone killing my companion. Huangta said firmly. Shut up. Everything is up to me. Let the Yanin who besieged Uzumaki Xinu retreat and hand it over to me. And Lao Zitai Yong roared angrily. Oyemu is very majestic, and Huangta can only do nothing but promise in front of his own father, the Earth Shadow. Father, your injury? Huangta looked worried. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Call me Dokich Tern outside. My injury is not in the way. You quickly organize a ninja retreat from my Wainin village. Taiyemu yelled at Huangta again, and this time Huangta did not dare to speak. Oyemu sighed as he looked at Huangta. Although his own son has a good talent, It seems difficult to be a great job. Huangtu obeyed Onaki's orders and directed Iwatu to retreat. And Yanshinobu was also scared by Xingyu. Heard that Lois made them retreat _ quickly withdraw. Yes, surroundings have been cleared. Under his feet dozens of corpses have fallen, and the blood has gathered into a stream. Vortex star feather. Oyemu roared, and his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes staring at Xinu. Kong Maelstrom and Xinius attack began, and more than 100 ninjas died. But how long did Uzumaki star feather attack? It took only a dozen minutes, which was a big loss for Iwashinobu. Moreover, the Shangnin and the elite Shangnin who died in the hands of Xinu have several Shangnin and the elite Shangnin. These are all elites that are difficult to cultivate with resources. What are you yelling at? Why is the sound 3? I can't hear it. Xingyu turned his head to look at Oyemu. There was a person standing beside Oyemu. This person was the four-tailed man Zulailozi. Lousy has a stubborn personality. There is a bit of disharmony with Onomato's character. In fact, both of them are stubborn guys. When the two elders stubbornly meet together, naturally they will not reconcile. But now the ninja world is too wary. For Iwashinobu village, Lousy temporarily compromised with Onoki and Elabade Oyaki. Dust escape. The technique of stripping the original world. Under his anger, Taiyemu uses a special trick to escape from the house, which is above the limit of blood succession. The blood continued to be eliminated. It is the fusion of the three nature changes of wind, earth and fire to form zero. This is the escape technique developed by the second generation of Moon Earth Shadow, and finally taught to Onogi. It has the power to separate any object into an atomic state and wipe it out. It is undeniable that Chendun is indeed very powerful. But with such a powerful ninjutsu, the chakra consumed is also very scary. When Oyemu, the Earth Shadow, felt that the chakras in his body were empty, he used a third of his chakras at once. The cube enchantment was launched from Onoki's hand toward the star feathers, and as long as it was wrapped in the enchantment, it would be broken down into atoms. This kind of attack ignores defense. Even if it is the third generation of Reikage to pick up a move to dust out, it will be broken into atoms. Tani Uming, Xinius' eyes turned into an eternal kaleidoscope, writing round eyes L, and then used the pupil technique L of the right eye to go backwards in time, back towards the cube enchantment that Xeni flew over, and then disappeared. Dust escape. The original world stripping technique regressed to a time before it was released, but the chakra consumed by Onoki was not returned. When Xeni casts Heaven's imperial mandate, the object of its effect is only dust escape. The technique of stripping the original world does not remove Oyaki. Also shrouded in theoretically, the dust escape. The original world stripping technique is regressed before it is released. So naturally the chakra consumed by two wildwood does not exist. But when it comes to time, it will be very complicated. Regarding the question of time, Xingyu couldn't understand it for the time being. Anyway, if Xinu uses the ninjutsu released by the opponent to use the ninjutsu released 2.8 liters, then the chakra consumed by the opponent's ninjutsu will not be returned because the ninjutsu time has fallen back before the release is consumed. As for the reason, Xingyu couldn't understand it yet. At this time Onogi stared too much. The released dust escape suddenly disappeared. His dust escape didn't have any effect, and Oyemu doubted whether there was a problem with his dust escape. Onogi, your dust is of no use. Xingyu looked at Onogi with a smile, just like seeing other people's sullen expressions. You did it? Onoki's face sank. He firmly believes that his dust escape will never go wrong. The only possibility is the ghost of Huo Xinu. Under my eyes, no ninjutsu has the slightest effect on me, Xinu said flatly. One installed a face towards Onoki. Force. The 132nd chapter severely damages the shadows and destroys the materials. 55 Onoki stared at Xinius' eternal kaleidoscope and writing round eyes. The already ugly face becomes harder to look on. Abbreviated round eyes. Onogi gritted his teeth and said, for the kaleidoscope right round eyes. Onoki has always been a bit psychological shadow. Once young, Onoki, who has not yet become our second generation and Dukage, went to Honai for diplomacy and wanted to form an alliance with Honai. But unfortunately I met Uchiha, and after being humiliated by Uchiha Madara, and they severely wounded two of them, Xinya looked at Oyemu, and didn't explain anything. One who abbreviated round eyes and eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes. It seems that there is no need to explain to the enemy. Onogi, do you remember the fear once dominated by these eyes? Xinya asked Onoki with a smile on his face, deliberately removing Onoki's scars. Oyemu's eyes were a little surprised and uncertain. His eyes squinted _ he didn't dare to look directly at Xinya's eyes. Yo! Tangdong Shiying was so scared that he didn't even dare to look at me. Onoki heard Xinya's words, angrily wanted to swear too much. Who doesn't know that the illusion of writing round eyes is powerful? A fool will stare at you. Oyemu, you didn't get out of the mountain because of being abused by Uchiha Madara, right? Xingyu asked Oyemu. Oh, for how did you know? Oyemu was a little shocked in his heart. No one knew about the abuse by Uchiha Madara. At that time, even he was only a teenager, and Wuxi Xingyu had not been born yet. How could he know? This is not important. The important thing is that sneak attacks are not a good habit. Xingyu glanced backwards and kicked Laozi, who wanted to sneak attack him. While he was talking with Oyemu, just want to attack him. I think too much. But Xingyu keeps an eye on everything around you. I thought you didn't find Xingyu. Kushina and Mikoto ran over, and they were relieved when they saw Laozi being kicked into the air. Just now they noticed that the old purple ghost wanted to sneak attack, so they rushed over immediately and wanted to remind Xingyu out loud. But before they could say anything, Xingyu kicked Laozi away. Let them rest assured. Kushina, Mikoto, have you forgotten that I have the eyes of Kigura, and it is impossible to attack me? At that time, Oyemu saw Kushina and Mikoto. His eyes lit up slightly. Uzumaki Xinya's strength was strong. You can think of his companions to start. Soil escape. The technique of rock fist. Oyeki didn't use the strongest dust dun _ because of the reason that dust dun lost its effect just now. Oyemu hesitated. The chakra consumed by dust escape is huge. And he still didn't know what method was used by Xingyu to resolve it. Onoki is not ready to use it anymore. This piece of Onoki's attack target was not Xingyu, but Kunai. Juxina looked at the alike wild technique that rushed over quickly, with an eager face on his face. Expression 106. And however, Hoshiba stopped Kushina with a shot, and Kushina wanted to fight Onoki. But the current Masamune and Tanemoto are definitely not opponents. Especially the current Juxina. The fairy mode could not be maintained long ago. If it is in the fairy mode, he can still play against Onoki. But when he exits the fairy mode, Juxina can't play against the shadow level pinnacle Oyeki. Illusory monthly reading. In an instant, Onoki fell to the ground. Although it was only an instant in reality, it took 3 full days in the illusion space. After an illusion technique brought Onoki down, Xingyu looked towards the four-tailed man Zili Laozi. At this time, Laozi was enveloped in lava. Former lava armor. Laozi has the blood succession boundary meltdown. Now he uses the meltdown chakra mode, which is somewhat similar to the Dun chakra mode. Entangled with high temperature lava, it can melt anything you touch. In fact, it's very difficult. As a four-tailed man Zuli, Laozi is still a bit capable, but it's not tricky fixing you. That old man Juiying was brought down by you. Can this guy leave it to me to solve it? Juxina asked Xingyu. It's not that I don't want you shot, but Juxina, you can't beat it. Xingyu said helplessly. Kushina wants to do what he can. The guy in front of you, not an opponent at first sight, Mikoto said toward Kushina. Okay. Juxina gave up rather unwillingly. Ice escape. The art of ice prison. Xingyu displayed the ice escape. Then the four-tailed man's Laozi was locked in the ice prison. Even with Laozi's melting, the ice prison could not be melted in a short period of time. Let's destroy Iwanin's supplies first. Xingyu ignores a fallen big Noki, and a four-tailed man who was trapped by the ice. headed towards the place where the supplies were stored in the Iwanin camp. Xinu, don't you kill this old man? Juxina asked Xinu. I think it's better to keep the balance in the 5 kingdoms. He's still alive. Xinu glanced at Onoki, and then brought Kushina and Mesa to the place where the supplies were stored. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. Mikoto made a seal with both hands, casting fire escape, so that Iwanin's supplies were enveloped in a sea of fire, and there was a detonating talisman in the application of supplies, so the explosion sounded. It can be regarded as a little help, Mikoto said with a smile. This time I attacked the Iwanin camp. She didn't help her a little bit before. Now I can finally help a little bit. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Get the reward Advanced Copy Card X1. The voice of the system rang in Xinius' mind. Xingyu named a premium copy card. Can the system Advanced Copy Card copy Dust Escape? No. Chendun belongs to Xjitoda, so it cannot be copied. Xingyu was a little disappointed when he heard this. And Chen Yun was also very powerful. Unfortunately, Advanced Copy Card cannot be used. Copy it over. Since the 1000 tasks are completed, there is no need to stay here. Let's go. We're going back. Hoshiba uses Huangquan Hirozaka. Open the door of space. Take Jixina and Mesa into the door of space. Leave from Iwanin camp. As soon as Xinu and the others left, 343_Yanran killed him, and looked at the destroyed supplies. Yanran's eyes were red. Quickly, go find Master Shiying. Huang Tu shouted immediately. At this moment, Huang Tu felt a little panic. Even their supplies were destroyed? That shows that his father was too wild and defeated. Otherwise, I would never let. The supplies were destroyed? Also, leave some ninjas to extinguish the flames, and save as many supplies as you can. After Huang Tu finished shouting, he immediately went to look for his father. 3 generations of Dokage Jiemu finally found Onoki. At this time, Onoki was mentally wounded and fell into a coma. Huang Shiyanran was very panicked and immediately called a medical ninja to check. The old Ziz who had not broken through the ice prison were rescued with the help of Iwashinobu. Laozi looked at Oyemya who was in a coma, and sighed, his expression somewhat Shenshu. Old Purple Vortex. Where's Xini? Huang Tu said with red eyes towards the old Zijian. It should be escaped. Laozi sat down, clutching the place where he was kicked by the vortex star feather and said that he had escaped, but it was just a little better. Pure Xinu should have left by himself. Just use one to escape. You can save some of your own face. Damn it. I'm going to take revenge on him. Huang Tu stood up. His eyes were red and rushed out. But before he ran far, he was stopped by other Yanren. Even their respected Duiying was not an opponent. Didn't Huang Shi go to Wuxi Xinu to die? L. The 133rd chapter is the big deal leaving Konoha 15 when the Iwanin camp was in a mess. Xingyu and the others have returned. Tsunade, why are you looking at us like this? Seeing Tsunade looking at them with a weird expression, Hoshiba couldn't help but asked Tsunade. Brother Xingyu, did your mission fail? Xiaonan ran over and asked Xingyu. Mission failed? We destroyed Iwashinobu's supplies. Kushina said. Although it was not destroyed when Iwashinobu was transported. But in the end they destroyed Iwashinobu's supplies. How could it be said that the mission failed? Huh? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, and then said, now the entire Honai camp has spread, and your mission has failed. Yeah. I also heard some people say bad things about you, Brother Xinu, accusing you. It's disgusting. Xiaonan has an angry expression on his face. Is that so? Xingyu suddenly fell into thought. He has not yet returned. The news of his mission failure had already been reported in the camp of Benai. If no one had planned Xinu, he would definitely not say anything. It seems someone spread the rumors. Tsunade looked a little angry. No, it's as simple as spreading rumors. Xingyu shook his head and said, actually, this mission was really going to fail. We ambushed the location given by the intelligence, but the materials Iwaniners transported did not pass through at all. So the intelligence is false. If it was before, Xingyu would think that the intelligence was wrong, But Xingyu understands now. The information was originally a fake, deliberately gave him false information. So Xingyu and the others couldn't finish their mission at all. If it was not for Xingyu to receive the task issued by the system and would never enter the Iwaning camp to destroy the materials, then the task would fail. It is natural. The information is fake. Tsunade frowned. She noticed that the information Xingyu said was false, not that the information was wrong. Yes, the information is fake. 3 generations of Hokage gave me a piece of false information. Originally, it was impossible for me to complete the task. Moreover, it should be a blow to my reputation. Right? Xingyu analyzed it himself. It's been a while since coming to the battlefield. Xingyu knew that his reputation was quite high among Konoha ninjas. After seeing Xingyu, some ninjas even behaved respectfully. Even 3 generations, both Raikage and Oyemu, were able to recognize themselves. And from this, we could know how much Xinya's reputation is now. It is estimated that the 3 generations of Hokage feel that his reputation has threatened him. Anyway, this matter is absolutely inseparable from the Jade family of the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo. Moreover, Xingyu felt quite familiar with this method. Let Xingyu think of Shashi Hagaki, who was forced to commit suicide. Tsukumo Hagai gave up the mission in order to save his companions, resulting in the failure of a very important mission. The villagers of Konoha and the rescued companion Sangzon accused him of suicide. Xingyu is almost the same now. The task of destroying enemy supplies is a major task that can affect the situation of the battle. Failure of the mission is actually nothing. After all, everyone knows that this kind of mission is difficult to complete. Even if Hokage himself goes on the go, it may not be able to complete it. But the spread of the news of the mission failure, coupled with the accusations of some caring people, can easily arouse other people's emotions, which is also rhythmic. No wonder such an important task. Just give it to me. Own task book is over. It is said that this kind of attack destroys the enemy's material task. The 3rd generation of Hokage should personally ask it. As a result, he threw him a task book. Yes, I knew he couldn't finish it. It is a pity that the 3rd generation of Naruto and Danzo should not have thought that he would break into the Iwanen camp to destroy Iwanen's supplies. So, this rhythm was taken too early, too eagerly. Didn't you think that if he really completes the task? And this just happened in case. Hoshi, do you think it has something to do with the 3rd generation? Tsunade asked, looking at Xingyu. What do you think? Xingyu turned back. I also think it has something to do with the 3 generation old man. But Danzo is definitely indispensable. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said angrily, Go to the first 3 generations to discuss an explanation. Tsunade stood up and said, No. It won't take long. The 3 generation old man will come by himself. We don't need to find him. Hoshiba took Tsunade and told her to sit down. The old man of the 3rd generation usually looks kind and good looking, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Kushina said angrily. Then Kushina glanced at Tsunade. Kushina, what do you see me doing? Tsunade's brow furrowed, feeling that Kushina glanced at her with a bad scent. The old man of 3 generations is not a good thing. I remember you are his disciple. Tsunade grabbed Kushina. If he wasn't stupid, she would naturally hear what Kushina was saying. It means that she is not a good thing either. Kushina, don't forget. You are my disciple. Have you scolded yourself too? Tsunade said viciously. I'm just kidding. Can you let go of me? Tsunade's sister? Kushina looked at Tsunade's fierce expression. Suddenly he was softened, and I still can't afford it. In the case of being caught by Tsunade in this way, Kushina is definitely not Tsunade's opponent. I don't want to be cleaned up. 1 meal of Juxin now will naturally take it. To what do Xingyu do? Mikoto asked Xingyu. We have completed the task. There is no need to do anything at all. As for the future, let's talk about it later. The big deal is to leave Konoha, Xingyu said with a chuckle. It's not that serious, is it? Hearing Hoshiba said that it was a big deal to leave Konoha, Tsunade also didn't care to clean up Kushina. He looked at Hoshiba. It's true. If Konoha can't tolerate me, then naturally I won't stay in Konoha. Tsunade, I also know that. In fact, I don't have deep feelings for Konoha. Hoshiba looked at Tsunade's expression very seriously, not joking at all. Forget it. No matter what choice you make in the future, I will support you. Tsunade sighed lightly. Finally speak straight. Xinu waited for the arrival of Sarutobi Risen, but in the end, Sarutobi Risen didn't wait until there were some Izos unexpected. But I waited until Konoha Pot King to Anzang Uzumaki Xinu. I'm here to inquire about the crime this time. Danzo took a few ninjas and looked at Xinu coldly. Danzo, what are you talking about? Two haven't seen each other for so long. Have you forgotten what you were in front of me? Xinia's eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel opened and looked at Danzo. It brought unimaginable pressure to Danzo, although Danzo is very calm on the surface. But by looking at the fine sweat coming out of his forehead, he doesn't seem to be so calm in his heart. Why Xinu, what do you want to do? Tuanzang did not dare to look at Xinu. I'm afraid of insects. Xinia's illusion. Everyone else only knows that Wang Xinia's ice escape is terrible, but Tuanzu really understands the illusion of Wuxi Xinu. Class. The eyes of the hand were a little weird, Danzo. At this moment, he was scared. But think of the last time Xinu cast illusion. Then she hit Danzo ton, and Tsunade also understood why Danzo was afraid. Chapter 134 The Rope Tree Overcoming the Crisis 25 Soon after, Danzo left with an uncertain expression on his face. Xinu was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Danzo and told him directly that the task of destroying Iwainen supplies was completed. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Iwainen camp to see it by yourself. By the way, he threatened Danzo no matter if he dared to ask for trouble and killed him directly. Regardless of whether Danzo takes the threat seriously, Xinu is serious anyway. Then Xinu told Danzo to get out, and the rabbit had to stay here to pollute his sight. Just let him go so easily too. Kushina felt a little unhappy when he saw Danzo leaving. Juxina felt that he should be taught. Let's talk about it now. I don't know why, looking at Anzang's face, I have an urge to support him. Mikoto said. Meza, I have the same feeling as you. Juxina nodded and said immediately. Okay. Let's cook and eat. I'm almost hungry. Xingyu interrupted their discussion and said. After Tuanzang left Xingyu, he went directly to the third generation of Naruto Tobihiro. Sarutobi, the calculation failed. Uzumaki Hoshiba has completed the task. He broke into the Iwainen camp and destroyed Iwainen's supplies. Danzo said to Sarutobi. What? Sarutobi frowned. Breaking into the Iwainen camp and destroyed Iwainen's supplies? Sarutobi doesn't know whether it is true or not. But Sarutobi Hizenchai suspects that it is a false one. You can send someone to investigate next, if it's true. Now 610 can take action against Yanren. After Danzo finished speaking, he left directly. Not long after Danzo left from Sarutobi Rishang, the original rumor about the failure of Xinia's mission disappeared, and he changed his words directly. The task of changing your mouth to become Xinu was perfectly completed, and all the previous rumors were spread out by the enemy ninja undercover rumors. All this is naturally done by Danzo. The reason why Danzo is so kind is that Xinu threatens Danzo. If he hears any rumors against him again, just chop him off. Danzo was naturally very angry at Xinia's threat. But in the end Danzo still persuaded Xuan. Xinia's murderous look seemed to be serious. Think about the age of Maelstrom Xinu. Only 12 years old, young and energetic. Maybe he really rushed over and chopped him. After all, last time, two Maelstrom Xinu dared to attack him. The efficiency of Danzo is quite high. Xingyu is just the kung fu after eating. I learned that the wind at Konoha camp has changed. The accusations that had originally accused him turned into praise. I thought of asking Danzo to help find Uekai Hiryota's whereabouts last time. I gave him the information in 3 days. The efficiency of the work is indeed high. It seems that there is something to be handed over to Danzo in the future. Lacey, as for Danzo's question of not agreeing, this is very simple. Just threaten Danzang's life and see if he agrees. Your prestige seems to have improved again. Are you happy? Tsunade asked Xinu forcedly. For happy ghost. I'm not interested in these. Xingyu said with a curled mouth. Xinu, are you interested in becoming Naruto? Tsunade asked Hoshiba with a serious expression on his face. Ask me what this is for? Xinu looked at Tsunade suspiciously. If you want to become Hokage, maybe I can help you, Tsunade said to Xinu. Although the Senju family is now declining, but the relationship that once was there is still there. If Tsunade supports Hoshiba as Naruto, part of Konoha's family will also support Hoshiba. Of course, the premise is that Xingyu has this ability, and Xinu naturally has the ability, so it needs strength and strength. Be mindful. Tsunade thinks that Hoshiba will be an Naruto with absolutely no problem. Tsunade. Have you forgotten that your brother's dream is to become Hokage? You should help your brother become Hokage. I have no interest in the so-called position of Naruto, and I can't be a qualified Hokage. Xingyu directly refused. He didn't have any interest in Hokage, and he didn't think there was anything in the position of Hokage that could attract him. Naruto's power. This Xinu doesn't need it. Strength is everything in Xinu's heart. The character of the rope tree is actually not suitable for Hokage. I think you are very suitable. First of all, just what you think is useless. Don't forget that I am not originally from Honai village, so I cannot become Hokage. Okay, don't talk about this. Xinu didn't want to continue talking, because he didn't think it made any sense. Xinu had never thought of becoming a Hokage, and he didn't have too deep feelings for Konoha village. Forget it, then don't talk about it. But when you change your mind, you can tell me. I will never change my mind, Hoshiba said to Tsunade. Don't talk too much. Maybe you will change your mind someday. Let's go. Back to the tent. It was raining again. Tsunade looked up at the sky. Tiny raindrops dripped in the sky. Something happened suddenly. I want to leave. Hoshiba, who was about to go back with Tsunade, gave a startled expression. Then use Hwangquan Hirozaka to open a space door, and then walk in. Don't say anything. I'll take care of you when I look back. Tsunade said angrily. Hoshiba uses Hwangquan Hirozaka. Go directly to the home of the village of leaves. At this time, there was another person sitting on the ground in the small courtyard, who was dumbfounded. Sitting on the ground, it was a rope tree, and the rope tree looked at his body at this time. His expression was dumbfounded. Is it in danger? Xingyu's voice made the rope tree wake up from the dumbfoundedness. Looking at Xingyu silly and asked, how do you know that I am in danger? And Xingyu, didn't you go to the battlefield? A god fortune teller one can pinch and count in danger. Xingyu, did you save me? The rope tree remembered that he entered the detonation talisman trap. The detonation talisman exploded. Then he fell into the dark hole and finally appeared here. You glanced at the rope tree, nodded and said, I think it is. The transcribed seal that Xinu once engraved in the eyes of the rope tree has been triggered, and Tani Uming saved the life of the rope tree. And Hwangquan Hirozaka brought the rope tree to the courtyard of Xinia's house, because when Xinu engraved and transcribed the seal on the rope tree, he set up the spatial coordinates of the other side of Hwangquan Hirozaka in this small courtyard, so the rope tree would appear here. How did you do it? The rope tree asked Xinu forcefully. I can't tell you this. You lost your life to the rope tree. Tell me how you were in danger. Right. Rope tree's face _shim said angrily, it's the bastard Uzumaki who pushed me into the detonation talisman trap. Xinya's expression was quite astonished when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would have something to do with Uzumaki. What's going on? Why is it related to Uzumaki? Xinu asked suspiciously towards the rope tree. I don't know why he suddenly attacked me and pushed me into a detonator trap set in advance. Rosuki doesn't know why Uzumaki killed him. Although they have a little friction in normal times, they are not going to kill. Chapter 135 The necklace left by the first generation of Naruto. 35 Rope tree. Can you tell me more specifically? Xingyu asked. Towards the rope tree. Rope tree nodded towards Xinu, and then said, this time we are going to perform a mission. secretly escorting a batch of wound medicine to the battlefield. Wait, I'll leave such an important task to you. Xingyu interrupted the rope tree and said, getting injured on the battlefield is almost commonplace. Because of this, medicines are too important. The task of escorting medicines will be given to the rope tree and the others. Xingyu feels incredible. The ninja who gave us the task said, it is precisely because we are weak and relatively inconspicuous. So the escort is safe. Xingyu said with blood from the rope tree. That's why you are the only escort. Are there 3 of you, Yumasuke and Hyuga? Yes, this task was entrusted to the 3 of us. Then we were attacked by ninjas halfway through. Yumasuke and I stayed to cut off the road, and let Hyuga and Nisaza leave first with medicine. Hey, stay and break the road. You are quite capable. Xingyu glanced at the rope tree, really thinking that he was very strong, actually dared to stay and break the road. This was proposed by Uzumaki. Well, he suggested it. But you didn't refuse, right? Even if he doesn't suggest you will stay and break the circuit, right? Xinu and Shengshu met each other in a day, and they knew his character very well. If he is in danger with his teammates, even if he is in danger, he will definitely let his teammates leave. The rope tree scratched his head. Then he continued, the ninja who attacked us was not strong. Originally, both Uzumaki and I repelled them. In the end, Uzumaki and I were introduced to steel. Speaking of being attacked, Rope Tree was very angry. Anyone who gets stabbed from the back will be angry. It seems it was premeditated, Xingyu said after listening to Rope Tree's narration. First of all, there must be a problem with the task that Rope Tree received. This is probably a conspiracy and the ninja who attacked Rope Tree. It should be a partnership with Yu Yuzuke. It's probably related to Danzo. Xingyu suspected Danzang's head, and the only suspicious object in Xingyu's heart was Danzang. Uzumaki has been staying in Konoha. It is impossible to have any contact with ninjas from other countries. Uzumaki and the ninjas who attacked the Rope Tree are in the same group, so the one who attacked the Rope Tree must be. Konoha's ninjas and will start with the Rope Tree. There is only Danzo. Sarutobi Hizen would definitely not do such a thing. After all, Shengshu's identity is different from other Kaienza people. Whether it's for Tsunade's sake, for the sake of his teacher, Sarutobi Hizen would never attack the Rope Tree. Danzo. When Shengshu heard Xinu mention Danzo, he couldn't help but stared. I have a percentage of the scholars, one and the head is still planned by Danzo. There is one public jade on the star, one T9 Tibetan memory, although it has been used for 5 tricks. What is it in the past? Light for Danzo. Now, I want to become a T Danzo 1. However, Snabasuke will not abandon the ancient name X-Shan. Early type Sigwang did not also take refuge in Danzo, and Hexuan did not reveal to Danzo that Xinu had the blood of Uchiha. It should be impossible. Danzo is Huo's Uo. Why does he want to attack me? Jin couldn't believe it. Who knows what Danzo thinks? In Rope Tree, your value is really quite big. Fu Xinu looked at Rope Tree and said, Rope Tree's identity is the grandson of the first generation of Naruto Kaienzu. In case Danzo wants to grasp the tale, let's study it. It's not that I don't want to stop Danzo. Although this old boy hates the Ueki family, but he is very coveted for the Uchiha family's boron. The same is true for Feng. God writes 5 escape and is more ambitious. What value can I have? She asked. Xing in doubt. You are the first generation of Naruto Kaienzu Zuma 7. This is your value. By the way, Sunshine Necklace lends me for a period of time. Xing looked at the Rope Tree hanging on the neck of Lian and said, you want this? Then give it to you. The Rope Tree took it off and handed it to Xinu. This is a gift from my sister, saying that Lord F left me with a relic. Wearing it might be enough to bless me. Xinu is thinking of Ye Kao very much at this time. Wearing these 5 not only can't bless you, it's your wrist break. Give it to anyone who will die, and urge Horn Uzumaki Naruto to die if he can bear it. You stay in the land of the Thousand Hands clan first. You will go out for the quest for the time being. Now, it's really not good to improve. Correct. Do you want to take revenge with you? Kushina asked the rope tree. Rope tree, who will revenge myself, looked at Kushina seriously and said, 0._ask for flowers: OK. Then I don't care. You have to improve your strength, otherwise you may not even have the ability to avenge. Kushina, don't underestimate me. The whirlpool is simply a fellow, not my opponent. He is only a pawn at best, and even if you have played Yumasuke, you can still be like a guard. Can you get revenge? Okay, I won't continue to chat with you. I'm going to return to the battlefield. Hoshiba used Hwangquan Biliangzuk opened the empty door, then walked in, and returned to Huozi, the battlefield of the constant force realm. Rope Tree opened his mouth, a little depressed. He was walking too fast. He still has some problems. Rope Tree also wanted to ask Xingyu. What exactly saved him is that even if Rope Tree asked, Kushina would tell him, use Hwangquan Hirozaka to return to the battlefield. For such a long distance, Chuck's cross-pupil power will naturally be consumed, but Kushina can accept it. The eternal kaleidoscope writes the pupil power of the round eyes, a huge chakra with a perfect immortal human body, adding more to his consumption. Holding the company from the original Hokage in his hand, Kushina carefully carried it, and felt that Xiangwen's special necklace. Kushina would ask the rope tree to cross this page. Mainly because of this. The necklace is the original crystallization of chakra made by Naruto Senjuzuma. This necklace has the power of the first generation of Naruto. You can use this necklace to suppress the tail beast. Of course, Kushina wants this necklace to suppress the tail beast. Eternity must be abbreviated as the front of the wheel, and the tail beast is different from the pet. Kushina wants this necklace to come over. The main thing is to study the power of the next first generation of Hokages, exactly the power of the first generation of Mudan. That's right. Xingyu intends to study Mudan. F's Mudan between the hand posts is powerful and absolutely requires 10 eternal kaleidoscopes to write round eyes. Xingyu actually wanted to study Mudan a long time ago. It's just that Xingyu had no time before. Now Xingyu has time. Of course I will not let go of Zymu escape. I didn't learn Mudan. Fajiu copied Senzuzuma was dead, and wanted to copy it from him. Unless it is to reincarnate Senjuzuji in his age. There is also Uchiha Madara. Uchiha will definitely be able to escape. However, Hoshiba knows where Uchiha Madara hides and can only rely on his own research. Hope this necklace can give him some help. _1.1D19_2 To support fellow original works, please read it carefully. Say Chapter 136. The Mudan ninjutsu given by Tsunade 45. Hoshiba put the necklace away. Then he walked back to the tent where he lived, but it was actually at Tsunade's. Tsunade said that he wanted to save resources, so Kushina and the others would live with her temporarily. Kushina didn't refuse. For him, this is a good thing. How could he refuse? If he really refused, then he really became a fool. After returning, Kushina found that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Suddenly, Kushina, Mippi, and Xionan were silent. And Tsunade was truly in a daze. There was still a look of sorrow on his face. What's wrong with you? Xingyu couldn't help but ask them. Kushina glanced at Xingyu, then gestured to Xingyu to go out and say. After Kushina came out, Hoshiba knew the reason. It turned out that Tsunade knew that the rope tree was dead now. Xingyu laughed when he heard the words. Who told you that the rope tree was dead? The rope tree was not dead. Real. Of course it's really 893. I just saw the rope tree before. He is very well now. Xingyu. Did you see something unclean? Kushina asked Xingyu. A touch of harm on my face. Is there anything unclean? Zai. Rope tree is really not dead. I used the transfer seal in his eyes to leave my pupil technique. Kushina said to Kushina in an angry voice. That means the rope tree really isn't dead? Of course, you think I will deceive you. That's great. Kushina ran directly into the tent and shouted at Tsunade. Tsuna, Hoshiba said that the rope tree is not dead. Tsunade raised his head and glanced at Kushina. Then he lowered his head. Apparently he didn't believe Kushina's words. Rose tree is really not dead. Tsunade, you should know me. The life-saving pupil technique left in your eyes with the transcribing seal is also left in the eyes of the rope tree. So the rope tree is not dead. Before I told you that something happened suddenly, I went back to see the rope tree. Hoshiba walked in and said to Tsunade after hearing Hoshiba's words. Tsunade's eyes burst into light and ran over with excitement, grabbing Hoshiba's arm and asking Xinu, is the rope tree really not dead? Of course, you should know this. I borrowed it from the rope tree. Hoshiba took out the necklace that Tsunade had given to Nobuki. Then Tsunade was convinced of Hoshiba's words. Forget it. It'll take you back to see the rope tree, so you can feel at ease. Hoshiba used Hwangkwan Hirasaka to open a space door, and then took Tsunade into F. Wait for us. Kushina, Mikoto, and Xiaonan started and went in. Is this home? Mikoto looked at the familiar courtyard in surprise. It was just a blink of an eye before she returned home from the border of the fire country. The kid from the rope tree should go home 4 times. Go to the place where the rope tree lives. See that the rope tree is not here. Hoshiba. Tao rope tree should have gone back. When I came to the place where the rope tree lived, the rope tree was home. Shengxiu was quite surprised after seeing Xinu and the others. Xinu, didn't you leave? And how did you come back, elder sister? Bang! Tsunade fist knocked the rope tree and knocked the rope tree to the ground in an upside down posture. His head was buried in the soil. Seeing this, Xinu walked over as if pulling a carrot, pulling out the rope tree directly. Sister, what are you doing? I was almost beaten to death by you. Shengxiu was full of resentment in her heart. HMPH, you just called me old sister, don't I look so? Are you old? Tsunade snorted coldly, but after seeing that the rope tree was really safe, Tsunade's heart also let out a sigh of relief. What's the matter? I heard your death on the battlefield. Tsunade asked the rope tree. So Nikki recounted his experience to Tsunade again, and Tsunade was dying when he learned the truth. That Uzumaki is really a whitey-eyed wolf, Tsunade said angrily. When he first came to Konoha, he lived in the land of the thousand hands. He was taken in by the thousands of hands, and his grandmother Uzumaki Mito also taught him the sealing technique. In any case, Senzuzi has some kindness towards his name. But Uzumaki is for the thousand hands. There is really no gratitude, on the contrary, there is some hatred in my heart. The reason is also somewhat related to Xinu. Probably because he feels that he and Xinu are totally two treatments in the Kaienzu clan. After I saw him, I punched him to death. Tsunade said. Sister, I don't need it. I will avenge my grudges by myself. I don't need my sister, you fucking do it. Ropeshu shook his head towards Nazu and said. Tsunamo looked at the rope tree, and the expression of the rope tree is serious. Okay, then you can handle it yourself. If you can't handle it, you can tell me, don't be embarrassed, you are my brother. Tsunade nodded and said. By the way, Xinu, what do you want this necklace for? Tsunade asked Xinu suspiciously. I want to study Shimogi-dun ninjutsu. I don't know if this necklace can give me some help. Xinu holds the page link left by the original Hokage. He can feel the rich vitality contained in this necklace. You want to study Mudun? Tsunade looked at Xinu in surprise. Yes, would. Escape is so powerful. It is estimated that in the ninja world, no one does not want to own it. Xinu nodded to Tsunade. Then you said earlier ... there are ninjutsu left behind by grandpa in the family. Maybe it's useful to you. Tsunade said to Hoshiba. Wait for me. Tsunade left for a while, and soon returned. When he came back, he was holding a huge scroll in his hand. There are all the ninjutsu that grandpa left behind. The people of the Thousand Hands clan have basically seen it, but none of them can awaken Mudun, so they can't use it. Tsunade handed this huge scroll to Hoshiba. Hoshiba did not refuse. Take this scroll over. Thank you, Tsunade. Hoshiba said toward Tsunade. Are you still polite with me? Tsunade glared at Xinu angrily. If really polite, I won't take it over. Xingyu took the scroll aside and looked at the thing recorded on it. L temporarily looked at the powerful wooden ninjutsu recorded in it. Xingyu looked at the Zujun about Ben escape that had been left behind by the Cayenne Zuzuma. Mudun ninjutsu is useless. Xingyu has no original escape and blood succession limit 2.9 _ I can't use it even if I read it. How? Do you have any clues? Tsunade said to Hoshiba, I just watched it. How could I have a clue? Xingyu shook his head slightly. Still need time to study the poor. But Xingyu believes that if he is careful, researched out that there should be no problem with Mudun's blood following the boundary. Xingyu, don't try to force yourself too much. Many talented ninjas of our Thousand Hands clan want to awaken Mu escape to the limits _ unfortunately, no one can do it. I'm not the same. So Tsunade, maybe soon, Mudun. It can be reproduced in my hands. Hoshiba smiled at Tsunade slightly. There is absolute self-confidence in Xiakai. He is the same as the original Hokage. Have a perfect fairy body. Add the information about Mudun in your current hand. There is also the chakra crystals left by the first generation of Hokage. Xingyu is 100% sure that he can master the original escape. Chapter 137 Assault in the Calculation 55 Uzumaki. Are you sure Senjunosuke is really dead? Danzo looked at Uzumaki talking and asked urgently. I personally pushed him into the trap. He will never survive. Uzumaki replied to Danzo. Then what about the corpse of the Senjutsu Ropeki? 3 I said I wanted the corpse of the Senjutsu Ropeki. Danzo stared at Uzumaki and asked. I didn't find the corpse of Renzu Rope Tree. It may be that the power of the detonating talisman is too powerful and the bones he exploded are gone. Even if there are no bones left, it's impossible to leave nothing. Uzumaki, you're here. Are you kidding me? Danzo's gaze became dangerous, and Yumasuke, who was staring at Danzo, was a little frightened. At that time, nothing was left in 11. At that time, the ground was blown into a deep hole by the detonating talisman. Uzumaki quickly explained this to Danzo. Danzang glanced at Uzumaki deeply. Then he said, don't let this matter reveal the slightest sound of wind, or you will know it by yourself. Danzo doesn't want to leak Sifengxing. The Senju Rope Tree is dead. Tsunade will definitely be very angry. If Tsunade can find out something about him, Tsunade's temper will definitely be bad. Gizhang came to the door. If it's only Senjuo for Tsunade, Danzo is not afraid. The key is also a whirlpool star feather. Thinking of Uzumaki Xingyu, Tuanzang glanced at Uzumaki-suke deeply. Uzumaki-suke was also a little hairy. I don't know what Dao Tuanzang means. In fact, Uzumaki has already regretting to join Danzo. It's just that he wants it. It's too late to quit. Master Danzo, I hope you don't forget our previous agreement, Uzumaki said towards Danzo. The old man will never forget. Even if you don't say it, the old man will never forget. Uzumaki joined Danzo's root organization because Danzo promised him help him get his favorite Uzumaki Kuzi and kill the two. The hatred between Uzumaki and Xingyu had been forged since childhood. But the relationship between the two of them is rivals in love with Bo Feng Shuiman. Of course I want to die. Then Danzo asked Uzumaki to leave. After Uzumaki left, a root organization ninja, Danzo's henchman, appeared here. Master Danzo. Why not get rid of him? If it leaks out, Master Danzo will be very trouble. He still has value, and I still need him to fight for the strength of the Nine Tails. The reason why Danzo didn't kill Uzumaki was entirely because Uzumaki had a lot of value. Another reason is that Xingyu possesses the blood succession boundary of the Maelstrom clan. With the addition of the Uchiha family's blood succession boundary, will have such a powerful strength. And what kind of knots would it have if you put a writing wheel eye on Uzumaki? Xingyu and the others had already returned to the battlefield from home. Xingyi's pupil technique is so convenient. Juxinai had envy in his eyes. Kushina, do you want to have it too? Hoshiba said. Hearing this, Juxinai's eyes lit up instantly, and immediately asked Xingyu. Could it be that Xingyu Do you have a way to let me have it too? Number. I just ask her just a question. What are you doing so excited? Suddenly, Juxinai was like a boat of frost-beaten eggplant. He snorted to Xinu uncomfortably. There is no way. Why are you asking? Make people happy for nothing. Not long after Xinu and the others came back, they received the news that the 3 generations of Shu Ying were going to gather Motoba ninjas and assault Iweenin tonight. 3 generations of Naruto dispatched ninjas. Investigation. It has been learned that Yanin's supplies were really destroyed by Uzumaki Xinu, and that the 3rd generation of Earth Shadow Onoki was also injured. Now that I learned the news, then Sarutobi Hizaki would naturally not let it go, and immediately made up his mind to carry out a raid tonight. At this time, Konoha village confronted Iwanin at the same time. Yunren, Sharen and Juren, the stress in them is too much. So Sarutobi Risen was going to open a breakthrough first. Originally Sarutobi Risen planned to attack San Shinobu first. The breakthrough was opened from San Shinobu, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. It is impossible to calculate the Maelstrom Star Feather. It's not without gain. Lost things. The 3 generations of the capital and the backbone of the hero, Onoki, were injured. This is a good time to take action against Iweenin. Report 3 generations of Naruto, Xinu said to the ninja who came to inform. Then he drove him away without waiting for him to say anything. Are we really not participating? Juxinai and Meza couldn't help asking Xinu. Of course. At that time, I might as well study Mudun. Xinu nodded and said it was mainly because Xinu was upset. Sarutobi Risen had calculated him once before. Although the calculation was not successful, but Xinu, who is more vengeful, has already taken it in his heart. What about you, Tsunade? Kuzina asked. Tsunade. Yuxina, you call me sister, no big or small. Tsunade looked at Jixin with a calm face. Cut, scare someone with a calm face, isn't it just a little bit too much than me? I won't call your sister. If you don't agree with Yuxinai, if the county finds an opportunity, let Yuxinu understand why she was called her sister. Tonight's raid, I will definitely go. Tsunade said. Night fell soon. When it was more than 1 o'clock in the morning, the Konoha ninja troop was fully equipped, ready to go, under the leadership of Sarutobi Risen, quickly rushed to the Bloody Rock Forbearance Camp. This time, Konoha and ninjas are all out, led by Sarutobi Hisaki, Shimura Danzo, Hajichi Sakumo, and Osnai_Juryu followed. The ninja in the main leaf camp was taken over too. Sarutobi Hizen had already set 623 to enter the heart, and this battle caused Iwashinobu to surrender and go home. Tsunade did not go with him. Originally, Tsunade planned to attack the Iwanen camp together, but in the end, Sarutobi Hizumi left her to guard the camp, even go for a surprise attack. The camp can't be thrown away, and someone needs to guard it. Sarutobi, under the leadership of Sun Slash, he went directly to the Iwanen camp, and didn't do anything to steal the hulls, leading more than 3,000 Konoha elite ninjas. Where is the need for a sneak attack? Even if it is head-on fight. It can also defeat Iweenin. He came in easily, and Sarutobi Hizaki suddenly felt something was wrong, and he came in without much resistance. Hokage-sama, something is wrong, Sakumo Hagai said toward Sarutobi. He felt it too. It was so easy to get in. It's impossible for Iwashinobu's resistance to be so weak. No. It's probably a trap. We got caught, ape. Frizan yelled. After Sarutobi Hitoshi came back to his senses, only an explosion sounded not far away, the sound of a detonating talisman exploding. Many Konoha and ninjas were affected by the detonation talisman and were blown to death by the detonation talisman. Don't underestimate the detonating talisman. In fact, the body of the ninja is very fragile. If the county is not careful, Shangnin may be blown to death by a small detonating talisman. With the sound of an explosion, a series of detonating symbols exploded. Sarutobi Hizen's face became more and more difficult. Chapter 138 I still rely on me to save Konoha 15. Well, I said Konoha Ninja came back to raid our Iwanin camp. Damu palely said to the three generations of Fennying, the third generation of Raking and Sanchobanzang next to him. Onoki was brought down by Hoshiba's illusion. Although he was awake under the treatment of Iwanin medical ninja, he actually needed a long time to recuperate because of his mental trauma. Now he looks sickly pale on his face. As expected of the three generations of Tukage, Konoha's movements are clearly calculated by you. Hanzo glanced at Taiyemu. I was quite jealous of him. I hope you don't keep your hands, this time, to wipe out Konoha ninjas. Onoki said to them. Ono didn't want this time. There are also people who think carefully and don't work hard. The opportunity is only this time, take it, or you won't have this good opportunity next time. The three generations of Fennying also understood that this opportunity was rare, of course, they would not keep their hands, and commanded Sanshinobu to kill. Konoha ninja troops rushed into the Iwanen camp, but at this time the Iwanen camp became a cage for the Konoha ninja, and the ninjas of the four ninja villages have been firmly surrounded. Tsukumo Hagai, I will give you a task now, be sure to be done. Sarutobi Hizaki said to Tsukumo Hajiki with a serious expression. Naruto Taito, please give instructions. Tsukumo Hagai responded immediately. Break out with all your strength and tell Tsunade the news that we were under siege. Let Tsunade ask Uzumaki Hoshiba to take action. Sarutobi Hizen knew the previous calculations. Probably it was seen by Huoxinu. Although Huoxinu was not old, he was very smart. If he had ordered Huoxinu to take action, Huoxinu might not have moved. However, he would not refuse to participate in this raid plan before, so I can only carry the feelings card. Let Tsunade invite Huoxinu to take action. Sarutobi Hizume believes Tsunade can definitely please move Uzumaki Hoshiba. Yes. Tsukumo Hagai accepted the task without saying anything. The big snake comes from within. You two are here to cover Haki Tsukumo's breakthrough. Sarutobi Hitoshi said to his two disciples. Even Tsukumo Hajiki, if there is no cover, he can't break out of the siege of ninjas. Although Haki Tsukumo's strength can be considered strong, he can't ignore the attacks of other ninjas, and can't be one of the most powerful people. Rushi and the other party also has a strong one if it is stopped. It will be more difficult for others to break through. Dashimaru and Jilai didn't say anything use ninjutsu to help Tsukumo Hagai make a way. The array of 10,000 snakes. Oshimaru used his disgusting forbearance. Psychic produces countless snakes, coming out of the mouth of the serpent. Countless snakes are in groups, even Azili sees himself, and can't help being far away. Oshimaru, this guy's ninjutsu is really getting more and more perverted, and I don't know where I learned it from. Since I can't help but say yes in disgust. However, Gilda also knew that now was not the time to complain about Shimaru ninjutsu. Hurry up and help Tsukumo Hagai to break through. Mei's situation in the Konoha ninja unit is critical. There are ninjas from 4 villages outside to encircle and suppress, and there are countless traps laid down inside. It makes Konoha ninja miserable. The Huodun Great Flame Bomb. Cultivate chakra into oil, and while spitting out the oil, use Huodun's overwhelming Huodun to hit the Iwanin who is blocking them. Seeing Huodun's attack, those Yanren immediately joined forces to use Earth Dun. Resisted. Yas fire escape ninjutsu. Tsukumo Hajiki did not waste the opportunity created by Jiraiya and Shimaru. When they were in a panic, he used Shushin to quickly break out. The so-called Shushin is to use Dun chakra to stimulate one's own cells, to make oneself burst out at the fastest speed in a short time. The speed is indeed fast. The whole person seems to have turned into lightning, but it also has a great burden on itself and will harm itself. This is the instantaneous technique developed by Haki Tsukumo himself. It will not be used at non-critical moments, but now is the critical moment. Haki Shumao successfully broke through, then quickly went straight to the Konoha camp. It didn't take long before Tsukumo Hagai returned to Konoha camp. The reason why Sarutobi-san sent Tsukumo Hagai to break through is because Tsukumo Hagai was the fastest. Tsukumo Hagai immediately found Tsunade and Konoha's current critical situation and told Tsunade. Tsunade's expression became serious. "No nonsense, go to Hoshiba immediately." Fortunately, Tsunade didn't find a place to go out to practice, otherwise Tsunade wouldn't know where to find Tsunade. "Tsunade, you are so anxious. Is there anything you can do with me?" Hoshihama asked Tsunade. Tsunade is in a hurry. The assault troops led by 3 generations of old men were counted. Now they are surrounded by 4 ninjas from Ninja Village, and now only you can rescue them. Successful? Tsunade looked surprised originally. Tsunade felt that this raid was 10 strengths, but he didn't expect that Oyemi would give him 1. Tsunade, this is not the time to care about so much. Tsunade knew that Hoshiba was very angry with the 3 generations of Hokage, but at this time, it was really a critical moment related to the survival of Motoba. It seems that I must rely on me to save Konoha at the critical moment. You did not refuse, not to mention the god-level copy card related to him. Even if it was for Tsunade's request, Hoshiba would not ignore it. "I'll go now. I'll go with you." Tsunade saw Hoshiba about to leave. Said immediately, "Farewell. If you leave, Onoki and the others send someone to attack the camp, I can solve it, and you don't want to speak." Hoshiba by the way blocked Kuzina and Mikoto who were going to follow him. "Well, Hoshiba, you have to pay attention to safety. If it is not possible, you must protect it first. 2. Don't be aggressive." Tsunade seriously said to Tsunade. "Yes, Tsunade, if you are not your opponent, you must run. If something happens to you, I will definitely not let you go." Tsunade shouted. "What silly thing are you talking about? What's wrong?" Maza glared at Kushina angrily and asked Kushina to cover her mouth. "Brother Tsunade, come," Xiaonan said, looking at Tsunade. "Don't worry, just those stinky sweet potatoes and rotten tomatoes. I stand and let them carry them and they won't be able to move my hair." "Okay. This is a little bit suspicious. But Tsunade is not a fool. Why? May stand and let them fight." Hoshiba and Tsukumo had a living eye, but Tsukumo Habmato's speed was a bit slow on the road. His speed is relative to other ninjas, compared with Hoshiba. Looking at Hoshiba, who can no longer see the shadow, Tsukumo Hajiki silently uses the instantaneous technique to drive on his way alone, which is inexplicably small and desolate. It's really surrounded. Tsunade rushed to the battlefield. Even if A was in the dark, he could see the feelings clearly. Even if he was too serious, the fire blazed into the sky, although it was night. But it was actually quite bright under the firelight. And Tsunade's eyes were good. Even if you don't open the writing wheel, you can see far too. Chapter 139 Copy Magnetic Escape. Fight the 4 shadows alone. 25 Since it's here, let's say hello to them first. Tsunade threw a spiral shuriken to kill dozens of enemy ninjas instantly. Sneak attack. Someone attacked from behind. The one who was attacked was the hapless Sand Shinobu. Some ninjas from Sand Ninja Village shouted. Soon news reached the ears of fennying 3 generations. According to their description, it seems to be Uzumaki Hoshiba's ninjutsu Ilarazu. You are instructing the ninja to continue to besiege unkilled Konoha ninja. 3 generations of fennying, said to Ilozang, and then hurried to the rear quickly. At this time, Ilozang also couldn't care about reminding the 3 generations of fennying to pay attention to safety. He commanded Sand Shinobu to attack the Motoba ninja desperately. 3 generations of fennying rushed to the rear, while sending out a signal. This signal is to remind the other shadows. Of course he wouldn't be silly to face Tsunade alone. At this time, we must call for help. Taiemu in the other direction, the 3rd generation Reikage and Hanzo immediately rushed to the 1st generation fennying. This was what they had discussed before. If they encountered Maelstrom Tsunade, then send a signal for help. And let's deal with Maelstrom Tsunade together. Actually, like before they knew the strength of Tsunade, the 3 generations of Reikage and Oyemu would certainly disdain to do so. But now they understand the strength of Uzumaki Tsunade. They feel that this is the safest way. 3 generations of fennying. long time no see. Xini looked at the 3 generations of 433 Fengying who appeared in front of him, and at the same time Xini's hand underscored there was a spiral shuriken that was not thrown out. Now that the 3 generations of Fengying have appeared, let's reward them to the 3 generations of Fengying. Looking at the spiral shuriken who greeted him, the 3rd generation of Fengying immediately used Sand's zirconium defense to block the attack of this spiral shuriken. System. Use advanced copy card. Copy the magnetic escape of 3 generations of Fengying. The 3rd generation of Fengying's magnetic escape is actually quite good. It is worth Xini consume a high-level copy card to copy it. Xini's advanced copy card disappeared, but he also got the 3rd generation of Fengying's magnetic escape. Although Xini doesn't know any magnetic ninjutsu yet, there are not 3 generations of Fengying. This teacher crying here. Open the eternal kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Xini stares at the 3rd generation of Fengying. As long as the 3rd generation of Fengying releases the magnetic ninjutsu, Xini can copy it and use the ability to replicate ninjutsu in writing. Round eyes cannot replicate the blood succession limit ninjutsu. No, it was because without this blood inheritance limit, even if it was copied, it could not be used. And Xini now has the magnetic escape blood succession boundary. Naturally, you can copy the magnetic ninjutsu magnetic escape when it rains on sand and iron. 3 generations of Fengying's hands knotting out of thin air summons sand and iron like waves. Then the sand iron formed countless fine needles, hitting Xini. The thin needles all over the sky are difficult to avoid, and the power of this move on the battlefield is definitely not small. But for Xini, it's equivalent to a kid's trick. Without the slightest threat, an ice wall is blocking Xini. None of the attacks in front of him can break through the guard of the ice wall. 3 generations of Fengying, I haven't seen you for a long time, but this is the only way. Can't they come up with some new tricks? Xingyu asked indifferently to Fengying of the 3rd generation. HMPH. I hope you can withstand other means. 3 generations of Fengying snorted coldly. Jian followed with a sound of breaking through the air. 3 generations of Reikage appeared. As soon as he appeared, he attacked Xini. Using Null Dun Chakra mode, the burst speed is comparable to Space Ninjutsu's left hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Xini. Call up Star Feather. His body shattered into ice cubes, and the expression on the 3 generations of Reikage was a little ugly. Sure enough, it's not that simple to attack you, since you know you still do that. As for the 3rd generation of Reikage, you have also learned to attack. I thought you would fight me with integrity. Xini stood on 2 trees not far away, said lightly. The ice clone that Xini had just hit by the 3 generations of Reikage just now, Xini's body did not withstand the attack. Since it's all here, why bother to hide? It's boring. Then Xini's moonlight glanced towards the dark, only see Onoki and Sancho Fish Hanzo coming out. Onogi, you really dare to show up in front of me now? You are really beyond my expectation. Xini looked at Oyemu. Originally thought Oiben was hit by his illusion. The wounded spirit didn't have to be able to wake up for 10 days and a half months. Only If did not expect Onoki's will to be so strong. And now it looks like there is no blood on his face. There seems to be no problem with the others. There seems to be no problem on the surface. In fact, only Onoki knew his own situation. His mind is about to explode all the time now. TSK Tusk. Being besieged by the 4 shadows, I don't know if this is my glory. Xini looked at the 4 of Onoki, S3 Dai Fengying, 3rd Reikage, and Sancho Fish Hanzo. The powerhouses of the 4 peaks of the shadow level, especially the 3rd generation of Reikage. It is estimated that facing the super shadow level, relying on the Dun Chakra mode can also be a battle. Do it. Onemoto shouted. I feel that the dizziness in my head is getting stronger and stronger. Oyemu didn't know how long he could last. For him, it was best to make a quick fight. Oyemu rushed over and used the rock fist technique towards Xinu. Huge rock fist towards Xingyu called. After the 3 generations of Reikage pinched Xinu from the other side, Hanzo also carried the lock sickle in his hand and chopped off Xinu. Only 3 generations of Fenning did not make a move. This is not the 3rd generation of Fenning wanting to play K. But now it is really not suitable for the 3rd generation of Fenning to shoot. The 3 generations of Fenning's moves are basically ninjutsu with a larger scope, which may affect Onoki and the others. If they can't help, they may even be a disservice. You stinky sweet potatoes. Rotten tomatoes _ even if they are united together, they are all litter. Xinu punched out the air cannon. Oyaki hasn't gotten close to Xinu. He was bombarded by an air cannon and flew out. Spiral pill. Dodge the fist of the 3rd generation of Reikage, and then smash the spiral edge on the 3rd generation of Reikage's face and smash the 3rd generation of Reikage to fly out. After the spiral pill, he really couldn't cause effective injuries to the 3rd generation of Reikage. At most it made him feel a little embarrassed. Magnetic escape. When it rains on sand and iron. After the spiral pill hits the 2nd and 3rd generations of Reikage, Xinu bears the same mark as the previous 3 generations of wind shadows _ countless sand and iron form thin needles similar to Kianbun, and hit Hanzo. Hanzo, who originally wanted to use the sickle in his hand to slash at Xinu, had to stop, waving a sickle. Resist the sand iron fine needle. How could you possibly escape magnetically? 3 generations of Fenning's eyes widened. The magnetic escape used by Xinu was shocked. Is this difficult? Xinu faintly forced the 3 generations of Fenning Jidao 1. After 3 generations of Reikage was astonished for a moment. His heart calmed down, and even his Thunder Dunge Chakra Mode and Maelstrom Star Feather could be used. It's not that surprised to be able to escape magnetically now. Oyima's expression is the most ugly. Would it be the guy Uzumaki Xinu? Even his dust escape. Actually Xinu fell. I want to copy Chen Dun. After all, Chen Dun is more powerful than Magnetic Dun. Yamu's chakras are less likely to use the chakras that Dust Dun can't support. But Xinu has no such worries at all. He has a perfect fairy body. Without anything, it is impossible to lack chakra. _L Chapter 140 The Strongest Spear vs. The Strongest Spear 35 3 generations of Fenning. You can find a way to restrain Wuxi Xinu. I will get rid of him. Yamu glanced at Sandai Fenning and said seriously. At this time, the 3 generations of Fenning came back to his senses, temporarily not entangled in why the whirlpool Xinu would also evade magnetically. First think of a way to solve Maelstrom Xinu. Okay, I hope Onoki can be there. Magnetic escape. Sand iron cage. 3 generations of Fenning used sand iron to create a cage. Xinu was locked in cage 1. The next 3 generations of Kazkage. The 3 generations of Reikage and Sancho Fish Hanzo looked towards Onogi together. I want to see what methods Taiyemu can do. How confident is it to explain the secret of losing the whirlpool Xinu? Dust escape. The technique of stripping the original world. Previously used dust escape on Maelstrom Star Feather. Although I don't know why it would fail, Oyemu believes that he can succeed this time. The white cube enchantment enveloped the sand iron cage, and then instantly disintegrated the entire sand iron cage. Even the sand iron cage can be broken down. He didn't believe that Maelstrom Xinu could survive. 3 generations of Fenning. Be careful behind your back. Sanchoyu Hanzo looked at the back of the 3 generations of Fenning's pupils shrinking and standing. That is to remind the 3 generations of Fenning. Actually, without warning from Sanchoyu Hanzo, the 3rd generation Fenning could feel the crisis and his body immediately shifted to the left. And then the 3rd generation Fenning was pierced by a knife. You are too careless. And you don't even pay attention to your back. It's easy to be killed like this, Xinu said lightly. How did you appear behind me? Looking at the 3 generations of swords that seductively merged in front of him, Fenning straightened towards Hoshiba with some difficulty. Obviously dealt with trapped in a sand iron cage before, and was attacked by 3 generations of 10 shadows. The unknown ninjutsu hits even the dust. Is this important? Xinu pulled out the grass blade that pierced the body of the 3rd generation Feng Ying. and asked flatly. He possesses the ultimate space ninjutsu. What can trap him in this world? Unless he is hit by the ultimate sealing technique of the 6 paths, Earth Explosive Sky Star. Otherwise no tricks will be able to restrain him. 3 generations of Fennying fell to the ground, although they shifted away from a critical position at the critical moment. However, the situation before the 3rd generation of Fennying Iu was still seriously injured. One fell down. Xingyu glanced at Sandai Fennying. A killer killed the 3 generations of Fennying Wang and looked at the 3 generations of Reikage, Onoki, and Hanzo. Next, we will get rid of them, and Xingyu still has business to do. Although the strongest combat power of the 4 ninja villages is here to deal with him, but this does not mean that Mutia ninja forces can deal with other ninjas in the 4 ninja villages. The overwhelming advantage in number, even if Saruto Bayu cut them, there is nothing they can do. In front of the number, there are actually no shadow-level powerhouses. And besides Onoki, among the ninjas of the Shadow 4 Ninja Village, it is not that there are no strong ones. So if Xina doesn't hurry up, Konoha didn't say that he was completely finished this time, but it was not much worse. Soil escape. The art of superlight and heavy rock. Taiyemu uses the technique of superlight and heavy rock to greatly reduce the weight of his body, and can greatly accelerate his own speed, and can fly freely in the air. Think you are safe in the air. Xina looked at Onoki in the sky, and instantly disappeared using Huang Kun Hirozaka's figure. Then appeared in the sky above Onoki. Go down to me. I don't like people looking at me from high places. Xingyu kicked Oyi. Wood waste. Click. There was a cracking sound, and Taiyemu couldn't help but let out a scream. My waist. Oyemu fell from the air holding his heavily injured waist and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Onoki fainted directly. So fragile. Xingyu looked at Oyemu who passed out, feeling that the 3 generations of Reikage were more resistant to attack. Just thinking of the 3 generations of Reikage, these 3 generations of Reikage attacked Xinu, using his strongest hell thrust, a consistent hand. This is the strongest spear of the 3 generations of Reikage, so that no one can block this move. Because last time I fought against Uzumaki Xinu, the finger of the right hand is still injured. So this time the 3rd generation of Reikage used the left middle finger to attack Xinu. Looked at the 3 generations of Reikage. Instantly entered the Ldun chakra mode and then used the same way out of hell to slam Honkanzu. Although I haven't seen 3 generations of Reikage used it, hell stab. The principle of the original Kanzu is actually the same as that of the 4 Kanzu. It's just that the piercing ability is stronger. This time Xina will give it a try and use the strongest spear to collide with the strongest spear. See who will break in the end. Xingyu relied on his own pupil technique of Tanuming, but, to turn back time, it is equivalent to regret medicine, so I dare to play inside like this. 0. Ask for flowers. Xxi. If you really got hurt, it wouldn't be enough to use Tanuming once, let alone Xina has absolute confidence in himself. The 2 fingers collided together, and the 3 generations of Liang's body flew away in an instant, flying out a full 100 meters away. At this time, the 3rd generation Reikage's left middle finger had been completely shattered, and a blood hole was poked out of the heart's mouth. The 3rd generation of Reikage who fell to the ground was sweaty because of the pain, and he gritted his teeth to survive the terrible pain. Earth finger connected to the heart. A finger of the 3rd generation of Reikage was directly connected to the bone and it was shattered. The most terrible thing is the blood hole at the heart's mouth. This is the feeling that Xinia's finger is poking out to reach the heart, and the blood flows out from the wound like no money is needed. 3 generations of Reikage. It looks like your hell stab. A consistent hand is nothing more than that. Xingyu had one hand on his back. This hand was the hand that collided with the 3rd generation of Reikage. At this time, Xingyu's middle finger was swollen like a carrot. The pain is naturally very painful. But even in this case, Xina can't lose his own forced, not changing face. As if there was no injury. Secretly use medical ninjutsu palm fairy. In addition, I was a perfect immortal body. Soon the pain disappeared. The swelling was also eliminated. This kind of injury is not a major injury. With Xenia's perfect fairy body's recovery ability, plus Palm Xian's Xenia can recover in a moment, so he didn't use the pupil of Tanuming. Xenia really regretted this time. If he used the fairy mode, then use Dun Chakran mode, he will never get hurt. The third generation of Reikage now has no combat effectiveness. Now you are left with Hanzo 2 inches Xingyu. Looking at Hanzo faintly, Onoki fainted in pain, and the third generation Reikage lost the ability to continue fighting. Third generation Fenying half kneeled on the ground. He was dealing with the wound he had been pierced. Now you can ride Hanzo and still have combat effectiveness. Seeing Xenia staring at him, Hanzo took a deep breath, suppressing the thought of running away in his heart. Facing Xenia, Hanzo was preparing for a battle. How he said he was also known as the ninja demigod facing the enemy if he flees in panic. That would be shameful. If this is spread out, Hanzo was going to be ashamed to meet people. More importantly, it may not be possible to escape. It's faster to die. Chapter 141. Him going to massacre 45. Zhang looked at Xenia and then used psychic technique to psychic the Sanshou fish. After being psyched out by Hanzo, the Sanshou fish immediately dived into the ground, but the Sanshou fish was able to make a surprise attack from the ground. However, the Sanshou fish .2 really did not pose a threat to Xenia. Even the tail beast could not pose a threat to Xenia, let alone the Sanshou fish. Hanzo, actually I don't think you have any qualifications to be called a ninja demigod. Xenia looked at Hanzo and said Xenia can't feel how powerful Hanzo is. Compared to the large Inoki and the third generation Reikage, neither better than them, not even their opponents. Swordsmanship, Shan. Hanzo, who was annoyed by Xenia's words, angrily caused the Shunshu technique to come behind Xenia, and then slashed at Xenia with the sickle in his hand. Came into the air leaving a trail of after images. It can explain how fast Hanzo swings his sword and as arrow, and the sickle in Hanzo's hand was painted with poison. Generally, people who were cut by this sickle would die of poison. Half of Hanzo's strength is poison, but when Hanzo's poison poses no threat to Xenia, it represents Hanzo's strength. Half abolished. That's why Xenia feels that Hanzo's strength is weak. In fact, if other people face Hanzo, if they can't deal with Hanzo's poison, it's really hard to deal with Hanzo. Hanzo's full blow in his anger hit the air. When Hanzo's sickle was cut down, Xenia had disappeared. Lie down on the ground obediently. Xenia appeared behind Hanzo at some point, holding the grass lotus sword in his hand. He cut down towards Hanzo in an instant. Although Hanzo felt the crisis, but his body couldn't react. He was chopped to the ground by Hoshiba. You just stay here for me obediently. After Xingyu retracted the grass blade. Just leave here. Go straight to the 4 village ninjas who encircled the Konoha ninja. Why didn't he kill us? 3 generations of Fenying reluctantly stood up and looked at Xenia who was going away. Among the 4 of them, the third generation Fenying should be the least injured. Although the grass blade pierced his body, but the third generation Fenying left the key. Don't you want to be killed by him? 3 generations of Lin influenced Fenying and took a look. Said blankly, no matter why the maelstrom Xenia didn't kill them, it's all for them. It's a good thing, after all. They don't want to die. Susanoo-pei. Hoshiba displayed the complete Susanoo-pei. Even if it is night, Sanshinobu can see the huge chakravu appearing behind him. Today is the full moon, and the moonlight is very bright. The giant Kali Mewtwo over 100 meters is too conspicuous. Not just the nearest Sand Ninja. You can see Benta Ninja, Yunin, Iwinin, and Yunin. It seems that Wuxi Xenia has arrived. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi looked at the huge Suzuno, and couldn't help but lose consciousness. It was the first time that he saw Xenia's Suzuo, which made him think. Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hizen also grew up listening to the legend of Uchiha Madara. I've also seen Uchiha Madara's Susanoo no Gara, which is exactly the same as this Susanoo-Nogara's power. Is the Vortex Star Feather the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes? A question arose in Sarutobi's heart. Sarutobi Risen knew that the eternal kaleidoscope wrote round eyes, and he knew it because Bozobo Jing told him this. Uchiha Mirror opened the kaleidoscope to write the wheel. I have seen the stone monument of the Uchiha family, learned the secrets of the famous Uchiha family and told them to Sarutobi Hizaki. At this moment, Susanoo slashed down L so that all the ninjas understood what is meant by the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The two knives directly broke the earth apart. Countless figures flew into the air, some of them were blown away by air waves, and others were shaken up. Of course, more ninjas have no bones under Susanoo's sword. Before they could recover from the shock, Susanoo once again slashed _ Sana Shinobu suffered more deaths and injuries. Xingyu was in the position of the forehead inside the full body of the body. Looking at the San Shinobu below, there was no sympathy in his heart. There is no war at all. There is right and wrong. In the face of the enemy, Xingyu will not give birth to compassion. Huangquan Hirozaka. Xingyu opened a dark space door in front of him, and then Shumo Hagai suddenly walked out of the space door. At this time, Tsukumo Hagai was full of vigilance. When he rushed over to the battlefield, a big black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, and Tsukumo Hagai, who was too late to stop, got in. So it will naturally be vigilant. But after seeing Xingyu, then he relaxed his vigilance. Hajiki came in. Go and tell Konoha Ninja to withdraw. 10 minutes later, I will start killing. At that time, we will not distinguish between enemy and us. Xingyu said to Tsukumo Hajiki. The use of Hirozumi Hirozaka to pull Haki Tsukumo over is to let Haki Tsukumo send a letter to let Konoha Ninja retreat. Otherwise, if Xingyu really kills, if the knife cuts it down, it will not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy, and it will be easy to kill his own person. Then Xingyu used Huangquan Biliangzaka again to open the space door again. Go in from here. You can reach the third generation of Hokage's side, Xingyu said while looking at Kimoto Shumo. Good. Tsukumo Hagai nodded, believing that Uzumaki Xingyu would not pit him. So just walk in. Sarutobi Hizen's side. Suddenly the dark space door appeared, which made Sarutobi Rijin stunned for a moment, and then saw a figure walking out of it. Thought it was an enemy, so Sarutobi Risen carried the Sarutobi's changed King Kong wishful stick and slapped it. Touch Tsukumo Hajiki was shot and retreated far, but fortunately the space door behind him had disappeared. Otherwise, Tsukumo Hajiki would be beaten back by Sarutobi with a stick. Hokage-sama is me. Tsukumo Kimoto hurriedly shouted to prevent the third generation of Hokage from attacking again. If Ganban hadn't used his white teeth and short blade to block, I'm afraid he was seriously injured by a blow. Regardless of the fact that the third generation of Hokage is thinner, like a thin monkey, but Sarutobi is very powerful. It turned out to be Tsukumo. Why did you suddenly appear? Sarutobi Hizen asked forcibly towards Hajisu Tsukumo. This should be the space ninjutsu performed by Uzumaki Xingyu, but it's not the time for Uzumaki Xingyu to let us break through. 3.3 Immediately, Tsukumo Hajiki immediately said to Sarutobi, retreat. Yes, Kyo Xingyu said that next time there will be a slaughter. By then, regardless of the enemy and us, you may hurt oneself. Listen to the words of Tsukumo Hajiki. Sarutobi Karazen glanced at the complete body in the distance, and it was indeed possible to injure himself. Okay. Pass it on, Konoha Ninja immediately retreat. Sarutobi Hitoshi said to the surrounding Konoha Ninja. The execution of the ninja is very strong. They unified in an instant, and then began to retreat. The direction of retreat was from San Shinobu. Xingyu had previously controlled Susanoo, and he could not defeat Sand Ninja with two swords, and retreat from here would not be hindered at all. Not only will you not be blocked by any insults, but you will even have the opportunity to kill. Some flustered Sand 1 Chapter 142 The Four Tails and 8 Tails 55 Xingyu gave them 10 minutes of evacuation time. but they actually evacuated after only 5 minutes without encountering effective obstacles. Seeing them evacuated, Xingyu had no scruples. Suzuo Noa's big sword was suddenly infected with the black Danzao flame. Xungnen black flame burned, and Xingyu controlled Suzuo No to cut down the sword that enveloped the black flames of the sky. Compared with the effect of this knife, it spreads for several tens of kilometers. Now this is what can destroy the sky and the earth. God's art is the real destruction. God. This time it was not only Sand Shinobu that was unlucky, because the scope is too large. Yanren, Yanren, and Juren all followed bad luck. Who would dare to say that Amaterasu could not kill people? This time, there were countless ninjas who died under Amaterasu. This is just the beginning. I hope you can live it up. Xingyu controlled his entire body to continue to attack. None of the enemy ninja bugs can withstand Susanoo's attack. Susanoo symbolizes destruction. Everyone says that as long as they have seen it once with their own eyes, they will inevitably die. Now they finally understand why they are so famous. Sister, what do we do now? 3 inches high Zhang asked Wang Dai with a very ugly expression. URL Xingyu attacked us, which shows that the 3 generations of Fenying failed to deal with Yu Xingyu, and we retreated. Chio was very decisive and said to Ilo Zhang, only retreat this way. Suzuo can be strong. It is not what they can fight against. And only Ben Escape can fight against Suzuo Nenu. Notify all shinobu. Separately evacuate no one. Retreat. If you get together. If Uzumaki Xingyu is cut off with a single knife, he will become Susanoo. Dead ghost under the knife. Where are the other ninjas in Ninja Village? Zhang asked while looking at his sister Chio. At this time, do you still have ninjas who are free to take charge of other ninja villages? It's not bad to save yourself first and retreat immediately. Chio looked at Susanoo in the distance while avoiding the burning Amaterasu on the ground while paying attention to the position of Susanoo's blade slash. Don't think she is a strong shadow level, but if she was cut by Suzuo Nogu, it would still end up with no bones. You let the 3 generations of Reikage, the strongest shield, come to block the Susanoo Hata who entangles the black flames of the Amaterasu. Just like that, there is only one dead end. The ultimate power of writing round eyes. The patriarch of the Uchiha family, who had already evacuated in the distance, looked at Susanoo who turned on the mowing wash wang mode, with enthusiasm in his eyes. If the Uchiha family can have this amount, it will not be easy to compete for the position of Naruto. While Xingyu continued to kill, he was completely physically capable. That sword could split a mountain to kill people, and it was even more king a blockbuster. In a blink of an eye, the 4 Do ninjas fell under the blade of Suzuo Nenu. It's definitely more than 1,000 now. Death still persists. Continued. And at this moment, the 2L and Zulai suddenly stood up. The 4-tailed Monkey King and the 8-tailed Bull Ghost appeared suddenly. The ninjas in the village is evacuated. Yotsuo and Yao are facing off with Hoshiba's Susanoo. This is a complete tail beast transformation, and the human pillar force has completely released the tail beast. However, this should be the use of ninjutsu similar to the art of false sleep to release the tail beast. Unexpectedly, Yanren still hides an 8-tailed man's Yulai this time. Xingyu looked at Yao this guy, but it was the tail beast second only to 9 tails. At this time, the strength of the 8-tailed man is not yet. Kairabi, the 8-tailed Yulai at this time is Bribey, the cousin of the 4th generation of Reikage AI. The 2 tail beasts attacking Xingyu. Xingyu is very strange. Now it is the tail beast that is dominating the body. Why do they attack themselves instead of Yanin and Iwinin? If the tail beast hates most, it should be the ninja in his own village. Maybe it's reached an agreement, but it doesn't matter. If you dare to do something with me, you will pay the price you deserve, and let you taste it today. What is fear? Xingyu controls the grumpy 4 tails of Suzuo Nakato. The gorilla dared to be called Monkey King. Xingyu said that he was really drunk. Then punch on the head of the 8 tails. A bullhead octopus tentacle tail. This 8 tail is really strange anyway. Among all the tail beasts, the appearance of the 8-tailed beasts should be counted backwards. In fact, There are not many tail beasts with high value. Lai Wai also looked pretty good. With a fist, Yao was frightened, and deep pits sank in the ground, and Yao is lying in the pit. 4 tails and 8 tails are not short in height, but they are compared with Hoshiba's complete body. Probably too piled up to keep up with Suzuo Noha's height. You two have to run out and be beaten _ then I will fulfill you and not beat you out of psychological obstruction. I write my name upside down. Xingyu spoke directly, trying to cast a psychological shadow on these two stupid things. Instantly entered the fairy mode, Xinia's forehead appeared 3 gooey jade. However, it was blocked by the forehead guard on his head. Xianfa, being done, the technique of ice prison. The huge ice trapped the 8-tailed bull ghost. Then it was completely frozen, and even Yao was unable to break the ice for a while. First seal the 8 tails and then teach the 4 tails. Wait for the lesson. After finishing the 4 tails, let's teach others the tail again. 4 tails can control magma. Use magma to attack. Of course, the most powerful tail beast is actually the tail beast Jade. Susanoo reached out his hand and grabbed the 4 tails. Then he threw it directly into the sky, and then hit the 4 tails with a knife. In an instant, the 4 tails of the 4 tails were cut off by Kaijin, and the 4 tails couldn't help 363 wailing in pain. Quite miserable. But the 4 tails were cut off. Soon the tail grew out, but it was slightly reduced in size. The tail beast was originally the life formed by the gathering of chakras. As long as their chakras are not completely wiped out, they are in fact indestructible in another sense of immortality. The tail had been cut off, but it can be created by its own chakra. However, the amount of chakra is naturally less. 4 tails rushed towards his severed tail, and at this time the severed tail turned into the tail beast chakra. And Saiwai's current goal is to get back this chakra. As long as it can get back this chakra, it will have no loss. But will Xenia look at it and take it back? I definitely won't. Before Yotsuo rushed over, he was caught by Suzuo. Nenu's fist smashed _K out, and the 4 tails were a big sandbag in Susanoo's hands. Then the group of 4-tailed chakras, after being burned by Xenia using the skylights, Shiwai looked at this scene in awe. I'm going to kill you. The 4 tails roared and rushed towards Suzuo Nenu with red eyes towards Xenia. Control Susanoo raised his foot and then foot stepped on the 4 tails. The 4 tails stepped into the ground just now, clamoring to kill the 4 tails of Xenia. Suzuo Nenu stepped on her feet in a blink of an eye. Can't get rid of it at all. Very humiliating. Chapter 143 Your Eye, what do you want? 15 The 4-tailed Susanoo stepped on his feet like a pet that was stepped on by a giant. Can only emit an incompetent roar. Since you dare to run out, you must be prepared to be beaten. Xenia controlled Suzuo Nenu, raised the foot that was stepping on Saiwai, and kicked the Saiwai and flew out. The huge body of the 4 tails flew out several times. 100 meters is like a ball being kicked. Roar 2. Just when Xenia was about to continue to beat the 4 tails, Xiaoi unexpectedly broke the ice and then roared. As a beast Jade wanted Xenia to fight over. Isn't it good to be honestly frozen? Are you trying to run out and be beaten impatiently? Starfeather controlled Suzuo Nenu to catch Yo's tail beast Jade with one hand. This tail beast Jade at least made Suzuo Nenu take a step back without causing silky damage. Huh? Did the 4-tail run away? Xingyu turned his head and looked at the 4 tails running in horror, fleeing in fear. What a shame. Wrong. This guy is not human and there is nothing to be ashamed of. 4 tails ran away, and Xingyu, I don't bother to chase them, so let's clean up the tails in front of you. Yao seems to be more confident. He doesn't want to run away. The meaning of walking, _Kaiwai, are you confident to face me? Xingyu asked indifferently while looking at Yao. The tail beast should know that the full body is so powerful. After all, the 6 immortals Otsuki Uie and Otsuki Indra will both be Sanohai. Perhaps they may not have seen the Suzuno of 2 simple wood feathers, but they have definitely seen the Suzuno of Datongmu Indra. Yao did not speak. 2 huge fists struck at Hoshiba's Suzuno, and the fists carried on Susanoo and made a muffled noise. My Suzuo doesn't need you to tickle. Xenius Suzuo Nenu clenched his fist. A fist hammer towards Yao, and Yao, a rather weird fellow, was blown out. After being blasted out of the bar, Yao's AI ran away without turning his head. Damn, you also run away. It seems I misunderstood you before. Looking at Yao, who was also running away, Xingyu was a bit stunned. But the guy in you ran away. If Yao also ran away, wouldn't I be very shameless? After removing the entire body, Susanoo, using Hirozumi Hirozaka, appeared in front of Yao in an instant, and then kicked Yao on the head. Y was knocked to the ground by Xingyu. It shocked Joe's heart, and there was a 3-generation Raikage that could fight him, which had already shocked him. Now there is another one, and this is far more threatening than the 3rd generation of Raikage, let alone anything else. Just relying on the other side's writing wheel is enough to make Yao jealous. Both Zunyan and Muden are more restrained from the tail beast, and the eternal kaleidoscope. Zunyan can control the tail beast casually, and Muden's words, dealing with the tail beast only needs a touch to kill. So of course, this wooden escape needs to be of the same degree as the Senju Zujian, but it is not the inferior wooden escape of Yamato. Although Yamato's wooden escape is very good compared to other escape techniques, but compared with the original Muden, it can only be classified as garbage. You still want to run. Can you run away? Xingyu used the ceiling technique to blockade the King Kong, and tied the 8 tails sturdily. With the ability of the 8 tails, he would definitely not be able to break away from the chakra chains. Boy's mother sold the batch in her heart. The 4-tailed bastard is obviously weaker than me and can run away. Lao Tzu has 8 tails. Even if he faces the 9 tails, how can he be caught? Forget it. Complaining is useless. Just hide behind the seal. This time Yao actually took the initiative to return to Renjuli's body, and the huge Yao disappeared and replaced by the fainted Buibi. Yao, you are too naive, right? 3 thought you could hide it like this. Xingyu was a little funny. Draw out the beast Buibi directly from Renjuli's body. After being pulled out of the tail beast, Bu Yao, who is a human Zuli, cannot survive. When the tail beast is pulled out, the man Zuli will definitely die. After seeing Xingyu again, Yao did not feel excited about regaining freedom, and cursed Feng Meipin in his heart. What the hell do you want? Yao couldn't help but to asked Xingyu. It actively hid in Renjuli's body, already recognized the clump, but it was still caught. What did it want? I just wanted to ask, how can you and Saiwai have the courage to be an enemy of me? Hoshiba looked at Yao. Didn't Yao not see the perfect body Susanoo? Or does Yao think he can fight against the perfect body Susanoo? That's right. Yao felt that he was able to fight against Hoshiba's complete body Susanoo. At least I can give it a try. Who thought he would be beaten as a grandson? It made you 2 beasts confused. Next, all the ninjas ran away. Do you think I will let you go? I am going to kill you. Yao's eyes were red. The tentacle-like tail of the octopus flew towards Xingyu. To deceive the beast too much. It is also a wise creature. He was actually called a beast. Who can bear this? Also, why did you let Saiwai go? Do you think my son is a bully? In fact, the reason why Yotsui could run away was mainly because he ran early, and at that time Yao was attacking Xingyu. To be precise, it was Yoshio who was covering Yoshio to escape. And Yoshio should really thank Yoshio for Yoshio. I've seen a lot of incompetent anger at you. And sure enough, a beast is a beast. I know how to bluff. After Xingyu finished speaking, he directly controlled the 8 tails with the writing wheel eyes, and the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes controlled the 8 tails with ease. In Uchiha Madara's words, the tail monster is just a servant in front of Shilanyan, only to be controlled. Xingyu didn't put the tail beast in his eyes, unless it was 10-tailed, but it was impossible for the 2-tailed to resurrect now. Controls Yao. Xingyu left this dilapidated battlefield. Before leaving the battlefield, Xingyu put out the black flames of the skylights that were still burning. It was already dawn, and the sun was already exposed. This is a good time to watch the sunrise, but for the ninjas on the battlefield now they are not in the mood to watch any shit sunrise nudzao. Especially for Yunin, Sunin, Iweenin, and Yunin. Hoshiba stood at the head of Yao. Let Yao take him back to Konoha camp. Hoshiba went back, but Konoha ninja troops did not. Sarutobi Hisaki led the Honai ninja. After killing the ninjas of 4 villages, the heartless 4-kun ninjas naturally couldn't resist. It started to road fleas. Now in the 4 villages, because the ninja got mixed up because of the escape, I can't tell which village the ninja is. At this time, there is no time to take care of these and only know to escape. As for the counterattack, they have been killed by Xenu and feared. How can they have the guts to counterattack? The speed of escape was fast, so Sarutobi Hisaki's pursuit did not actually kill many ninjas. Xenu had already returned to Konoha camp at this time. Jump off from the top of Yao's head, and then control Yao to walk in the other direction. It is worth mentioning that Shizuru is also over there, and now Yao has gone to accompany Yizu. Chapter 144 The Death God of Ninja World. Earl Xenu 25 back at Konoha camp, Tsunade, Kushina, and Meza first circled Hoshiba to see if he was injured. It feels like you are doing a routine checkup. Xenu couldn't help saying yes. Why is the movement so loud? We can all hear the sound here. The ground is shaking and the mountains are shaking. It feels like an earthquake. Mikoto couldn't help but asked Xenu. The full body of Suzuo Nenu _ of course is too static. And Yao also released a tail beast Jade. Although the tailed beast Jade was blocked by Suzuo with one hand. But the tail beast Jade is. The movement is really not small. It is estimated that it can be heard from dozens of miles away. So Oi was also caught by you. Tsunade saw the huge figure of Yao just now, so he knew that Hoshiba had brought Yao back. If it weren't for the 4 tails to run fast, I would catch them back. I have to say that the guy at Saiwai is quite clever. He immediately retreated when he knew something was wrong, and just slipped away. Xenu didn't bother to catch it because Saiwai could slip away. Otherwise, it would just slip away in Xenu's hands based on the 4 tails ability. Are you not waiting for the result? Xenu cannot help asking Tsunade. Does this still need to be asked? See, you have captured Yao. I definitely don't have to worry about it. Tsunade said. I didn't expect Tsunade you to be so smart. Does 1Z3 make me stupid in your heart? Tsunade stared at Xenu dangerously. Ahem. No, Tsunade looks very clever at first glance. Why would I think you are stupid? Xenu coughed a few times and said. Soon after Hoshiba's return, Fiery-san returned with the Konoha ninja troop. Its solid wood leaves were damaged this time. The loss is not small. Before Hoshiba arrived, they were under the pressure of 4 ninja villages, and the loss of several ninjas against Konoha and 1 ninja I was naturally not small. Of course, compared to the other party's loss, Moto's loss this time is nothing. Sand Ninja is the worst tell. Because Xenu was the first to deal with Sand Ninja, there is no way to let Sand Ninja catch up. After this battle, Sand Ninja lost more than half of the other 3 ninja villages, more than a third. In total, thousands of ninjas were killed and injured. Suzuo Nenya/T with a single blow. Can harvest more, hundreds, at least dozens of lives, and Suzuo Noha's knife still had Amaterasu Black Flame attached to it. In the original book, Amaterasu never killed anyone, but in Xenu's hands, it was a big killer. I don't know how many ninjas were burned to death by Amaterasu. After this battle, Xenu also got a title known as the Shinobi_G Death God. Control the flames of hell, reaping life. The so-called hell flame is the skylight black flame. The pitch black flame really seems to be the flame in hell. And Xenu's Suzuo is almost black, just like the darkness that comes out in the underworld. The god of destruction, so he was regarded as the god of death and turned 10. Anyway, in this battle, Xenu is really a god, and now Sharon, Yinren, Yanin, and Yuren tremble with fear as long as the name of Xenu is mentioned. This time the loss of the 4 Shinobu villages was a painful one. But even in this case, They did not surrender. They haven't surrendered for the time being, but now they are more like a dying struggle. Even if they don't surrender this war, they will not be able to win. Besides, in order to complete the task, Xina couldn't let them win. The god-level copy card. Xina had to get it. This is, anything can be copied from a copy card, such as Chen Dun L, which Xina could not copy before, can be copied using a god-level copy card. Of course, Xingyu would definitely not copy Chen Yun if he got such a precious thing as a god-level copy card. Although Chen Dun is good, but compared to other things, the value is too low. Xingyu's goal is the Eye of Reincarnation. After having the god-level copy card, go to copy Uekai Hamadara's Reincarnation Eye. Uekai Hamadara is not easy to find, but Uzumaki Nagato can still be found. Now Uekai Hamadara's Reincarnation Eye should have been to Uzumaki Nagato. Sons. What do you think of Wuxi, Xinu? Danzo and Sarutobi Hizen were seated at this time. Danzo asked Sarutobi Hizen. Sarutobi Hitoshi was startled, then looked at Danzo and said, Danzo, you came to me to ask me this question. Don't you think this question is important? Sarutobi was silent after hearing this. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Anyway, now Uzumaki Hoshiba is the hero of Konoha village. After a long time, Sarutobi Rishan said to Danzo, can it be a hero? Was it not for Uzumaki Hoshiba, Konoha would really be over this time. Hearing this, Tuanzang couldn't help but sneered. Do you really think so? Don't you think Uzumaki Hoshiba is a threat to Konoha? Sarutobi cut his brows and frowned. He asked Danzo, what on earth do you want to say? Can he not know that the Vortex Star Feather is a threat beyond his control? But what can he do? I have seen the strength of Ubisoft Xina before. Sarutobi is self-aware, and I don't think he can deal with Uzumaki Xinu. So although I feel that Wandering Star Feather is a threat, but Sarutobi-san still subconsciously doesn't think about it. You have to understand that Uzumaki Xinu was originally a member of Uzumaki country, Yuchao village, and he doesn't belong to Konoha completely. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hisaki and L said lightly. Sarutobi Hizen was silent again. In fact, Danzo was right. After all, Uzumaki Xinu didn't grow up in Konoha since he was born. During the previous raid on the Iwainen camp, you also gave Uzumaki Hoshiba an order. In the end, he still didn't come. If he went with him, then this time Konoha will be as big as that loss. The ninja who died in Moto village this time, Uzumaki Xinu must bear at least half of the responsibility. If Xinu heard these words of Danzo, he would definitely screw off Danzo's head. This Nima forcibly slams the pot on his head. Xinu does not carry his shit out. It is considered clean by him. Think about it for yourself. Danzo stood up and turned and left, and when he was about to go out, Danzo turned his head and glanced at Sarutobi Hizen. At this time, Yuan Fiery cut his head down, as if thinking about something. I have to say that Danzo's remarks really had a lot of impact on Sarutobi Hitoshi. At this time, the Vortex Star Feather has really become a thorn in Sarutobi-san's heart. Other Shinobu villages should admire Konoha's enchanting villains such as Uzumaki Hoshiba. But Sarutobi-san would rather not, because he can't control it at all. As the shadow of the village, he certainly wants to control everything in his hands. He didn't want Konoha to appear in things and people outside his control. What he didn't control was a time bomb. He has to worry about whether this time bomb will suddenly explode. Obviously, Pure Xinu was the kind that was not under his control. Strength beyond his control. I can't grasp the character at all. In my heart, Sarutobi Risen has already regarded Xinu as a threat. However, Frizan didn't know how to deal with L because Maelstrom Xinius' strength was beyond his processing range. Chapter 145, I'm Heartbroken, Xiaonan 35 Patriarch Zizibo, I wonder why you came to me. Hoshiba faintly looked at the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan in front of him, who was also the father of Uchiha Tomatake. Some things are not convenient to talk about here. Can you talk to another place? Chief Uchiha glanced at Tsunade Kuzenou and the others. Then he said, if there is any inconvenience, let's talk about it here. Hoshiba glanced at Chief Uchiha and said, Patriarch Uchiha's expression stiffened. How who? He was also the patriarch of the Uchiha family, but he didn't expect Xuan Wu Xinu doesn't give him face so much, but Patriarch Uchiha can't attack with the strength of Uzumaki Xinu. Even if he doesn't save face, what can he do? But it's for sure that he was upset. After all, even Sarutobi and Zan gave him face. Xingyu doesn't give him any face now. He will definitely bear hatred in his heart. Then I have something to say straight. Xinu, you haven't been married yet, right? Okay. Xinia's expression was stunned. Originally, Xinu thought that Chief Uchiha was here to inquire about the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, but he didn't expect him to ask this question soon. You are almost the same as Xinu. It's very beautiful and matches you very well. So I thought. Bump. The sound of tapping the table directly interrupted Chief Uchiha's words. What do you want? Kuzenou looked at Chief Uchiha angrily. That's it all. If Kushina didn't know the purpose of Chief Uchiha, he would be a fool. This old guy actually came to tell Hoshiba about his marriage. And now Kuzenou wanted to beat Chief Uchiha out. Patriarch Baozibo. If there is nothing else, please go back. We still have things to talk about. Tsunade said faintly toward the Chief Uchiha. Chief Uchiha's face is very ugly. Hurry up. Do you want me to show you some color? Kushina directly raised his fist. If Chief Uchiha doesn't leave, Kushina's temper will definitely punch him. Finally, Chief Uchiha left with a sullen face. Juxina stared at Xinu with a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Are you very proud? Kushina asked Xinu angrily. No, how can you tell that I am very proud? By the way, Mikoto do you have? Have you seen his niece? Isn't she pretty? Xinu turned his head and asked Meza. I have seen women who are 5 and the ugliest than Konoha. Mikoto stared at Xinu expressionlessly. Mikoto. Lying. There shouldn't be any ugly ones in the Uchiha family, right? The Uchiha family doesn't talk about anything else. Their looks are all online, and there is absolutely no such thing as a person who can't afford a long name. Even if I'm lying to you, how can you still have any ideas? Mikoto stared at Emperor Yuji and Road. Of course not. Yes. A woman from the Baozibo family. I only have thoughts about you, Xinu said to Mikoto. Mikoto blushed suddenly when she heard this, and then lowered her head shyly. I was embarrassed by Xinia's words. At the same time, I was so sweet in my heart. However, Xinia's expression was a bit bitter at this time, because just after saying that with Mikoto, Xinu felt 2 murderous auras focused on him. Xinu could clearly feel the source of these 2 murderous auras. Kushina and Tsunade_S murderous aura. There is a breathtaking rhythm. Xiaonan, you haven't had any strength recently. How much improvement? Let me guide you in your cultivation. Xinu stood up as he said, and then pulled Xiaonan away. The situation was not right, and the 36 plan was the best plan. Huang Xiao, you come back to me. Kushina wants to chase out but was caught by Mikoto. Hateful. Kushina turned around, looking at Mikoto with envy and jealousy. Hoshiba's words just now seemed to be confessing to Mikoto, thinking that Xinu had never treated herself. Mikoto, I want to break with you. The more he thought about it, the more envious he became. So he shouted angrily to break off friendship with Mikoto. Xinu led Xiaonan out of Konoha camp to a quiet forest. Big brother Xinu, you really want to guide me in my practice? Xiaonan blinked as he looked at Xinu and said, yeah, otherwise what do you think? I thought this was just the reason Xinu brother was looking for you to escape. Xiaonan's words were very real and deeply pierced into Xinu's heart. Heartbroken. Xiaonan, you are wrong. When did I escape? I didn't expect that I would really bring you out to guide you in your practice. You actually miss me that way. Xinu looked sad, looked at Xiaonan. Is that so? I'm sorry brother Xinu. Xiaonan looked at Xinu apologetically. Seeking flowers. Seeing Xiaonan really believe it with an apologetic expression, Xingyu was embarrassed instead. Is this a deception to an ignorant little girl underscore? In order to make up for the guilt in his heart, Xingyu decided to teach Xiao Nan seriously. Xiao Nan will be most famous in the future as paper escape ninjutsu. However, Zidane does not belong to the limit of blood inheritance but a secret technique developed by Xiao Nan himself. This shows how strong Xiao Nan's talent is. Xingyu also does not know how to escape on paper. So now, what can teach Xiao Nan is simple ordinary ninjutsu, knowledge about ninjutsu, and some experience of ninjas. Ordinary ninjutsu is nothing, but the knowledge and experience about ninjutsu is the most important thing. Without these accumulations, it is simply a fantasy to create ninjutsu in the future. When I was in ninja school, some other aspects of knowledge Hoshibo is not interested, but the knowledge about ninjutsu, but the research is thorough underscore. You must know that Xenius Ice Escape Ninjutsu was developed by himself. Xiao Nan also studied very seriously. War oftens who have experienced war, too, will be more eager for strength. Even Xiao Nan, who has a quiet personality, is no exception. After teaching the knowledge about ninjutsu, Xingyu taught Xiao Nan several ninjutsu. He had already tested the chakra attributes for Xiao Nan before. Xiao Nan can learn the 3 escape techniques of wind, soil, and water, and Xingyu did not teach Xiao Nan the difficult ninjutsu, just some simple cleaver ninjutsu. It's not that Xingyu didn't want to teach Xiao Nan a stronger ninjutsu, but that he couldn't use it even after he taught Xiao Nan. The stronger the ninjutsu, the greater the consumption of chakra. Now Xiao Nan can barely manage the chakra amount. If the counter uses Bleevil ninjutsu, then, it is estimated that using one at most will consume chakra E. For the current Xiao Nan, Cleaver ninjutsu is the most suitable for her. When she has more chakras, she can teach Xiao Nan above the Cleaver ninjutsu. Xingyu was fine, and he guided Xiao Nan for half a day here. When the cloud was dark, it was called Xiao Nan's return. Xiao Nan, you can work hard when you practice, but don't work hard, Xingyu said as Xiao Nan sounded. Xingyu worked desperately when he was cultivating, because Xingyu had a perfect immortal human body, and he was not afraid of leaving any hidden injuries. But Xiao Nan is different. Xingyu looks around. Xiao Nan was injured because of practice. Xiao Nan looked at Xingyu with a serious expression and nodded towards Xingyu and agreed. And Lu remind you, 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, share. L1DS 2019 support fellow original works. Enjoy the joy of reading Chapter 146. Xingyu's Decision 45. Sunin, Yunin, Iwanin, and Yunin who suffered heavy losses after the last war retreated. The battlefield was pulled from the border of the country of fire to the territory of the country of rain again. The ninja forces of Motoyo entered the country of rain again. And there is not so much pressure to be straight. When Konoha and ninja faced a joint attack from the 4 villages before, it was really overwhelming. Even Hokage Sarutobi Risen's body is under the pressure of a mountain. Now Konoha's pressure is gone, and it is the 4 Shinobu villages that should be under pressure. The 4 words Uzumaki Xingyu directly pressed them to the point that some ninjas mentioned it. The meeting surrendered. I don't want to continue fighting with Konoha. It's just their idea. The shadows of a few villages don't want to surrender. The price to pay is too much. Do you think that too long is only to say surrender to the West? There is still compensation. The defeated will naturally pay compensation. 403 _ they don't want to surrender. But the ninja heart of his men was only lost, so facing Konoha's attack, several villages chose to avoid fighting. This is a very funny scene. That is Konoha ninja from one village chasing ninjas from 4 villages to fight. Konoha has been exasperated recently. Xingyu has been in a bad mood recently. Looking at the expressionless Hoshiba, Tsunade felt a little affectionate. At the same time, a wave of anger rose in his heart. Xingyu, don't some gossip. He raised his head and glanced at Tsunade. Then Xingyu shook his head and said, how can I not care if I am not a saint? Recently, rumors about Xingyu came out again in Konoha camp, said that Hoshiba was half responsible for Konoha's loss in the previous battle. Motoyo ninja army was besieged by the 4 village ninjas, and many Motoya ninjas died in that battle. 4 villages. The ninjas suffered heavy casualties. But Konoha actually suffered a lot. And then someone counted these casualties on Xinu's head. Throughout the Konoha camp, it was reported that 3 generations of Hokage asked Yuzao Xinu to participate in the raid, but they were rejected by Yuzao Xinu. Some people jumped out and blamed Uzumaki Xinu. If he followed up to raid the Iwanen camp, Motoba might not have lost that much. Originally there were only some people, but there were other ninjas who died in that battle with their relatives, friends and companions. Vent the grievances in the heart on Xenius' head. Let Hoshiba stand up and apologize for the dead ninjas. Matter intensified. After a few days of fermentation, Xingyu, who was originally regarded as a hero, is now about to reach the point where everyone shouts and beats Xinu. I'm back, and Mikoto and I beat up those screaming powerful guys twice. Juxinai, Mikoto and Xionan returned to the tent. Juxinai said to Xinu, what's the use of a lesson? Then they will have more reason to accuse me. Xingyu said with a deep enough anger. It is estimated that tomorrow will be heard that he will not regret it, change his mind and hurt others. At that time, Kuzina and Mikoto will not be able to run away, and they will definitely be slandered together as accomplices. 670 must be with that bastard Danzo. Relation. Tsunade gritted his teeth angrily. If there is no one to help, it won't happen. Anyone who is wise can see it. Someone is behind this matter. Part of those who blame Xingyu were used as guns, and some of them were originally guns. An angry Tsunade stood up to go to the old guy Danzo to settle accounts. Come back, Tsunade. This matter does have something to do with Danzo, but he just provokes a bit. He didn't do it, and the master behind the scenes is the 3rd generation of Naruto. Hoshiba stopped Tsunade and said, as for why Xinu knew, of course he went to Danzang to have a friendly exchange. Use Shaolin Yan to control Danzo. Then Mew learned that Danzo had nothing to do with this matter, and even really took the blame. Really? Tsunade stopped turning his head and asked Xinu. I used Shaolin Yan to control Danzo. From his mouth, I learned that it has nothing to do with him. It is not Danzo. There are only 3 generations of Hokage, and there can be no other people. Then I will go to the 3rd generation, Tsunade said with his fist clenched. I'll go with you too, Juxin, and don't go. Hoshiba stretched out his hand and took Tsunade. He smiled and said, I have made a decision just now. I am going to leave Konoha. Leave? Open? Yes. From now on, I am not a ninja of Motoba. As for whether the 3 generations of Naruto should regard me as a rebel, it depends on his own meaning. Xinu said it before. Big deal, leaving Konoha. Hoshiba also has no inseparable feelings for Konoha village. A decision was made. It's useless to persuade anyone. Now that Xingyu said it, that's not a joke. Seriously, I have to leave when Xinu leaves. Juxin, I said immediately. I followed Hoshiba and decided to . Mikoto has no relatives in the village of Konoha. Compared with Konoha and Hoshiba, Mikoto did not hesitate. The choice Xinu. Xiaonan didn't speak, but just grabbed Xinia's hand. She was not a member of Konoha village. Where Xinu went, of course she followed. Is it really decided? Tsunade felt a little uncomfortable now. Unlike Jixin, Kinkin and the others, Tsunade was instilled in the idea of protecting Konoha since childhood, and he had a deep affection for the village. At this time, Hoshiba said that when leaving Konoha, Tsunade was the most uncomfortable. Yeah, it has been decided. Tsunade, you know me, my patience has reached the limit. I can't help but destroy Motoba directly, so my current choice is also for Motoba. That is a good thing. Hoshiba is not a saint, and it is impossible to turn a blind eye to other people's wanton accusations. If it is not for Tsunade's face. Now Konoha camp has long been turned into a ruin by Xinu. Forget it. I won't persuade you anymore. I also said before that I will support you in whatever choices you make. Tsunade shook his head and sat down and said, oh, really? Do you support me when I destroy Motoba? Hoshiba couldn't help but asked. Tsunade jokingly. Tsunade glared at Xinu. Where are you going? After the first ninjutsu is over, I will go to you. Tsunade said to Hoshiba. 2.8 Are you coming to me? What? Isn't it welcome? Tsunade looked at Xena sternly. Of course not welcome. Xena interrupted Xenu. Then he said, we won't welcome you, new Xenai. Don't run away. I don't want to clean up your meal today. I'll change my name and surname. Then you can change your name. Jillo immediately hid behind Xenu and made a grimace at Tsunade. Gangmo's gritted teeth. Original heart. Love is not good. You dare to provoke me. Just let you little girl know how powerful it is. Xenu, you have to protect me. Juxinai said towards Xenu. However, Xingyu backhanded Juxinai out. It's about to leave. Just let Tsunade vent her anger. Huangxiao, I hate you. Gashina, who was caught by Tsunade, shouted angrily to Hoshiba. Superior Chapter 147 The Shameless Sarutobi-san /55 After tidying up Kuzina, Tsunade feels better and feels better. Where are you going after leaving? Tsunade asked Hoshiba again. Let's take a trip. The world is so big, I want to see it. There is no goal. Ready to walk around the world of ninja first. Look at the customs of different countries. Okay. Remember to go to a place to give me news, Tsunade said, looking at Xinu. Xingyu nodded, but before leaving, Xingyu was going to have a friendship with Sarutobi Hizen after talking with Tsunade and others. Hoshiba went. Find Sarutobi. Rishu. Come to the camp where Sarutobi Hitchin handles affairs. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Xinu who walked in and couldn't help but stunned. Sarutobi Hijitsu, I'll make a deal with you. Xinu looked at Sarutobi Risen. He was not even polite, and even the third generation of Hokage didn't bother to scream. If it wasn't for Tsunade's face, Xinu would kill him based on what he did. Looking at the expressionless Xinu, Sarutobi Risen thought. Suddenly, did he find something when he came so abruptly? I'm going to leave Benyi. The two big guys outside the camp are useless to me. Sold it to you. The two big guys Xinu said were Oa and Yao. These two guys are useless to Xinu, and Xinu doesn't count 04 with them. Ready to trade some useful things with Sarutobi, leaving Konoha? What do you mean? You aren't fiery? Couldn't help asking Xinu literally. I am not Konoha's ninja ever since. Xinu took off the forehead guard on his forehead, throwing it towards Sarutobi Hizen. Seeing the forehead being used, Sarutobi Risen's face looked shen and he said to Xinu, I know some bad news is spreading outside now. Remarks, but okay. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't this what you wanted to see? Xinu interrupted Sarutobi. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Sarutobi, waste his time. Xinu, what do you mean? Are you misunderstanding me? 3 inches. Some things are meaningless if you put it bluntly. Save yourself some face. I'm going to talk to you about a deal now. Xinya's face showed impatience. Sarutobi Hizen was silent for a while, and then replied, what deal? Iki and Yao, mix. Take the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. What do you think of this deal? Xinu looked at Sarutobi Hitoshi. Arentishio and Yao belong to Motoyo. Sarutobi Hizen's words just fell. The body was hit hard. After smashing the camp, he flew out, sliding a few meters on the ground before stopping. The clothes were torn due to rubbing against the ground. I suffered multiple abrasions due to the heat of my body. I vomited a mouthful of blood and broke at least 2 bones. 6. Star 9 just retracted his kicked foot. Then he walked out of the camp. LO67 that was hit by ape fiery slashed. What did you say? 2. I didn't hear clearly. You can go with it again. I sigh all over. Xinu walked to Sarutobi Risen's body step by step, looked down at Sarutobi Risen who was lying on the ground, and asked flatly. Ishio and Yao are obviously his trophies, but when they belonged to Konoha, Sarutobi Risen was shameless enough. The movement here also alarmed the ninjas in Konoha camp. Numerous ninjas gathered immediately, still fighting Tsunade's side, and then immediately walked over with Kuzina, Mikoto, and Xionan. When Hoshiba went to find the third generation of Hokage, Tsunade was worried about fighting. Watch now. The thing that was worrying really happened. What's going on? Uzumaki Xinu. You attacked Lord Naruto? Tsukumo Hagai pulled out his white tooth and short blade and looked at Uzumaki Xineas' face with a look of anger. He didn't know what happened after seeing the injured 3 generations of Hokage. But Z had already guessed that it was the 3rd generation of Hokage who was injured by Maelstrom Xinu. Uzumaki Xinu, you actually attacked Hokage. Don't you want to betray the village? Because you didn't listen to Naruto's orders, we Konoha ninja suffered heavy casualties. Now you are attacking Naruto. What do you want? Xinu opened the eternal kaleidoscope to right round eyes and looked around these Konoha ninjas' eyes. Say a word coldly. Goon only the upper body of the black skeleton giant. I wrapped the staff feathers. Then the skeleton roared. The powerful aura sent all the surrounding ninjas flying away. Looking at the dark skeleton giant, no ninja dared to speak anymore. It's just the first form. Susanoo Pei stunned them. Protect Hokage-sama, Hajiki Tsukumo shouted. Then Hajiki Tsukumo flashed and came to Sarutobi Hisaki's body. Protect Sarutobi Hito behind. At this time, the other ninjas didn't care about being afraid, and immediately went up to protect the 3 generations of Naruto. Xinu kid, what's going on too? Jiraiya couldn't help but turn towards Xinu Yuji and Jiraiya. Let me hear the word little ghost again. Believe it or not, I let you not have ashes left. Xinu looked at Jiraiya and asked indifferently. Jiraiya also scorned L4 Xineas' cold tone. Anyone can hear it seriously. Boom boom. Ciela sound like the shaking of the mountain sounded one. The tail and the 8 tails are facing. Coming here. Seeing Ikki and Yao, Konoha's ninja evaded quickly. If they were trampled to death by these 2 big guys, it would be really funny. However, no one was trampled to death, but the camp was destroyed by these 2 big guys. Worth Xinu, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hizen stood up with the support of other ninjas, watching Uzumaki Hoshiba's anger surge. Now you know who owns the tail and the 8 tails? Believe it or not, 2-tail beast Jade will bloom here. Q50 star feather watching. Sarutobi Hizen sneered and said straight. It's really a headache. Tsunade couldn't help but rubbed his temples, feeling really a headache. Tsunade, what the hell is going on? After seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya walked over to Tsunade and asked. It's not a good thing done by 3 generations of old men. Tsunade said irritably. What did the 3-generation old man do? Zilei asked suspiciously, and Daishiwan, who was standing next to him, also looked over. Uncle Snake was fine in his heart. You have heard the rumors of Konoha camp, and 3 generations of old. With regard to the head, with Xineas' temper, it is good not to kill 3 generations of old men. It seems that my face is still big enough. When Tsunade said this, his expression became a little cold. The 3 generations of old men did overwhelmingly change it to her, and she absolutely couldn't help it. It's not right. If the county changed it to her, it would have been exploded long ago. There is not a good person in Konoha village, Kushina said with a cold face. Aren't you a ninja, Moto? Jiraiya was upset when he heard what Kushina said, and couldn't help but said, not anymore. Kushina said and threw Konoha's forehead on. When she reached the ground, Mikoto, who was next to her, also untied her forehead, and threw it on the ground. From Lingshan, they are not the ninjas of Motoba. _Fandlu remind you to read 3 things. Collect, recommend, and share 11DS 2019. Support fellow original works. Enjoy the joy of reading chapter 148. Xingyu, some people are not as good as beasts. 15. Jiraiya looked at Kuzina and Mikoto, who had lost their foreheads for a while, and then looked at Blood Tsunade. Tsunade and the others are your disciples. Don't you care about it? It has nothing to do with you. Don't be nonsense here. Go away. I'm in a bad mood. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya coldly and said, Tsunade, your disciples are going to be traitors. Bump. Tsunade used a strange power fist with a blank face to smash Jiraiya. Oshimaru, who was close, could hear the sound of bone cracking. It seemed that Tsunade didn't keep her hand. She was really angry. Xinu, what do you want? Sarutobi Hizen asked Xinu with some compromise. In fact, there was some regret in his heart. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Give me the sealed book of Konoha village. These two-tailed beasts belong to you. Xena said flatly. No, the book of seal is the most important item in the village. Sarutobi Kari refused. Do you have the right to refuse? Xingyu stared at a birthday slash. The murderous aura on his body leaked out, making people seem to be in the ice and snow. Some weak forbearance. He fainted due to the hallucinations of Xena's murderous intent. Don't force me to ruin Konoha. I really did it. While Xena spoke, Suzuo Nenu also changed. The skeleton giant, who was originally just the upper body, is now covered with meridians and flesh and blood on the basis of the skeleton. This form of Susanoo can already release ninjutsu. Use Susanoo to release ninjutsu. But the change did not stop, and then the lower body appeared. Then the armor of the Warring States period was worn on Susanoo's body. There are more wings behind. As soon as the complete body Susanoo appears, it is just a breath. They were oppressed and couldn't breathe. The huge volume seemed to be a high mountain standing in front of them. At this time, Konoha's ninja can finally realize the kind of fear that other ninjas in Ninja Village felt when they faced Susanoo. Tsunade, now only you can stop Uzumaki Hoshiba. Oshimaru said straight to Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at Oshimaru, and then said, this is 3 generations to blame. I don't care about Eru. Tsunade struggled in his heart for a while, and finally made up his mind to leave it alone. She knew that Xingyu should be measured in her face, not too much. Urban Xingyu, are you going to attack your companions? Tsukumo Hagai couldn't help shouting to Xingyu. In fact, Tsukumo Hagai admires Hoshiba at such a young age, has such a powerful strength. In the face of the strong, even Haki Tsukumo admires him very much. Therefore, Tsukumo Hajiki didn't want to become an enemy with Hoshiba, and Motoba couldn't have this enemy either. Cannot afford. Companion? Did you make a mistake? These junk goods are worthy of being my companion, Xingyu said mockingly. Why Xingyu? Although we are weak, but you look down on us because of our weak strength. And so is your situation. Some Konoha ninjas looked at Hoshiba angrily because of Hoshiba's words. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that your strength is rubbish, I mean you are rubbish, Xingyu said with a sneer. Why is the ambush in the Assault Iwanin camp pushing the blame on me? Isn't this the responsibility of the commander Sarutobi Hitoshi? You are surrounded by 4 ninjas from the ninja village. It was I, Uzumaki Hoshiba, who rescued you. How many of you can survive without me? Beasts know how to be grateful. Some people are not as good as beasts. Some Konoha ninjas calmed down, and some of them showed shame on their faces. I, Uzumaki Xingyu, didn't apologize to Konoha, and I don't need you to blame. 3 generations of Hokage. Now Konoha's fate is up to you to decide. Hoshiba stood on top of Susanoo's head and looked at Sarutobi Hirachi below, while Susanoo was slowly drawing his sword. I promised to exchange. I will exchange Ishio and Yao with the ninjutsu recorded in the sealed book. Sarutobi Hisaki said. It can't be said to be a disadvantage to use the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals in exchange for two-tailed beast cell. It's just that Sarutobi Hisaki is not greedy. Iki and Yatsuo are Hoshiba's trophies, but Sarutobi Hizumi regards them as Konoha's possessions. Therefore, in the heart of Ape Kaizen, Yuanshu is like letting others use their own treasure. Changed his other baby away. After Sarutobi Hitoshi agreed to exchange, Hoshiba dismissed Susanoo. This time I show mercy to your subordinates. When I see you in the future, it better run as far as possible. Xenia's voice was not loud, but it was heard by all the ninjas present. Some Konoha ninjas have some. It's uncomfortable. Obviously belonging to Konoha's god of death. Ruling has evolved into an enemy. Go with me to get the Book of Seals. It's better not to fool me. Xena used Hwangkwan Hirasaka to open the door to the dark space. Through the door of this space, you can directly reach Konoha village. Xena walked in. Sarutobi Risen hesitated for a moment, and then walked in. After coming out, he looked at the Hokage building in front of him. Sarutobi Risen couldn't help but glanced at Uzumaki Xingyu, feeling even more jealous in his heart. The color pair is a space ninjutsu, and it is also a stronger base than the Thunder God's art developed by the second generation of Naruto. Between ninjutsu, enter the Hokage building, and Sarutobi Rizaki took out the hidden Book of Seal, and gave it to Uzumaki Xinu. Xinu opened the Book of Seal, and read all the techniques recorded on the Book of Seal. All the ninjutsu researched by the second generation Moing are here, including the technique of Flying Thunder God, the technique of turning the filthy soil into the cow. There is also the second generation of Naruto's water-done ninjutsu. This sealed book is true. The three generations of Hokage didn't dare to fool Xingyu, and they had to consider the consequences if they wanted to fool Xingyu. The consequences of the three generations of Hokage cannot afford it. Naturally did not dare to fool Xingyu. After writing down all the contents of the sealed book and rubbing a copy, Xingyu threw the sealed book to the third generation of Hokage. Seeing that Wuxi Xingyu didn't take the sealed book away, Sarutobi Risen was relieved. The sealed book didn't prepare to back it up. But after this time, Sarutobi Hisaki prepares to back up the Book of Seal. Legion Hao used Huangquan Hirazaka again and returned to the battlefield. Hoshiba ignored the group of ninjas staring at him. Konoha then called Tsunade and the others to leave. After Hoshiba left, these Konoha ninjas looked at Sarutobi Hitoshi, _O, all go away. Sarutobi his inside. Then let the Konoha ninjas around here disperse to Hokage-sama. How are your injuries too? Tsukumo Hagai asked. To Sarutobi Hizen. Okay, Shumao, call the people from the sealing class quickly and seal 1 tail and 8 tails. Sarutobi Risen thought of these 2-tailed beasts, and immediately said to Tsukumo Hajiki Naoki and Yao are still being controlled by Uzumaki Xinius writing wheel in case Uzumaki Xinius suddenly takes control of them. That one and Yao will definitely run away. Here it is the Konoha camp that once the tail beast runs rampant here, the consequences will be disastrous. So Sarutobi Hisaki can't care about his injuries. Now the most important thing is to seal the tail beasts. 1 Chapter 149 Leaving Konoha 25 Clean up things. We're leaving. Tsunade, you have to be careful on the battlefield, Hoshiba said to Tsunade. If Tsunade encounters any problems that are difficult to solve, remember to send me a letter. I see. You have to be a little bit smaller when you walk in the ninja world. I don't worry that you will be in danger, but I'm afraid you will be deceived. Tsunade said. Do we seem to be cheating? Kushina couldn't help but said. Xinu and Mikoto, I'm not worried. Even Xiaonan, I'm not worried about you being deceived. Tsunade glanced at Juxin. Nay, I glanced. Potential means that Jixin I was stupid. Damn it. Tsunade, I took it down. When I meet next time, I will definitely seek revenge from you. Kushina is not yet an opponent, but Kushina believes that he will definitely be able to defeat Tsunade in the future. Excited that day will never come? Tsunade said to Kuzina. This is for you. Hoshiba took out a huge scroll and handed it to Tsunade. After Tsunade took over the scroll, he looked at Xina suspiciously. This is the content on the Book of the Seal that I rubbed down. It records the wood. Yes, almost all ninjutsu, except for the secret ninjutsu of Konoha's major families. The other basics are recorded in the Book of Seals. Tsunade nodded and accepted. Then Tsunade, we are gone. Hoshiba waved to Tsunade and said, don't forget me when you go. Remember to visit me 310. If you forget me, Xinu, you will be dead. Tsunade threatened Xinu. Let's put it down. Tsunade, you know I have room for ninjutsu. It's easy to come over and find you. Then Xinu used Huangquan Biliangzaka to open. At the door of a dark space, Tsunade waved his hand, then took Jixin Msei and Xiaonan into it together. How come back to Konoha 3 inches? Juxina looked at the small courtyard where he knew, and couldn't help but say, isn't this back to where they live? Of course I came back to get some things. That's right, there are indeed some things to bring. Juxina nodded, and then packed up with Meza and Xiaonan. Xingyu went to see the rope tree. Have to leave. How can he be a friend of Shun's? You always want to say hello to him. Come, when the rope tree lived, the rope tree was also there. Since the last life and death crisis, The rope tree has been staying in the Kaienzu clan land. Xinu, are you back? Shengxiu was quite surprised when he saw Xinu. Well, I have something to tell you when I am looking for you this time. Xinu nodded, said to the rope tree. What's the matter? I'm leaving Konoha. This time I'm here to tell you separately. Leave the original leaf. Rope tree's expression stunned. Some don't understand what Xinu means from now on. I will not be Konoha's ninja. Xinu said Jane to Rosuki. Be clear about it. It's not Konoha's ninja anymore. What's the matter? Why? Ropeki asked Xinu very excitedly. Xinu knew that the rope tree would be excited, and shook his head towards the rope tree, and then said, the reason is a bit complicated. The county body won't talk to you in detail. Anyway, I'm here to tell you that I am leaving. You must be safe in Konoha. No, you must explain the reason to me clearly. Why do you want to leave Konoha? I'm leaving soon, and there is no time now. I'll talk to you when I meet next time. Does my sister know? And what? Rope tree finally asked Xinu with a complicated expression. Tsunade knows that, yes. You must pay attention to your safety when you are in Motoba. If it doesn't work, you should leave Konoha. Hoshiba said to the rope tree. Why? The reason is very complicated. I believe you would rather know nothing, so I won't tell you. If you don't want to leave Konoha, you can keep a low profile in the future. After Xinu had spoken to the rope tree, Kushina and the others had packed up and brought their luggage to call Xinu. Okay, the rope tree, we are leaving _ let's talk next time we meet. I just don't know when the next meeting will be. Then I will send you off, rope tree said while looking at Xinu. After that, Shengxiu sent Xinu and the others to leave Konoha, and then went back confused. I don't know why Xinu left, but Shengxiu was very disappointed in his heart. Leaving Konoha, where are we going? He asked Xinu. I don't have any goals. Just walk around. How about visiting the country of fire first? Xinu suggested. Listen to you. Mikoto said to listen to Xinu. Don't make any comments. Alright. To be honest, we really don't know the country of fire that much. Xinu nodded and said. After coming to Konoha from the country of Uzumaki, he stayed in Konoha village. Just after graduating from the ninja school at the age of 10. I only came out when I was out of the village to perform the task. But I came out to patronize the task. Xinu and they are against the country of fire. He is also familiar with Konoha village, but other places are very strange. Start from the country of fire. Xinu embarked on a trip to visit the world of ninja, and came to this world. Let's see how it works. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. And the news of Xinu's departure from the main leaf soon made they knew it. After confirming the accuracy of the news, Ongnoki, Sandai Fennying, Sandai Raking, and Hanzo almost laughed. Originally, there was no hope for this war. But now Wuxi Xinu has left. If there is no Uzumaki Hoshiba, then it may not be impossible to fight Konoha. However, it turns out that they still think too much. After confirming the news that Uzumaki Xinu has really left, several villages jointly launched a counterattack against Konoha. It's just that in this battle, their few villages united, but they didn't take advantage. The ninjas of several villages were killed by Xinu with heavy casualties, and their fighting will was not high. And several of the cutting-edge combat powers are now unable to participate in the battle. 3 generations of Soil Shadow Onoki are in the battle with Xinu. Was kicked off the waist. Can't fight for at least a few months. The 3 generations of Rei Ying's Dirty were almost exposed. The same should be done. Well, you can't fight for at least 1 month. Compared to them, Hanzo and Sandai Fennying are a little better. But it takes half a time to cultivate. On Honai's side, although Sarutobi Rishan was kicked and broken a few ribs by Xinu, it was temporarily unsuitable for fighting, but there were others. Tsukumo Hajiki, Danzo, Osamaru, and Tsunade. As for Jiraiya, he was fractured by Tsunade's angry punch before. It also requires self-cultivation and is not useful anymore. But even so, Konoha can still defeat the alliance of several Shinobu villages. Although it is not so easy to win, but if you win, you win. A defeat allowed Taiyemi to calm down from the excitement of Wuxi Xinu's departure. and they understood what their current disadvantages were. The biggest disadvantage now is that they can't fight on the battlefield now, causing no one to resist Konoha's top combat power. There is no limit to the strong of the Shadow class. Under the situation of control, facing those Zongren Ziren can kill indiscriminately, even Shangren cannot resist the Shadow level powerhouse for long. Only the elite Shangren can hold on for a while. The 150th chapter P transaction 35 at the Yinren camp. Two Yinren came to the camp and handed the two letters to the third generation ranking 3 generations of Reikage-sama. This is a letter from Konoha messenger. Konoha sent it here. The third generation Reiying, who was still recovering, narrowed his eyes, then opened the letter and took out the letter inside. This was written to him by the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. After reading the above content, the 3 generations of Reiking fell into contemplation. You go down first. 3 generations of Reikage asked the ninja who came to deliver the letter to leave, and then called his trusted Union Village elite to come to the Ninja Plus station. Jutai, take a look at this. 3 generations of Reiking handed the letter to Jutai, letting Shitai watch and download it. Then he asked the 3 generations of Reikage, Master Reikage, what do you think? Do you want to withdraw from the war with Konoha? The letter said that as long as Yinren quit the war with Konoha, Konoha would return to Yaoin Union Village. If you can turn around and help Benyi, then Konoha will give generous rewards. The right to choose now lies with the 3 generations of Reikage's handworms. It is up to him to choose to withdraw from the war with Motobu or continue to fight Konoha. Jutai, I've seen you. It's not for you to ask me what I think. I am discussing with you which option you think is more beneficial. 3 inches. Since Reikage has asked me too much, then he'll just say, let me give my thoughts. I propose to agree to Konoha's terms. Reconciliation with Bentu. After weighing it in his heart, Tutai said to the 3rd generation of Ying, Master Reikage, now use Uzumaki Xinu. Although we have left the main leaf, we were damaged too badly by Uzumaki Xinu. Now there are still 1,800 ninjas in Yunren who are still alive, and there are more than 500 of them. One wounded can't fight. To participate in this war, Yunren came to 3,000 elites. But now half of the casualties. Most of the deaths and injuries were due to Xinu. But now we are not discussing the cause of such heavy casualties, but to explain the current situation to the 3rd generation of Reiking. Because of your injury, our Yinren has no fighting spirit now. If we continue to carry on, our chances of winning Konoha are not high. 3 generations of Reiking looked at Jutai. After a long time, he said, Tutai, you are timid. Although Tutai analyzed that Yinren's situation is miserable now, it is not only Yinren who dealt with Konoha. Together, it's not that you can't fight Konoha, even the winning percentage is not that low. But he feels timid on Tutai. How can he win if he is timid? Reikage is too human. I admit that I am afraid, but I am not alone. I think all the ninjas who have experienced the battle at Iwainen camp are afraid, Tutai said with a wry smile. In the battle at the Yanran camp, Uzumaki Xinu used the 100-meter high chakra wu soil to leave them with an indelible fear. I'm afraid this will stay with them all their lives and will never forget. Even though Uzumaki Xinu had left the village of this leaf now, their fighting spirit had all been exhausted in that battle. Can't mention it anymore. Okay, promise Konoha's terms. We Yinren retreat and change back to Yao. 3 generations of Reikage looked at Tutai and sighed and said, never thought that their Yinren village would be defeated by one person. It was not defeated by Konoha village. Rather, he lost to Yuzao Xinu. Even mentally crushing. Reiking is too human. In fact, we can think about it when we retreat. Take action against Yanin village. Tutai suggested to the 3rd generation of Reiking. This can save some of the losses in this war. If we can really win the ninja village, we are in this ninja world war. It can be considered a win. NS. The reason why Tutai made this proposal is because Iwashinobu is worse than them. And Tutai also knows a little about Onika's situation from the 3rd generation of Reikage. In a short period of time, there is absolutely no combat power, which means that Yanin village is a sick tiger. The third generation of Raikage hesitated for a long time. It seemed a bit unnatural to do so, but thought that it could make up for the loss. 3 generations of Raikage nodded fiercely. Then 3 generations of Raikage wrote back to Sarutobi Risen, and asked Sarutobi Risen to return the 8 to them first, so that we can trust Sarutobi Risen. But Ipkazen doesn't trust the 3rd generation. Ying criticize. After 2 days of skinning, the transaction for P was actually reached. Sarutobi Hizumi sent Hajiki Tsukumo and took the sealed Yao to the Yinren camp. The sealed Yao is temporarily kept by Tsukumo Hagai, and after Yinren retreats, Tsukumo Hagai will hand him over to them. Sarutobi Uki told Tsukumo Hajiki if Yinren played tricks, just unlock Yao's seal and release Yao. Yinren didn't play tricks. After Haki Tsukumo brought the sealed Yao to the Yinren camp, Yinren immediately retreated. Seeking flowers and announced the withdrawal out of this ninja war. After getting this news, Tuyemi was stunned, and the 3 generations of Fenying stunned Hanzo and was stunned. The 3 generations of Raikage didn't say anything, and didn't discuss with them, so they directly withdrew from this ninjutsu. Onoki sent someone to inquire, but the news was that he had made up his mind and proposed to Onoki to return to the land of thunder. It was originally the country of rain that came by borrowing from the country of soil, and Yinren's materials also followed the route of the country of soil, which represented the mutual trust between the 2 ninja villages. After all, Yinren was invited by Taiyemi to join the war in the world of shinobi each other. Naturally, mutual trust must be established between I dare to let your ninja troops pass through my country, which shows that my Onogi trusts you Yinren very much. 0 At the same time, the 3 generations of Raikage really dared to take the ninja troops into the land of the earth, and were not afraid of being ambushed. This was also the trust of the 3rd generation of Raikage in Onoki, because the cooperation with each other was also good. No conflicts occurred, so Onogi didn't think much about it. After expressing regret for Yinren's withdrawal from the Ninja World War, he agreed to let Yinren go back to the Kingdom of Plus. After the retreating Yinren entered the land of the earth, Tsukumo Hajiki return the sealed Yao to Yinren, then leave. After Tsukumo Hagai returned, he immediately asked the 3rd generation of Hokage to report on the situation. Naruto-sama. 3 generations of Raikage said they would attack Iwanin village. Let Konoha help hold Iwanin's troops. That's right. When Shumao Hagai returned, 3 generations of Raikage asked him to chop up these words to Sarutobi. Now that I have decided to fight Iwa, I naturally want Konoha to help. The 3rd generation of Raking also said, don't forget the promised reward. Yuan_Fzan finally smiled upon hearing this. I really want to help Yinren, just to help Konoha herself. Tsukumo, you passed the order and let the ninja troops assemble. Attack Iwanin. Tsukumo Hagai nodded, and immediately left to assemble the ninja troops. And then Tsukumo Hagai led the team to Command L to attack Iwanin. On the other side of the Plus country, Yinren also turned around and ran directly towards Yanin village. He wanted to attack Yanin village. As long as it can win Yanin village, then the entire Kingdom of Earth will fall into their hands. Yanin village is the most important military force of the Earth Kingdom. Ninja village is the biggest military power in each country in this ninja world.